prepared and ready for that come up, man. I definitely understand that. Um, and I'm definitely, like I said, what's up, boss? Gonna get ready for. Like I said, I'm just doing this live streaming stuff online, hoping to, you know, nah, not on Sunday, bro. All right. Not tonight. It's tomorrow. We got something coming. Little show coming tomorrow. They got the salsa for Monday, and then Friday it's gonna be the UPN. So it's gonna be the black thing, and then actually one of my buddies is opening a restaurant down here, the one that used to be the Chinese restaurant. So he's opening it. It's black owned, kind of a vegan spot called Just Jazzy's. So hopefully and then he does stuff locally here. He owns like a little business chapter for stuff like that. So I'm just trying to get shit done, brother. You know. All right, cuz. I'll see you. Hello, hello, hello. What is going on? What is going on? What is going on? Ladies and gentlemen, this is your fiduciary fella, the insurance junkie, your all-star advisor, Alonzo Hall. What's going on, Two Trev? I was actually on my man Art Nostal's panel, and we were chatting it up a little bit, and we got into a great conversation. And I want to continue that conversation. And I think it's important we continue the conversation. We weren't talking about one thing specifically, but what we were talking about um, was improvements and things to ourselves. Let me go ahead and add to the stream. What's going on, brother? How are you?
It was going on, though. I'm gonna be
Doing
honest.
all
You're like
right?
the third or fourth Alonzo that I know
I used to think
of.
my name was unique when I was young.
No,
Then I
because
moved
like,
to
there's
New
like
York and
three
everybody's
Alonzos I know
Alonzo.
of. Alonzo. There's like Alonzo Mourning, the basketball player, Alonzo Bowden, the comedian, and of course there's Alonzo Williams, the music producer.
Yes,
Oh, you made
there's
it yourself,
also
man.
Alonzo.
Go on.
Give me 1 second. I'm on the elevator. But there's
Let's not get
also
anybody nervous.
Alonzo Herndon, who started a insurance company in the 1800s called Atlanta Life
Oh, I
Insurance.
see. Uh
Um,
huh.
and the reason he started that company, ironically enough, he started it with a colleague of his who started North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance. Um, and the
Ah.
reason that I'm so gung ho on insurance is there's actually a PBS documentary called Boss, the Black Business Experience. And what
Mhm.
it speaks to is in the 1800s, shortly after, slavery and everything, when we finally left it, um, how there were a few fields that African Americans could get into that actually allowed us to thrive and create Black Wall Street. That first field was cosmetics, cosmetology, hair care, because we were able to still service a lot of the wealthy whites. And they felt better coming to, the black barbers and hairstylists, etc. So barbershops were the first wealthy blacks. The very second wealthy blacks were life insurance agents. And there were two major companies back in those days that were putting life insurance on blacks. That was Prudential and New York Life.
Prudential.
Okay. And
Oh wow.
New York Life at the time owned slaves, which is why they were insuring blacks. But these two companies, they started realizing that
Wait, wait,
blacks
wait,
were
wait, wait,
buying
wait,
life.
wait, wait. They put life insurance back then. They put life insurance. This is during slavery when they started, right?
Yeah. Well, life insurance has been
Okay.
around since the 1600s.
So these people were putting. So basically, slave owners were convinced to put life insurance policies on the slaves that they owned.
Right. So you have a slave, you beat him to death, he die, you get some money from it. Right? But here's what's worse.
That is as much as we have to. As surprising as you mentioned that, because that is like really intelligent. That is smart move. That's smart business moves right there.
Yeah. That's where the stock market came from. This black man comes from good stock. He's, healthy and he's big like LeBron James. This male bull, blah blah blah. He's a motherfucker. He'll sleep with all your women and impregnate them, guaranteed. So you can continue to breed slaves. But get this. So the North Carolina Mutual Insurance and Atlanta Life Insurance Company were created by these two black men because they started barbershops. And then Prudential and New York Life started declining policies because they saw, oh shit, these are black people applying for life insurance. This is going to create generational wealth. So once they saw on your application that you were black, it was automatically declined, right? So you couldn't pass generational wealth down. But get this, the two black men created their own companies, North Carolina Mutual and Atlanta Life Insurance. These are two black-owned life insurance companies that exist till this day, right? And here's the ill part about these two companies. Again, if you look up Alonzo Herndon, he died the richest black man in Atlanta. Why? Because of Atlanta Life Insurance. Herndon.
Can you type it in the chat points in the private chat, please? In the back chat.
Yeah, I'll put it in the back chat. Give me 1 second.
That'd be appreciated. Oh, by the way, thanks for having me in. I appreciate you, opening the stream.
No problem, brother. I appreciate you for coming up. I definitely
I came. Hey, I mean, this is what Alonzo Herndon. Okay. Let me copy that name.
Yeah. And the person who introduced me to him was Rael. Rael.
Oh, shout out to Rael.
Yeah. He
Rael,
was actually.
I'm sorry. I know I get on your nerves sometimes, but it's all love, brother.
Nah, definitely.
I'm annoying. I gotta admit, I can be annoying sometimes. But...
Me and Rod definitely.
Oh, whoa! I'm looking at this man, Alonzo Franklin Herndon. I'm looking.
Yes. Go ahead. Go read up on him. Go ahead and, matter of fact, because I'm doing something. So go ahead and read to the audience about him, because I think they don't understand.
Let me get onto the. Okay, let me look at the Georgia Encyclopedia one. The one on Georgia Encyclopedia. Blowing up. It's like. Hold on, I need to get my radio voice in.
Go ahead.
Alonzo Herndon, born 1858, died 1927. An African-American barber and entrepreneur, Alonzo Herndon was founder and president of the Atlanta Life Insurance Company, one of the most successful black-owned insurance businesses in the nation. At the time of his death in 1927, he was also Atlanta's wealthiest black citizen, owning more property than any other African-American. Admired and respected by many, he was noted for his involvement and support of local institutions and charities devoted to advancing African-American business and community life. The early years. Born into slavery in Walton County on June 26, 1858, Alonzo Franklin Herndon grew up on a farm in Social Circle, 40 miles east of Atlanta. He was the son of a white enslaver, Frank Herndon, and an enslaved woman, Sophenie, emancipated at the end of the Civil War between 1861 and 1865. He was sent away from his birthplace by his father. At age 7, the young Herndon, along with his mother, younger brother, and maternal grandparents, entered freedom homeless and destitute. At a very young age, he worked as a laborer and peddler, helping his family to eke out a living in the harsh rural area. Need a glass of water? Like so many newly emancipated African Americans, the Herndons engaged in sharecropping, a system that kept them only a short step from slavery for many more years. Even as a boy, however, Herndon exhibited an entrepreneurial spirit. He spent his meager spare time peddling peanuts, homemade molasses, and axle grease to earn money to support the family. He also put aside a small portion of savings which he earmarked for the purpose of leaving Social Circle as soon as possible to improve his economic and social condition. In 1878, Herndon left Social Circle on foot with $11 of savings and about a year of schooling. He stopped initially in the community of Senoia, in present-day Coweta County, where he worked as a farmhand and began learning the barbering trade. After a few months, Herndon migrated to the town of Jonesboro in Clayton County. There he opened his first barber shop. He spent about 5 years at Jonesboro, where he developed a thriving business and a good reputation as a barber before migrating to several other locales and eventually settling in Atlanta. Arriving in early 1883, he secured employment as a barber in a shop on Marietta Street owned by William Daughtry Hitchens, an African American. After 6 months, Herndon purchased half interest in the shop, entering into a partnership with one of the few free blacks operating barbering establishments since before the Civil War. Business success. Herndon's barbering business expanded, and in 1904, he owned 3 shops in Atlanta. Is everyone paying attention? Hope I'm not boring anybody.
I'm paying attention.
Yeah. Oh, Sheed. Yeah, we here. I see you, brother. Hang on, I gotta put a like on the. Continue. Herndon's barbering business expanded, and by 1904, he owned 3 shops in Atlanta. His shop at 66 Peachtree, outfitted with crystal chandeliers and gold fixtures, was advertised as the largest and best barbershop in the region. According to the Atlanta Journal, Herndon and his all-black barbering staff were known from Richmond all the way to Mobile as the best barbers in the South. Following the racial practices of the era, the black barbers served an exclusively white clientele composed of the city's leading lawyers, judges, politicians, and businessmen. As proprietor, Herndon personally saw to the barbering services provided by some of the most important figures in the state, earning their acquaintances and goodwill. His success in barbering was spectacular, and his earnings grew. He invested in real estate in Atlanta and in Florida. Eventually, he acquired more than 100 houses, a large block of commercial property on Auburn Avenue, and a large estate in Tavares, Florida. At his death in 1927, his real estate was assessed at nearly $325,000. As his personal fortune grew, Herndon entered the field of insurance. In 1905, he purchased a failing mutual aid association, which he incorporated as the Atlanta Mutual Insurance Association. With Herndon playing a pivotal role as president and chief stockholder, the small association expanded its assets from $5,000 in 1905 to more than $400,000 by 1922. In 1922, the company was reorganized as Atlanta Life Insurance Company and achieved legal reserve status.
Let's think about that
enjoyed by
really quick before you continue. Okay.
The position enjoyed by only 4 other black insurance companies at that time. Only 4. He was the 5th one. Think about that.
Yeah. Now, look at this. In 1920s, $400,000.
Jim Crow South. In the Jim Crow South.
Yes. Actually, this was prior to Jim Crow. Right? Because Jim Crow was in the 30s, right?
No,
30s
no. Because if I'm not mistaken, you had Reconstruction, and then you had the Great Betrayal going on. Shouts out to the Black Professor of Truth on that one. But you had the Great Betrayal, and then the Black Codes immediately came in. And then the Jim Crow era. Jim Crow began long before that. Jim Crow was like prior to World War I, well into like around the 20th century, into the turn of the 20th century, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
It's way further than that.
Like you said, Jim Crow. days, or even if it was prior to Jim Crow, it definitely wasn't as free today
It was Jim Crow's.
as we are, or
Yeah.
we weren't as free to do today, or then what we are today. So we can't use, oh, the white man's holding me down as that much of an excuse if this guy could do it in 1865 to 1927, right? White man wasn't holding him down. And at that time, the white man was
in 1900s and 1910s, that's when he was working. Think about that.
Yeah. So yes, there are factors that come into play where the quote unquote the white man holds us down. And I'm not absolving that. But we know this. So seeing that we do know this, we have to prepare for that, right? Prepare to do that battle. But we see Alonzo Herndon, and this is why I was talking about the Black business experience. The first companies.
I appreciate you teaching me this because, you know, I know because what is it they say? History is only taught by the conquered.
Right.
And even then, they only tell you a version of history they want to teach you. I mean, how many white people are aware of these things? How many black children are taught about men like Alonzo Herndon? Because, you know, when you think about civil rights, they only talk about certain names, right? They don't talk about that.
Yeah.
MLK, but it's a watered down version of it. So. Or if you remember the controversy in Texas, because Texas is where school textbooks are printed for other states and everything.
Right.
And it was white people who talked about how they were trying to water down the history of slavery. It's why, it's because of that you had two situations. One where Kanye West said slavery was a choice, although you gotta look and say what the context we said that. But you also remember the former secretary, Dr. Ben Carson,
right,
at the CPAC, I think it's called, at the CPAC, where he said like black men had talked about Africans who were in the hulls of slave ships had aspirations to make America great.
Right.
Think about that.
Well,
you've been denied this history,
right, for your whole life.
But then again, we got woke culture. So instead of we see a documentary of this man, we're seeing you got it on Netflix about the story of Madam C.J. Walker, but with a gynocentric twist.
Right.
Yeah.
Like you said, man, we've got all quick tidbit.
And this is an African saying this. I'm not Ado. I'm just saying that.
Oh, also check this out.
I'm East African. So,
there's also a financial company called Equitrust, which is a life insurance company that was purchased by Magic Johnson in 2017, I believe, for $17 billion. Now, Magic Johnson didn't purchase the entire company, but he is at least 50. He's a majority shareholder, so he owns at least 51% of this company.
Brilliant.
Now, this is what we're talking about when we talk about black excellence, or, black people not being protected, et cetera, et cetera. I'm looking at it on a larger scale. I don't give a fuck about somebody getting beat in the streets. Can I employ you? Can you employ me? Can we give ourselves the ability to actually thrive? That's what we're talking about when we talk about black women being unprotected, black men being unprotected. At least that's what I'm talking about. In 2017, the same time that Magic Johnson was buying Equitrust, there was federal grants, and 31,000 Sikh men got entered into the trucking industry. Okay?
Shout out to the Punjabis.
We are, yes, the Punjabis, yeah. Now, let's just look at that.
Sikhs is a minority, yeah, but yeah.
And as African Americans, I know people who are in the trucking world, and they make good money. But it's my trucking company versus your trucking company, and we're all against each other. What if 1,000 of us came together and said, "Freak it, I'm going to come together and we're going to be a fleet"? Because with this 31,000 men, Yeah, a lot of them aren't going to get along, but do you think maybe 5,000 of them can come together and create a fleet, put 3 men in one truck and undercut my
Absolutely.
cousin's prices and deliver 3 times as fast?
Of course, you can work
So
together like that, man.
you don't think that's going to shift an industry? So these men are now protecting themselves, their wives, and children because they're controlling that industry. Now, yes, 31,000 in terms of the entire trucking industry, 31,000 men is not a lot. But at one time, 31,000 men entering, you're going to affect that industry.
31,000 seat men, and this is all.
Yes, 31,000
I need
seat
to know.
men. You borged a little bit. Start over. All right, so he gets back. Yes, 31,000 seat men.
My
So
question was: is it
31,000.
nationwide, or are we talking one state?
I believe it's
National
nationwide.
scale.
I believe it's nationwide. I have to double check. I will refine the article. But I believe it was nationwide, you know. But at one time, okay, they were all given this information at one time. It kind of like how when you go to a high school in the inner city neighborhoods here in America, you'll see that when it comes
Mm-hmm.
time for graduation, a lot of the military will come and recruit a lot of these gentlemen. You'll see the ROTC come in. Hey, listen, if you're going to go gangbang and put your life on the line, might as well put your life on the line for your country for a purpose. It makes sense. But
Yeah.
this is how 31,000 men at one time entered that workforce. And that, like I said, that's a game changer. You don't even have 31,000
Let's
men who play in the
also
NBA.
let's also consider some of these men aren't just children who were born and raised in the U.S. Some of them are recent immigrants, courtesy of
True,
the H-1B visa as well.
true.
So some of them have relatives who called them and said, "Listen, I know you got a valid license in India. Bring that license. I'm sure it'll be recognized here in the States. Come on over here. We'll hook you up, and you can start get involved in the trucking business."
Exactly.
Especially considering that in their homeland, especially considering the caste system the way it is,
Yeah,
especially
the caste
because they have to battle that constantly. It's a Hindu thing actually, but because they have to deal with being marginalized as a minority, when they come here, it's an opportunity for them. But they also have to keep their heads down because they understand how racism works. But they know not to speak out, but they understand the plight of the black man.
Right.
We do too. It's just that I'm sure Africans do too, but they don't understand it in depth like that. There's a bit of a disconnect.
Well, that's actually very interesting. Because, like you said, you're from Eritrea, correct?
Eritrea, yeah, right next to Ethiopia.
I know. I know a few ladies from there. Um,
Okay.
some of your women have a very Western philosophy or mentality.
You're gonna have to explain. How old? What are they? Are they millennials like us? 80s babies or 70s? What's
Yeah,
going on?
yeah.
Were they
She's around
born
mine.
in the States, or did
She
they
was
come? Or
not.
did they migrate?
I believe she
Where was she
migrated.
born?
This is just one woman I know particularly, but I know her and her family. But maybe
Mm-hmm.
they were westernized because they do. In our conversations, I don't know. She seemed a little westernized. But
Yeah, because most of us. I can explain that westernization thing. How some of us were westernized. A lot of it has to do with Eritrea being part of Ethiopia at one time. In the 1960s, when during the Cold War, you had a lot of American GIs who were stationed in the country, in Ethiopia and Eritrea. So that influenced us. Also, because of our time, because we were colonized by the Italians, and what our grandparents and great grandparents learned under them carried over onto us. That's why there is a lot, like my father's generation, baby boomers. A lot of them still speak fluent Italian, and the Italians are still here. That's where they still have an Italian school in Eritrea, funded by the Italian embassy. So yeah, so the westernization did affect us, but we also had a way to take it and make it our own. Just like Ethiopians, they were never colonized, but they took the Western influences and tried to modify it and make it their own. So yeah, I can understand how we easily integrate with that.
Okay, because yeah, there's definitely some gaps in their full westernization, where I can see some more traditional things. Bam, Overman in the building. And anyway, gentlemen, the link's in the chat, so anybody who wants to can come up. But I think, man, I wonder where the disconnect from American blacks and Africans comes from. Certain Africans, because obviously there's different nations. Like, I'll tell you some boneheaded American shit I did.
Different nations, different ethnicities as well. In every country, we're not all the same. Because if you go back, because it's just like in Europe, there are certain animosities between ethnicities. Just like among Native Americans, certain tribes have historical animosities. In Africa, you will have certain different animosities as well. And the Europeans were able to colonize, exploit those differences, divide and conquer. This is how Caesar was able to colonize Gaul, when you think about that.
Okay. Well, see, like, because here's
and conquer.
Like I said, I did some boneheaded American shit. So it was like I want to say 2013, maybe 2014. I was working in physical real estate, and I was working with this girl named Kaja from the Democratic Republic of Congo. And again, I told
DRC,
you,
okay.
Americans are very much like North Koreans. We know nothing of the rest of the world. So I boneheadedly, we were out to lunch, just, chatting and stuff, talking about a deal. And so I go to her, I say, let me ask you a kind of an off-word question, a personal question. How do you like America versus, being from Africa and, like your mud huts and stuff? She took a lot of offense to.
Yeah.
So she goes, nigga, what the fuck is wrong with you? I'm a princess. My father used to fly Gianni Versace to my house to customize his clothes. My maids drive BMWs. Y'all niggas is broke. I was like, whoa. I did not know. I was like, so I was like, well, why'd you come to America? She said, well, we like to see what the American experience is like. But I travel abroad and I shop at the finest of stores, and we own we own our shit, unlike y'all over here. And I was like, whoa. But now DRC is being raped by China.
Mr. Hall, let me say something about that. I'm thankful because I was born and raised in the Middle East, first of all, but I went back to my native Eritrea when I was a kid. So I lived on both sides. So I've been on both sides of the Central now. But I understand. I'm sure this was a humbling experience for you, but it was from this. My father always told me, be aware of people around you, because Africans, they're also just as inept. There's plenty of Africans who are just as inept. I'm not speaking for everybody. I can only speak for myself, but some people always have misconceptions about other groups. And then there's some who will be willing to learn and understand other groups. That's why my father always told me, what you learn in this world can be the difference between life and death. So when I come and interact with other people, they get surprised that I understand their backgrounds or whatnot, because I'm willing to study, and because I study anthropology as well as other things, out of interest, and understanding that, okay, you're this, you're that, okay, so you're from this part. And when they meet me, because I'm lanky and whatnot, I'm often mistaken for a Somali. But when they realize where I'm from, I say, oh, okay, where's that? Oh, okay, yeah, you guys are pretty cool, whatnot. Yeah, I said. And I remember one example is when I met one person, I asked him, what's your background? He said he was Kurdish. And then I looked at him and said, what part of Kurdistan are you from? The minute I said, what part of Kurdistan are you from? He was like,
how did you know
about Kurdistan? How do you know about this stuff? How do you? I mean, there's some friends of mine, there's some cats I know who are Albanian. And when I look at them, I said, are you actually an Albanian from Albania, or are you from Kosovo or some other place? And they're like, you know about that stuff? Because I learned this out of my own head, because there's, because up here in Norway, because I'm in Norway, there's a chain of stores called Asian Mart, or Asian Food. It's basically, they cater to immigrant, Middle Eastern and Asian, the Asian communities, where they provide them with
it's basically it's a chain of grocery stores that they provide for them, right? Now, some of my own people, I don't blame them for that. They refer to everybody as Arab, but they don't realize that most of the people working these stores are not Arabs; they're Kurds.
Ooh.
And nobody knows the difference between Arabs and Kurds. When I asked, what part of Kurds? So when they realized, you know about Kurds? I said, I grew up in the Middle East. Where about? KSA. Oh, all right. So, and when they told me they were from Iraq, I said, oh, what part of Iraq? You from the north and everything? They said, oh, okay. So this ignorance thing is not everybody. Everybody, some people, it's like my man said, some of us are seekers of knowledge, and other people are just like babies in high chairs, just waiting for you to spoon.
Okay, you
know what I'm saying?
You burnt out there a little bit.
Oh, I burnt out? Oh, I said, okay. Where did I burn out at?
Right after Kurdistan.
Okay. Oh, what part of Kurdistan? I said, yeah, because like I said, like there's these chain of grocery stores in Europe, in Norway, called Asia Mat. I'm sure they also expand in Sweden.
Right.
And my people, when they make some boneheaded reverse, they say, oh, we're going to the Arab spot. I said, what Arab spot? The Asia Mat stuff. I'm like, dude, they're not Arabs, they're Kurds.
Right.
And that's a big distinction, because Arabs, Turks, Persians, they're all different. You got to know the difference. And most people don't know that. But I don't blame them, because they've never been outside of our homeland before they came to Europe. And everybody has their misconceptions when it comes to places. That's why I was told, don't have misconceptions. Understand who that person is, what they're about, what they are. Because if you know what they are, then you know how to address them accordingly.
Yeah. Well, see, there is, with those misconceptions, I guess, I would put non-American blacks, for a lack of better term, versus American blacks. And when I say versus, I just mean in comparison, not that we're against each other.
No, it's understandable. Like most people have misconceptions about Caribbean people. They always assume all Caribbeans are Jamaican, right?
Right.
But you have Guyanese, you have Bahamian, Bermudan, Barbadian, from Haiti. No, Panamanian is Latino. That's Latin America.
Well,
But yeah.
Yeah. I
the Dutch Antilles, Suriname, Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes.
Folks from Trinidad, especially.
Well, actually, in speaking to that, again, a few years back, in Brooklyn, I had I was business partners, co-owner of an Allstate insurance agency. And the lady that I was working with was able to get the loans and everything, and she was like, well, you American blacks, you're so lazy. And I was like, it's not exactly that. It's just that as American blacks or as natives, we're not afforded certain loans. So, for example, she was able to attain a foreign loan for the business, where right. So even though I was a minority, she had a few more, I guess, minority checks on the checklist, right? She was obviously, number one, she's a female. She was from Trinidad, so she's a foreigner.
And black.
And black. So, she's black, but she's also not American black, so she's a foreigner. So foreigners get exceptions that nationals won't get, right? Because we're native, white, black, Latino, whatever. If you were born on American soil and you're American, you're not going to get certain foreign,
yeah.
So, that's one advantage that a lot of specifically Caribbeans, and the reason I say that is I have a lot of dealings in New York City, so I dealt with a lot of Caribbeans. And that's one big thing that you'll definitely learn, especially in New York, dealing with West Indians. You bet not call everybody Jamaican, because they definitely don't like that. And I know being on Eastern Parkway at Juve, you learn about all them flags. But it's a beautiful thing.
One of my here's something I know. One of our associates of mine is an acquaintance of my younger brother. beautiful lady, beautiful young lady, happily married. But when they told me her heritage, I just lost my mind because they told me she was born to an Eritrean father. Her mother, however, is Guyanese.
Oh wow.
I'm like, how did that happen?
Uh,
Right?
but she was born here in America, right?
No, this is up in Norway. This is here in Norway. Norwegian born. Her mother is Guyanese. Her father's Eritrean. I'm like, but she's very much in tune with both her sides of the family. She's really into her roots. So when they told me that, I was like, whoa. So that's somebody who understands, you know. So when they told me she was Guyanese, I was like, okay, because I'm familiar with Guyana, the country, and we're not just talking about, you know, Jonestown. That's what most people think of Guyana. They usually think about Jonestown, you know, Jim Jones and everything.
Guilty.
I know the example I can think of Guyana was the character that Sidney Poitier played in the movie To Stir with Love as Mr. Thackeray.
Is that
British film To Stir with Love?
They call me Mr. Tibbs.
No. That's In the Heat of the Night. That was set in the South, in the American South. This is a British film where he's a teacher in the 60s in the UK teaching some seniors, high school seniors.
You know, I'm gonna look up a lot of old Sidney Poitier films because he was so ahead of his time. Not even just the fact that, you know, he was a prominent black actor, but even the films that he was in. And you have to also give credit to Allies for this, but even the films that he were in pointed to issues of the times that are still being dealt with today.
Guess Who's Coming to Dinner?
Yeah.
Do you remember that movie?
Yeah. Guess Who's Coming to Dinner?
I mean, the Bernie Mac Ashton Kutcher reboot, that was cool and everything.
That was awesome. That was a cool remake.
Yeah, but the original with you know, what's his name, with Sidney Poitier, and there was an all-star cast and everything. That really talked about something that needs to be addressed: interracial dating, interracial coupling. And it wasn't just about a black man and a white woman, because you might remember there was some young people in there, where the young black woman who was the staff of the house, she had a thing for this young white guy who was a delivery man. Someone the old maid would always usually refer to as hot shot and everything. You know how young crazy kids was back then? Well, actually, that's my parents' generation, so I gotta watch my mouth. But yeah.
Those are worlds of difference.
Oh man, it was an interesting time. Hey, we live in interesting times, but it's not all interesting in a good way, though.
Exactly. But to harken back to, I guess, the beginning, and I tried to
get off topic
on the finance, or generational and intergenerational wealth. Even those things, though, you look at, for example, during slavery, we don't look at the fact that there were a lot of free black men and free black women, and these free men and women purchased and owned slaves, but it wasn't for the purpose of owning slaves. Yes, on paper, they had to purchase you as a slave, but it wasn't like I went and bought you and then put you to work on my plantation. No. I went and bought you, and then, I was like, all right, do you. You know what I mean?
You were saving somebody. You were releasing somebody from bondage.
Exactly.
In fact,
we lost you there at in fact.
To show who you think you are when Nas was on it. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello? Yeah,
I can hear you.
Okay. All right, perfect. Damn Bluetooth headset. But like I said, mostly the phone. Let me put my phone away. Like I said, a prime example of that would be Nas, because on the show, Who Do You Think You Are, where you're going back to looking through your ancestry, look at your heritage, who your family members were in the past. He came across one of his relatives, and they had purchased slaves. And he asked the researcher, what is this about, them buying slaves? He said, a lot of times in those days, some people bought blacks would buy slaves. It wasn't to enslave them or use them. Usually it was family members they were trying to set free.
Mm.
Like some children would try to work to get their freedom back, and then when they come back, they can, with the money they have, and purchase their family members.
Right.
Like a man would go set himself free and come back, make something of himself, and be able to purchase the freedom of his wife, his children, and even his parents in some cases.
Well, I mean, that's the whole premise of the Django movie. Was basically he was just buying his wife back.
Yeah.
So that's something that truly happened. But again, hearkening it back to generational and intergenerational wealth, let's look at Alonzo Herndon. Right? You said it was what? He died in 1927. So prior to that,
correct.
There was obviously, we're looking at lots of black wealth. And, some of the articles that I sent to you, look at things like black people buy more life insurance than other groups, but are underinsured. And there's reasons for that. Part of the reason actually falls on the shoulders of the financial professional. So us. And I'm including you in this because you have accounting background.
That's correct.
So I consider you a financial professional. Even
all right.
I'm the sales side of it, so it's a little different. Like people are always like
bookkeeping, but hey, you can't pick and choose.
No,
Let's not nitpick.
It's sales. That's what a financial advisor. It's that's why I'm not an accountant. That's why I'm an advisor. Most financial advisors get math, but they're great at sales. Most accountants suck at sales, but they're great at math. That's why we are where we are.
And making sure that you have the logistics for this. It's like the military. You can have people do the strategy, have the fighting, but you need to have some people who's keeping track of the logistics of everything.
Exactly. Yeah, you don't just send troops in the battle. You know you're sending them. Well, somebody has to know. Platoon A is coming from the front. Platoon P is coming from the east, and so on and so forth.
So who's making sure that they're properly supplied? Because an army marches on its stomach. Who is making sure the supplies are there on time? That's the logistics. Who's making sure that the army has what it needs in order to execute whatever strategies is needed or whatever their mission is.
Right.
Without any hitch whatsoever.
Yeah, that's actually true too. But anyway, so back to it being our fault. So part of that, most recently, August 10th and 11th this year was the 2021 CAAFP, which is the Conference of African American Financial Professionals. Excuse me.
Yeah, you were smoking, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
Yeah.
But the CAAFP, which is hosted by the American College of Financial Services. So last year at the 2020 CAAFP, they gave us a stat. And it said that part of the reason of the American financial wealth gap or racial wealth gap for African Americans is that only 5% of the industry of financial professionals, licensed financial professionals. So these are people who can actually deliver on your quote unquote investments, your Dogecoin, your Bitcoin, your IRA, your Roth IRA, your whatever it is that people are, I got a Vanguard account, I got a Fidelity account. There needs to be a very specific regulations and everything on this. Give me 1 second. I'm looking at the comments as well. TSSD would like to purchase life insurance. So give me 1 second. Let me go ahead and put my info out here for you. I'll give you both. I'll give you all three. Well, I'll give you both of my in my emails. Oh, not in the broadcast. So there go my emails. It's Alonzo Hall 374 at Gmail, or a.hall at cgwealth.financial. So one of the major issues is, yes, there were only 5% of the licensed advisors were black last year. This year,
That tells you something.
yeah. So and here's this also adds to this. It comes in layers. So this adds to one of the reasons that African Americans distrust the financial services industry. Number one, we don't have a great understanding of it, right? So then number two,
Okay.
in the black community, generally you get all these fly by night fucks who make my job harder because they're not actually licensed, right? So let's look at, all
Scam artists. Okay.
right. They're not even scam artists, but they're not actually licensed. So what they do, you there's no recompense for what they do, right? I'll give you an example.
Okay.
2016, I got sued for $1 million by a client because she purchased a disability insurance policy in January of 1984. I was born in April of 1984, but when I went to her house to do a review of this policy, she didn't have a copy of it with her. It was a living benefits policy. Now, she was in Jamaica, Queens, so Jamaica, New York. She tells me she got injured in Jamaica, but Jamaica, the island. So I explained to her, ma'am, without your policy here, I can't explain to you the provisions of your policy. However, if you purchase the policy today, we only pay on US soil, so you wouldn't be able to put in a claim. So she took that, ran with it, waited 4 weeks to put in a claim with the company. When she put in a claim with the company declined her claim. She then retained an attorney and told the attorney that I told her she couldn't get paid, so that's why she waited an additional 4 weeks to put in the claim with the company. Had she not waited that 4 weeks, she may or may not have been paid. But she decided it was my fault because I told her if she purchased a policy today, meaning in 2012, not in 1984, that she would have been not paid because we only pay on US soil. So I got sued for that, right? But if you go talk to, and I'm not diminishing him, this is just one of the fly by night names I can think of. If you go talk to Tony
No
the
dropping names.
he might tell you, this is my Rona-proof plan and it sounds good, but if you lose money, he's not licensed or regulated by the FINRA, the SEC, or any other regulatory authority. So when you lose all your money, guess what you can do? Fuck all. Just lose your money.
He's not liable. He can't be criminally liable for anything unless you can prove he committed fraud
Exactly.
or give you misinformation. If you feel like that. You, because you're licensed, you are held accountable by the law because you are licensed to execute this.
Exactly.
He's not. By the way, what happened to you? What happened to the case? Did the judge throw it out or what?
No. She won, but she won 41%, 410,000. So.
Oh man, I'm sure that affected you negatively.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of the field I work in. I had insurance for that.
Ah.
So I only had to pay $5,000 myself out of pocket. That was my deductible.
Smart. All right. But then again, what's $5,000? Money comes and goes.
$5,000 is a lot when you work on 100% commission, bro.
Oh, that's true. But then again, in certain situations, it was like my man says, money comes and goes. Money you lose, you will always recoup it. But your time, you can never get back.
Exactly. Oh snap! My
so
phone.
You lost time working because you had to deal with courtroom, because you had to deal with time talking to lawyers, having to deal with courtroom appointments and everything. So you lost out in a sense.
Exactly.
You lost time more than money.
Yeah, because then I can't go prospecting, et cetera, et cetera. And that, prospecting is the lifeblood of my business, right? Obviously, if I'm not out there, for lack of a better term, pulling myself out, and people don't know I exist, and then it's
could have been worse. But hey, be thankful you came out of there at least with the least amount of damage.
Yeah.
So yeah. Anyway, as we were saying. Well, oh, okay. He'll be right back. Give him a minute. Oh man. Zoe? Zoe, don't leave me here, man. Come on, don't leave me here. I ain't playing with it. Don't leave me. Yeah. Alright, just let's see. Yeah, we got 2 people watching. Anybody liking this? Like, share, subscribe. I hope you guys are getting some insightful information about insurance and everything, as well as some good humor. And I hope Zoe gets back. It'll be all by myself. We're still live, as I can see. I'm gonna mute up in the meantime. Wait till.
Okay, sorry about that. My phone died on me, so I had to run upstairs and
Yeah, I was wondering what happened. I'm glad you're back.
yeah. This is actually good. To be, give me 1 second. I'm actually closing out a bunch of stuff on my laptop, but I can actually share a little something that I wanted to share with you when we were talking about like the rappers. I'm back.
Yeah. We really got off topic, but we were going in and out of another conversation, but we were connecting a lot of dots. That was the thing.
I think that's what's important, though, is that we don't stick to just one topic, and that we do kind of travel to a bunch of different paths. If y'all will bear with me, anybody watching, this is an open panel, so I am going to drop the link in the chat. If anybody wants to come up and discuss anything, like I said, it's an open panel. We're just kind of discussing, I try to lead everything towards some form of finance. Just because, that's one of my topics. But I think it's important to, just go through all of this. So one of the things that we were mentioning on Art's page was, what we were talking about was COLI, right? And we were talking about, well, with these contracts, yada, yada, what are these, record labels doing to our young men, right? So our young men are getting these 360 deals, and you're figuring, okay, well, they're just taking my ringtone money and whatever. But like I was saying, at the end of the day,
Wait,
if you give a
360 deal?
360, yeah. So a 360 deal is basically 360
Nearby?
degrees.
Okay. Okay. Do you have like a headset on nearby, by any chance? We can hear you properly, because if you're on the laptop speaker, that sometimes I can
Give me a second. I'm gonna go grab
my. Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah, let me go grab the mic and all that, and then we'll definitely make this a good experience.
Fly here. Yeah. This is not the United States Army, folks. This is the United States Marine Corps. We don't plan, we improvise. Yeah, sorry about that.
All right. Yeah, I might as well use this stuff. I bought it. I actually need to use this doggone mixer I bought. I'll probably do that the next time I go live. Dude, I bought this thing like 2 months ago, never used it. But that happens. I bought it because I wanted to wipe ass, work in progress every day, and see success by working on my show. And I'm talking, but I'm still plugging in the mic. Bear with me, you'll hear me better shortly. Switch over to the mic. Audio. I'm gonna do snowball. All right. All right, is that better? I'm hoping so. So the beauty is this. We were talking about things that are affecting. So the 360 deal is 360 degrees of taking a person's wealth or taking from their contract, right? So all the way around. But what I was mentioning was, and what Art was mentioning was, are they purposefully killing off these young boys, little murder face, little overdosed on drugs, little going to overdose on drugs, little overdosed on drugs last week, right? So in this 360 deal, they're putting them in something called COLI, which, like I said, is corporate-owned life insurance. We're going to Google that now. So let's do it like this. And we're sharing the screen, and we're going to go COLI. So that's COLI, right? E. coli.
Zo, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. What's up?
No, I'm just making sure you can hear me okay, that's all.
Oh, yeah, no, you're perfect. This says E. coli, E. coli. It's not looking good.
Yeah, it's the same color. It's the same, it's the same, same spelling. So yeah, it causes confusion.
Okay, let me do it like this. Actually, corporate. Here we go. Corporate owned.
There it is.
COLI. Okay. And there's actually a website called coliboli.com. Let's see. This is a mess. Here, bolicoli.com. Pardon me. And BOLI is bank-owned life insurance, which, let me close this. Well, now that I have it up, I should close this. But this is my contract that is signing for a general agency partnering with Lincoln Financial Group. So quiet is kept. I didn't want to share this, but I'm looking to eventually branch off from CG Wealth Solutions and create my own general agency. Not that there's anything wrong with CG Wealth Solutions. But sometimes we do like control. Now, CG, I'm not branching off anytime soon. This is years in the future. But obviously, you have to do your legwork. So I was working on an agency contract with Lincoln Financial Group. I'm going to go ahead and close that though.
Please do.
But yeah, so this is Colonial Penn. Colonial Penn, and I'm glad this type of stuff is coming up. This is all life insurance is not created equal, right? So Colonial Penn and things like this. Say again.
No, I'm listening.
So this is called final expense life insurance. Okay. So final expense life insurance is literally guaranteed acceptance, right? So pretty much no medical exams, no health questions, no rate increases, but it's specifically generally for people between, depending on the state, 45 and 85. If you're in the state of New York, you only qualify for this if you're between the ages of 50 and 75. If you're in the state of Connecticut, for example, you qualify if you're in between the ages of 45 and 80. In, I believe, Georgia, it goes North Carolina, it goes out to 85. But these are policies for people who are pretty much in bad health, and it's going to be really expensive for a low face amount. Generally, the highest face amount you can get is $25,000, depending on the state. Some states may allow you to get $50,000 on one policy. The trick is you can get multiple of these on one life. But they're very expensive for an older person. I don't know why clicking this brought me to that advertisement, because I wanted to go to what is corporate-owned life insurance. So this is a website called BoleyColey.com. As you see,
here it is, BoleyColey. Yeah, I see it.
Okay, so we're looking at 457s, credit union-owned life insurance, which is QOLI, split dollar policies, risk management, estate planning, insurance services. Now, if somebody came to you and said, hey, I'm a financial advisor and I deal with BoleyColey, most people have never heard this. So most people have no idea that all this stuff here, executive and director benefits, tax exempt entities, and risk management, is all life insurance.
Mm-hmm.
But then when I come to people, especially Black Americans, and I say I sell life insurance, they spit in my face. I already got it. Or, maybe I'll think about your little life insurance. Right?
Yeah.
Let me show you guys something else. Okay. Bear with me.
We don't need to see your email, man. Come on.
Yeah,
Don't
that's all right.
yourself.
I don't mind. There's something I'm trying to load up from my email for you guys. And I'm a fiduciary, so most of it, I don't mind showing you guys this stuff. But I was dumbfounded when I found out financial advisors charge at least $2,500, and I'm pulling teeth trying to charge $40.
Yeah, but let's not forget, who are their clients? Who are their clientele mostly?
Well, yeah,
who are their clients
with money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So somebody pointed this out to me.
Separate account life insurance assets, 19 million. General account life insurance is 2.9.
Exactly.
Bank of America National Association.
So I'm glad. I know this to you. I forgot you're an accountant, so this, you immediately read it.
Yeah.
But I want to explain this to those who are watching. So this is, end of year tax documents from the banks. And I was arguing with somebody, and somebody was like, well, yeah, but what about the stuff they don't show you, like the Swiss bank accounts? And I was like, if they're giving it to the IRS, they have to show everything. You can't hide anything from the federal government. So
that's one. Those are three initials you don't want to mess with.
Yeah. ERS. Erwin R. Shyster.
Oh, shouts out to Money Inc. Don't you just love how wrestling was back then?
Damn, Money Inc. Yes, WWE.
Oh, don't forget WCW. IRS went by the name of VK Wall Street.
Yes, damn. But so check this out. So this is showing, here's basically the lines I want to look at, right? These four.
All right.
And if you'll notice, again, this is from Bank of America.
Equity investment without, Bank of America reported June 30th, 2019.
Okay.
Equity investment without readily determinable fair value.
So that means the stock market, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
Whenever
stock options, okay.
Yeah. Equity investments or stocks or investments, stock options, etc. Because this is their interest strips, right? But it says not in the form of a security, right? That's how you know that these are obviously a security, because they're equity investments without readily determinable fair values. So I don't know if you know about accounting in America, but the prime rate changes every Wednesday at 12 noon. Well, I guess that's global, right? Because you know about IMF and stuff.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Been a while. I'm a little rusty, but
yeah, but the prime rate is the prime rate globally. Like that's the yeah. So anyway, we're not going to get too deep in the weeds of that because that will confuse people. But so basically, this is what they're showing you. They put in the stock market, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they're showing you what they put in life insurance, right? And this is what Black people are looking at when we see life insurance. We just see life insurance. But what's that word after life insurance? It says
explain.
Right?
Assets. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Assets. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Assets.
No,
yeah.
Right. We
life
look
insurance
at life insurance. They look at it as assets. Now, if you'll notice here, Black folks, we generally look at this as an asset. But there's no determinable value of this. Right? You can't determine from one day to the next how much it's going to be worth. Life insurance is guaranteed, and it's also an asset. And this is what the banks, right? Because what popped out to you? Naima, first thing that popped out to you was you said separate account, life insurance assets, 19 million. Right? That's the first thing that popped out.
19.443.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you said general account is another 2.9 million.
Yes.
What's that in comparison to what they put in the stock market?
First of all, total is 22.34 million in insurance assets compared to the 6 million you see in equity investments without readily determined value. So basically, it pays more to keep. It's more to have more money in the insurance. The 6 million is something they can play with and it is expendable because it's in stocks basically, and stocks fluctuate. But the insurance, however, it is constant.
Exactly. Now this is Bank of America, right? And as you can see,
also, hold on, can you scroll back up for a minute?
Yep.
Scroll back up for a minute. Because because I see this, but also number 6, all assets itemized, described amounts greater than 100,000 that exceed 25% of its item. 31.8 or 31.9 million. That's a lot of assets right there.
Yeah.
But it doesn't say where most of it is. Like you have prepaid expenses, repossessed, right? All that is zero. But we're just thinking, all right.
Yeah.
This is the wheels in my head are turning. Sorry.
Well, you're more of an accountant, so you're going to look at this different than I would.
Yeah, because I'm trying to see where's all this, because that makes me want to investigate it. Yeah, we're investigators. We're part investigators. You got to investigate and see where is this coming from. That's why they say follow the money. This
Yeah.
is why they say follow the money.
Right? And if you'll notice a lot of this, obviously, you know, this is the total sum of all those items. 64
Yeah.
million, 65.
65 million, 64.8, 65 million, let's run it off.
Right? Now, this is public information. Right? And a lot of those assets are definitely going to be in mortgages.
Mm-hmm.
This is Citibank. Okay? Now, Citibank is a little more risky. Citibank was was the creator of Prime America. Now, I don't like to talk bad about companies, but Prime America unfortunately did a lot of damage. Citibank no longer affiliates with Prime America. Now, Prime America does not just sell life insurance; they also sell mutual funds.
Wait a minute. Didn't Citigroup going through some financial trouble, just like Lehman Brothers and everybody?
Prime America,
huh?
Because they were in bed with Prime America.
Ah, so Prime America is the reason for. All right, yeah, faulty loans, bad assets, toxic assets, as they refer to it as such. Yeah.
Yes. Now, you know who else got in trouble for being in bed with Prime America? One of the biggest companies in the U.S., insurance companies. And they've changed their name since. I'll give you their mascot. Their mascot is Snoopy. So
Snoopy from Peanuts?
Yes.
MetLife. Okay, because I remember there were like other companies.
So
I keep getting mixed up with their insurance or mortgages, mortgage brokers. It's Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. If you remember those.
Yes.
They went through restructuring because of the 2008 crash and everything.
Well, this is before that. So recently, MetLife investors got in trouble for being in bed with Prime America. Right? You know, if you'll notice, MetLife investors still exist as MetLife investors. And MetLife Property and Casualty is still MetLife Property and Casualty or MetLife Car and Homeowners Insurance.
So that's sister or associate. Okay. Sister companies and everything. All right. That's how you
MetLife Health Insurance is still MetLife Health Insurance. But their life and financial side, if you'll apply for MetLife, you'll notice it's no longer called MetLife. It's called Bright House Financial because they had to separate as a company. I have a cousin who works for corporate, and she's the corporate VP of advertising. She works directly for the vice president of MetLife. And I was pissed when she couldn't get me a job as an advisor there, but she was like, dude, I don't deal with that stuff. We're bigger than that. Like, so, but she explained to me, we got in some kind of trouble for dealing with Prime America. So we had to separate from MetLife investors and create a company called Bright House Financial. So they sold all their life insurance, financial annuities, and retirement accounts.
Rebranding, yeah. They got rid of toxic assets and rebranded.
Yeah.
That's how you restructure your company sometimes.
So that's why Citibank's life insurance assets are low. But if you look here, okay. That's 5.9.
Interest only strict. Interest on 5.9. Oh,
and
okay.
then,
Equity investment without readily determined. Okay, all right.
And then their life insurance.
The general account is. Yeah, the general one is 22,000, but separate account life insurance that's 5.2 million.
Yeah.
What is going on here?
It's almost the same as what's in the stock market. Now, again, you're looking at all of their itemized things because as an accountant, you're going to do that. Again, my wife being an accountant, she always picks shit apart and I fucking hate it because, well, I love it because it makes me thorough at what I do, which gives me an advantage over other agents. But it pisses me off sometimes because, it makes me feel like I don't know what the fuck I'm doing sometimes, even though I do. But to have an accountant pick it apart is very valuable.
So don't get your ego out of the way, Ram. I mean, your wife is like probably just looking out for you, doing what she has to do. She's a very inquisitive mind. Very, because we're like, it's like Yeah, she was made to be in the IRS. I'll give you that. I'll give you that much. She's in the IRS, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so she was made for that stuff. So she's gonna look into this, make sure everything's on the up and up, and
Well,
you know
it's
she's got to
also
cover.
good
She's
for
got to,
me,
you know,
because
yeah.
now when I deal with
As a wife, it is her duty. It is her responsibility to protect her man's honor and glory and reputation, and have his six, as they say in the military.
this is very true, and she does watch my six. Let me tell you that, because again, dealing with people's money and policies like this, I sell investment grade life insurance, and since we're on, I'm probably going to be on for a few hours, so why not show you guys this stuff? It can be very dangerous and harmful to a consumer if they don't know what they're getting, or if the person who's putting it together for them doesn't know how to. Right?
Exactly. Yes, but you need to have comp, because if that person, like especially when it comes to insurance agents, or if you're asking financial lawyers or anybody, you have to thoroughly look at that person's references and their credentials and their accomplishments. You can't. I mean, some people are like, I'm going to trust somebody because well, this guy's cool with me. No. Sometimes they're trying to scam you, but you need to find somebody who has some level of credibility.
Right. Which is why, like I said, I love what my wife does. And sometimes, like I said, I look over these things with her, and she'll pick it apart 6 ways from Sunday. But then what that does is it turns around, and I go back to the client and I'm like, look, you're trying to spend $200 a month. If you really want to make money, you got to spend $2,000 a month. And then I'm like, looking over this, I show them the numbers, and they're like, holy shit, if I really want this to make any sense, let me spend $2,000 a month. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But you got to elaborate and clarify exactly how to spend. It's not just spending.
Right.
You say you got to spend, but you got to be specific in what aspect of it. Yeah, the accountant in me is coming out. Because you're like, what are we going to be? We spending that $2,000 on? Where's it going? What are we going to do with it?
Exactly.
Even accountants going to look at, because even accountants have to study commercial law, because they understand that you have to say contracts, everything. This has to be all on the up and up. I got relatives, friends, and family who are accountants themselves back home, and we understand that you got to be on your game constantly, making sure that like the numbers add up, all the paperwork is in order. There's no snag. There's no margin for error, basically. Well,
let me give you an example. My mother-in-law last year retired from Morgan Stanley. And I'm going to talk about that too, because like you said, my wife is an asset to me. But part of that was in vetting her family. I had learned I had to step my game up. When I met her, found out what she does. Then I met her mother, found out what her mother does. Met her father, found out her father's a diamond cutter he was a diamond cutter and then works in the IT department for Columbia Presbyterian Hospital. And her stepfather works at Columbia University. I can't come in there and be Mr. Dollar Store if the lifestyles don't match up. So I have to step my game up too. That's what made me become a financial advisor. Her mother was a financial advisor for Morgan Stanley for 25 years. She retired last year and gave me her smallest retirement account, which was $90,000. And somebody said, oh man, you must have made a real good impression. I said, why'd you say that? He said, she might trust you with her daughter. That's one thing. But for her to trust you with her money, motherfucker, you did something right. And I never thought about it.
Nigga.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Oh shit. No, sorry. I'll just say,
No, please.
Like man, son, right there. You more than proved who you are, and because you came up and became a financial advisor and quite successful. I mean, you've had your ups and downs, but she realized, she vetted you, and she realized in the long term, Lonzo is good. He's got a good head on his shoulders, and he's proven to be more than trustworthy. So I'm gonna take a chance and trust him right now.
Yeah.
God bless you, Mom.
So she rolled over, like I said, 90K with me last year, from Morgan Stanley. And man, that was an experience. So if you guys do have financial,
Oh, you know she's got. You know some of that money is going to be coming back to you in the form of a Christmas gift for your kids if you have kids yet.
Mm-hmm. Well, not yet, but I'm not even worried about that. But the beauty is, man, to even just have that trust and to understand that, wow, that is a big deal. Because she might trust you with a daughter, but her daughter's a grown woman. She's going to make her own decisions. But for her to trust you with her money, that's her money.
Mm-hmm.
And she's got to live off of that. So that's
Hold on a second. I got to switch headsets.
Mm-hmm.
So hang on. I got to switch headsets. Hold on.
Take your time. So while he's doing that, what I'm saying, though, is that's valuable to have him as an accountant up here as we speak to these things. Because there are some things that your sales agent won't look at that I will. You back? Mm-hmm. All right.
Yeah, I'm back.
So, I was just saying there are going to be some things as an accountant that a salesperson wouldn't look at, right? One of those things, you were looking at the other assets, you know, and they don't itemize them for some reason. They don't give us the full values, right? But you can actually
it says like repossessed personal property, including vehicles. Where is that? Not registered, because you have all NR, which means not registered. Describe component clicked for value. This is a lot of this. I like to go in depth to make sure like all the paperwork and everything is straightened out. And it's not just the accountant in me talking. I mean, I learned this from my father that anything you do, you got to make sure you got a paper trail or some paperwork to go with it. But now that we all digital everything, that you know, saves the trees a lot, so we don't have to recycle paper so much.
Now this,
like, you don't want to keep your paperwork late. Okay. Account interest receivable, net deferred tax assets.
Yeah, 6.1. 6.1. Right, and that's just the general. Almost, you know, so they spent about $60,000.
It's a $70,000 difference.
Yeah.
But and separate account life insurance assets of 5.4 million. All right, that's good. But look at this. Right. All assets, that's nearly 120,000 right there.
Right.
Number 6.
Now, again, a lot of that, because I know Chase does a lot of mortgage work, mortgage servicing. Yeah. I know that's because of doing real estate in New York City. Chase is one of the largest servicers. So they end up buying the mortgages. They might not be the people who loan the money out, but they end up servicing a lot. Them and Bank of America service a lot of mortgages. And then another ginormous bank, Wells Fargo, right? So let's take a look at this, $5.3 million. Again, a $70,000 difference in the general account and in the equity investments. Give me 1 second. I have a phone call coming in.
I'll wait.
Yes, mother.
Hey, honey, how you feeling?
I'm doing all right. Give me 1 second. I'm online. All righty. Hello?
I'm sorry, mother?
Yes, that was my mother.
Okay, you call her mother? Okay.
Yeah.
Mom? A day? Mama? Mom? Well, I have different. I use those words interchangeably with my mother.
I usually call her Ma, but when I answer the phone, I always say yes, mother.
Yeah. Or in my case, I call her I use the Arabic term for it, which is, but I can't because I'm not going to dox myself that way. But sometimes I refer to my mother as the old lioness.
Fair enough. We always got
she's 5'4", 5'5", but doesn't take no mess. So yeah, I know.
But so as I was saying, right, $70,000 difference again from what. So basically, they're putting exactly what they put in the stock market into life insurance. So people at the end of the day, if you're putting, $50 a week into
Okay.
Dogecoin, you should be putting $50 a week into life insurance too.
I remember, I remember when it came to like cryptos and whatnot, but where they were, I remember, like BGS would say like, use your coffee money, use your lunch money, don't use your rent money.
Right.
Because he understood the instabilities about this. Because I don't know how to read charts. You had to, excuse me, I had to learn how to read charts and everything. But understanding, because I'm kind of passive about this whole thing. But looking at this shit, like here, example here, insurance assets, life insurance assets. You have the general one compared to the separate one. Why is it that the general one is less than half of the separate one? And what is this hybrid account? I'm going to quit. Now I want to inquire, what is this hybrid account about?
Right. Because you notice the others had 0 in the hybrid accounts.
There was no hybrid account to begin with. I don't see it. There was no 5C.
Oh, no, there was.
Number 5.C. I didn't see it. No, there wasn't. Oh, okay. In the previous ones? You sure?
Yeah, it's just 0.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry, Mom said it.
I'm sorry. Of course you didn't know. It was 0 in all the rest of them.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Sorry.
What is a hybrid account? That is what I'm curious to know.
So that I can only give my best assumption, being in the field, because I'm not attached directly to the banks. I can't verify, but I'm assuming that those are variable life policies. So
Okay.
variable life is another form of life insurance, but it is literally that. It's variable, so it is a security. Which is why there's such a small amount in there. Okay. Because so I should actually break that down, the types of life insurance. Okay. So most people know term and whole, right? And that's it. So they don't know. Let me check these comments a little bit, see what we got going on down here. Good info, follow the money. Haven't seen any commercials from them at all lately. All right. So you have term and whole is what most Americans are taught. Okay.
Okay.
I know insurance abroad can be a little different, and I'm very sure that you're familiar with Lloyd's.
Lloyd's of London, yes.
Yeah, they're the largest insurer on the planet. So,
yeah,
don't they insure the crown jewel? Well, I guess I would know that more.
I would not be surprised. But then again, what I understand from Lloyd's of London is they've had insurance policies for certain WWE wrestlers in case of injuries and shit.
Yeah, well, they're what's called surplus lines.
Yes.
So Tina Turner's legs, Mariah Carey's voice, stuff like that.
Certain groups getting a lot of oral and dental insurance. Rosie O'Donnell getting her lips insured and stuff like that.
Yeah. So, but stuff like that is more what we call P&C, or property and casualty, because it's more of a what we call a separate items policy. So, for example, your homeowner's insurance, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or you were mentioning renters insurance, both of those, we consider it homeowners, will cover jewelry. So if there's a catastrophe, somebody breaks into your house and steals all your jewelry, it's covered up to $1,000. So let's look at this. $2,000. Right? Most people, they say you got to spend 2 months' salary at De Beers on the diamond ring. So most guys spend at least $5,000 on that ring. This is, again, a lot of my perspective. I'm a married guy, so
De Beers, which is a Belgian company, because Antwerp is mostly known for diamonds and for diamond cutting and whatnot, diamond brokerages. I would know.
Yeah. And of course, my wife's
I like to do my research.
Being a diamond cutter.
Yeah, I've always wondered what was that like, you know, going into jewelry craftsmanship and everything. What's that
Well,
like?
I don't know quite. We did that while I wasn't obviously in the picture at the time. My wife was a child, but he worked in the Diamond District in New York, so 47th Street, etc. And man, like when I used to go shopping over there, I used to feel bad because I could barely afford shit. Like the best thing I could afford in that area at the time was a pair of gold cufflinks. They were $2,000. And man, I thought I was doing something, but that was the cheapest thing.
I'll tell you something. Me, when I came to learn about jewelry and stuff, we all have to get our information. We are initiated into some of these things some way, somehow.
Yeah.
In my case, it was through video games, but not just any video game. PlayStation 2, Def Jam 5 from New York, if you remember that game. Because a lot of rappers used to talk about Jacob the Jew. We're talking about Jacob the Jeweler before he was indicted and incarcerated for the mess he was involved in.
Right.
Like if you had a character in the fight circuit, you could go get some streetwear, get some tattoos, get trained. Dude, we don't need to see that. And you realize how much certain chains or certain bracelets or jewelry would cost.
Right.
But I also understood, understanding from Louis Blood Diamonds about the diamond trade industry or the precious jewels industry, how that works. Man, you're opening up a lot of windows here, man. Is this safe?
Yeah. I'm going to show you guys something. Since I said I sell investment grade life insurance, what's today? We're gonna say today.
No, that's your birthday. They're asking for your birthday, dude.
No, I know. Okay.
April 18th. Okay.
Yeah. So let's say I'm a 37-year-old male. That wants some life insurance. And the reason I do this is because, again, not all life insurance is the same. So I'm going to try and look at this hybrid account. So like I said, a hybrid account is probably a variable life insurance. So when you're looking at life insurance, you have permanent and you have term, or you have whole life and you have term. Okay. Now,
whole life is like long term, and term is like for a certain period of time. Okay.
Correct. Now, there's actually more than just whole life and term. There's term, and then there's permanent. Okay. So first, we're going to look at term. So again, you guys normally won't see this because this is what the actual financial professional sees. I don't mind showing you this stuff because the 80-20 rule, 80% of the people who see this won't know what it is. The rest of the 19% won't know what to do with it, and 1% is another licensed individual.
Annuities, disability, universal index, variable life. Okay, this is insightful because sometimes you want to go into this, but at least what you're teaching is letting us know we go in there with our eyes open, not blindly.
Yeah. Here's what most gets sold, and then it goes deeper than that. If you'll see, there's different types of the same thing. So we're going to start with term. We're going to do a 10, 20, and 30-year term. We're only going to do a $100,000 face amount. Okay? We're only going to do for everything that I'm showing you guys, because life insurance is like a Mercedes-Benz, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I were to Google Mercedes-Benz, right? Where's Mercedes USA? Here we go. So we're going to look at the A class to the S class. Okay. Now remember, when they started, Benzes only started at the C class.
C-Class sedan. Okay.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Sedans and wagons. Okay. So we're going to look at the A class, which starts at, I think, 29 or 34,000. 33,650. So
Wait a minute. Why does A-Class cost less than the C-Class?
C class is a higher model than the A class.
Oh, and then of course you have the E-Class as well. Okay, so
Right.
I see. Base. Okay, so it's all right. I always never understood that really, honestly, because I'm not that much in the cars, but at least you learn something new every day.
I'm not into cars at all, but I do like Benzes. I want the G230. I'm sorry, the GLA 230, which is the small. But everybody's like, nah, that's a car for women. I'm like, yeah, I'm a small guy. I don't need a big.
I could give you an example. I could give you a better example of that. When they came out with the Hummer,
Mm-hmm.
they got the big Hummer, but then they modified it to the H2, right?
Yeah.
But if you got the H3, that was a feminine. They would call you feminine for that because that was a woman. That was a chick car.
True.
The H3, the H2 was more masculine, but the H3 was
H3 was
more
feminine.
feminine. Yeah, it was smaller. And I thought, and I've seen plenty because I remember I got a chance to go visit people in the Middle East. My brother was back there a few times, and I was like, "What the hell?" But yeah, that's H3. Very bitchy. I'm like,
So we're
But
looking
anyway.
at an A class right now, and all the death benefits are going to be 100,000 because when people come to me and they say, "Well, what's the difference between 100? Why is $100,000 life insurance policy this much? Well, why is an A class this much and a C class this much?" But you get different stuff in the A class than you do in the C class, right?
C-Class has more perks and everything to it, and so it costs more. Same thing
Exactly.
here.
So let's take a look now at term. So the most common term is a 20-year term, right?
Okay.
What most people get advertised to on TV is a 10-year term. The most
And of
is
course,
a
in the
30.
commercials, and of
Mhm.
course, in the commercials at the bottom it says subject to change, and what you see may not actually be the most accurate. So they get it. So they kind of give themselves a way out.
Yes.
That's why a lot of people, when it comes to buying cars, when they talk about those low insurance, no insurance thing, when you get there, you don't really qualify anyway. It's just
It gets you in
you
there.
took the hook, you took the bait, hook, line, and sinker.
Exactly. So let's look here. We're going to show you all three. I'm going to show you. Actually, let's do annual for term because monthly is just ridiculous. $100,000 face amount. Now, if you'll notice, there's also a class because, again, $100,000 for somebody who doesn't smoke tobacco is different for somebody who does smoke tobacco. It's different for somebody
greater liability.
Preferred tobacco because you have better health than somebody who smokes tobacco but has regular health. Then you have select non-tobacco or preferred non-tobacco or preferred plus. So what you get advertised on TV is generally preferred plus 10-year term.
I see.
So there, it's like, we got a guy $750,000 for $14 a month. Yes, if he's Superman and never had to wear a Band-Aid. But if you've coughed more than twice in your life or had the sniffles, you don't qualify for preferred plus. If you've ever been to the doctor,
Imagine what it'd be like for people who had COVID, who contracted COVID.
COVID, actually, all they did was a 90-day waiting period. So when you contracted, yes. So if you applied and you found out you had COVID, we would make you wait 90 days and then reapply, and we'd recheck your health.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we've taken care of COVID. COVID's not a problem for our industry any longer.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
So let's look at the A class. And close some of these windows so my computer can speed up a little bit too.
Yeah, you get a bit of a lag because of that,
So, value plus term. Okay. So let me increase the size of this. $100,000 face amount for a regular 37-year-old male who's a non-smoker. Just so you know, when you use tobacco, the price triples.
Ooh.
Everything else the same, but you use tobacco, price is 3 times as much automatically.
Greater liability because you have a greater health risk, greater liability, and everything.
Yes. So automatically right there, somebody comes to me, well, how much is $100,000 worth of life insurance? I don't know, bro. I don't know if you smoke. I don't know if you got diabetes. I don't know this, that, or the third. Then I don't know if you want a 10-year term, a 20-year term, a 30-year term, a whole life policy, a variable, or this or that. But we're going to get into that.
Let's sum it up this way. It depends.
That's what I say. I say between $1 and $1,000
All right.
for starters.
So it's in your policy. You got guaranteed annual premium of $301.
So this is for a 30-year term.
Yes.
So let's take a look at that. So let's start with VP10. So this is a 10-year term. So this is what you're going to get advertised on TV. So $150 a year for a $100,000 policy. But you're gambling. So if at 46 you didn't die, you can keep the policy. But then at 47, it's going to cost you $917.
Oh,
or
damn.
you paid basically $50 more a year and got locked in for 20 years. Remember? So this is this middle column. So it's $196 a year for 20 years. But if you
they
don't
penalize you for not being dead. All right, I see. The percentage goes up if you haven't died within that term and you continue the policy. All right.
Yeah, they penalize you for not being dead. This is where the term worth more dead than alive came from. Because at this point, if you don't die, you need to die in here. Otherwise, you're paying for this for no reason in this 10 years, right? You need to die
You're
in
worth
here.
more dead. Damn, you're worth more dead than alive. That goes without saying, but I'm like, damn.
Now, this is the 30 year. So the 30 year is $301 a year. But you keep it for 30 years. So again, that 20 year, boom. But that 30 years, it's $301 a year. And it's showing you what you've paid over the course of that time. If you keep it from 10 years to 30 years, paying up every year, you've almost paid $40,000. If you started a 20 year, you'll pay almost $30,000. And if you just do the 30 year, then you
get a 10,000.
10,000.
Just under 10,000.
Just under.
That's short of 10 grand. Okay.
Right. But this is a term policy, right? So this doesn't have the bells and whistles that a C class will have. So now we're going to look at a C class. Let's look at the value plus whole life.
It's amazing, like because this is like insightful information, because this is inside information. You won't be held liable for it though. But this is inside information that helps people because make better choices. It's like the old saying, like my bosses say, garbage in, garbage out.
Exactly.
You get bad outcomes if you get bad information. That's why, especially like if you look at geopolitics or in the military and in government, there needs to be the level of accuracy on the intelligence and information you gather is important. Questionable intelligence gives you mixed results sometimes.
Damn, Ryan in the building.
Yeah, it was good, Rel. Hey, why'd you come on in the chat, brother?
This brother will come up here and blow y'all minds with the stuff he drops on us.
Oh, he's gonna hurt me though. I know I get on his nerves sometimes. I'm sorry.
Listen, he ain't
Yeah, nah, he get mad at me sometimes. Well,
we all
have a tendency to piss off people. I have a tendency to piss people off. That's just me.
I'm a self-proclaimed asshole. But if you'll notice here,
Well, I'm a dick, but that's a different discussion for a different time.
But there's other different things here, such as riders that I generally don't go into because that's more in-depth stuff.
What does it mean by riders? What does it mean by riders?
Okay, let's affiliate that with cars. Aftermarket parts.
You mean like the passengers?
Say again?
Riders, what is it like? Is that like equivalent to passengers or something?
No, so a rider.
Because I'm trying to understand this.
A rider would be I got the car, right? I got the Benz, but then I also now I want you to give me the mud flat package. So I want you to have the mats that go in the car when I'm buying it, right? So when you buy the car, there's aftermarket things you can upgrade. So instead of the regular mats, I have protective mats. And I have a Bose sound system, so I want my trunk lined in Dynamat so you don't hear the rattle when my music system bumps because it's insulated. So you don't hear when I'm bumping my bass, you hear the bass.
Yeah,
right? Right? If you've never purchased a car brand new or if you've never sold cars, then this might be over your head. But if you've bought a car brand new, these are the aftermarket parts. So, for example, a rider, let's go into it. Right? So, for example, these are things that may cost you a little more. For example, let's do this. Let's do the level term rider. Remember, I told you about the term life insurance. So let's
put it to 30 year. Let's say you got 30 on that one. Let's see what happens.
I'm going to show you. Well, before I do that, because before I get into that, a rider, we would do like the waiver of premium. So the waiver of premium would mean if you got hurt and can't pay your premium, the insurance company would take over your premium so the policy would stay going and it wouldn't eat your cash value.
Okay.
But that makes your monthly premium a little bit more expensive. Does that make sense?
By how much? By how much would that increase though?
It's pennies on the dollar.
Yeah.
I don't know the exact calculation.
Small percentage, basically. Not a bit. Not a really significant one.
Yeah, it's not
a really small percentage.
It might be $100 over a decade.
Okay. All right. Please continue.
So now we're looking at the C class. Now the C class starts at 41.6, right? So remember, the A class starts at 33.6. This is the A class. Now we're looking at the C class. Again, $100,000 face amount for the 37-year-old man. No riders. There's a reason I didn't put riders on any of the policies because I want to show you guys base value before I show you the difference between an agent who can who can't manipulate these things or doesn't versus an all-star advisor like myself who does. So if you'll notice, this is a whole lot longer, right? It doesn't just go right to the price, right? So, well, it does. So this one is $103 a month, right? This one for that $100,000 policy is worth at the most expensive $300 a year.
301.
Right? This one is $103 a month. People will look me dead in the face. Why would I pay $103 a month for $100,000 when you just told me I'm gonna buy it, and if I don't die in 10 years, I'm gambling. So why would I pay so much more a month? And there would be a logical question.
Because your tobacco is 103 a year.
No, this is all still non-tobacco. This is non-tobacco. Right. This is a different policy. This is a whole life policy. This is a term policy.
Oh, right. See? So a whole life is okay. So a whole life, okay, because it's for a certain number of time. But so whole life just means it's permanent. Okay, sorry.
Right. So this is temporary. So this is why this is an A class.
All right.
This is a C class. C class is permanent. Now, if you'll notice something, there's also cash value. So remember what I told you about that 10 years on your term policy?
Mm-hmm.
10 years on your term policy, you paid X amount of dollars, you get nothing out of it. 10 years on your whole life policy, you get cash value accumulated. So now you have two scales. You have the guaranteed value and the non-guaranteed value. So I wanted to talk to this because I've been talking about life insurance, and there were some smart asses in the airwave who wanted to be like, well, get this. What about if the life insurance company have half the people, because it's all about claims. What if half the people put in a claim at the same time? The insurance company has already accounted for that, and they call that the guaranteed value. The guaranteed value takes into account 100% of the policy holders putting in a claim at the exact same time.
So they already got their bases covered. They already
Yes.
foresaw what you can't see, you myopic bastard.
Yes. So, one more time. The guaranteed value or the guaranteed value scale,
Yes.
and I'll explain the guarantee and non-guarantee momentarily, but the guaranteed value scale is a guarantee because we're guaranteeing you that if everybody, 100% of the policy holders, puts in a claim at this point, this is what's available. Okay? Now, let's look at the non-guaranteed or current scale. The non-guaranteed is because everything here is still fixed. So it's not a security. So this is all fixed, meaning it is guaranteed that these things will occur. But obviously, we can't guarantee if this will happen. So we'll guarantee that if this happens, that you're protected. But we can't guarantee what will happen over here. We don't know how many % of our people will put in a claim. But we've already accounted for 100%. But if 100% don't, this is what's currently happening with our attachments to the stock market and everything. Now, remember, I told you this grows at a 2% compound interest rate. And what did I also tell you earlier? That life insurance does what? Pays a dividend?
Pay the cash dividend every time. And that money will be reinvested back into your insurance policy.
Right.
As you can see right here in the death benefit right there.
Right.
Each year.
But it's now also, these are what's called a contract. Just so you know, life insurance policy is a contract, which is why you have to sign it.
Absolutely. Everything's a contract.
So now
because everything's covered by commercial law.
Yeah. You've also heard of an amortization schedule, correct?
I don't think I have, or maybe I've heard it under a different term.
Okay, so in America, we have an amortization schedule, which shows you what your mortgage payments are today and what they'll be in the future. In fact, let's look one up.
Yeah, I'm not very familiar with mortgage brokerages, but amortization schedule.
Okay,
let's go. You have the fixed rates, and then they have the adjustable rates. That's what I do know. But some people don't even read the fine print. That's how a lot of people lost their homes. Not thinking ahead, they thought, "Oh, we're good. We'll be all right. We'll be all right." Once the housing crisis and everything,
let's see.
People lost their homes.
Let's do a purchase.
Whatchamacallit?
Okay, we're just gonna do everything like they're doing here. Boom, boom, boom. I'm trying to see my calculation. They're showing me mortgages. I don't want the mortgage. I want the
Better America.
I just want the calculation.
That's okay.
Okay, this is.
It's been a long day, hasn't it?
Yeah. I hate when.
Hey, but this is very productive, very enlightening for a lot of people who are listening. It's a shame not that many people, because it's a Sunday. I guess a lot of people just want to stay late in. Amortization schedule.
Here we go. Free loan
calculation. All right.
What the fuck? It's like it won't click on it. Okay. So let's
All
say
right,
200,000.
I gotta reconsider something before we continue. Yeah, I gotta be comedic about it, but let me put it
Go
this
ahead.
way: when you're funny, you're when you're funny, you're like Aziz Ansari, yeah. But when you gotta be an asshole, you're like you gotta be a condescending version of Cat Williams and just destroy that motherfucker's intelligence. Just like when you have to go back and forth with people like, well, what about this? What about that? Well, sir, you gotta understand that certain things you just don't understand, you stupid nigga. Some things you just not understanding. You short-sighted motherfucker. You're
So
shorter than my height. Think about that.
you know what? Also, hold on. Let me check here, see if anybody's clicking to come on. Let me see. And are we good right now at the moment? All right. I know Rob's probably still watching. I know it's a bunch of folks still watching. And everybody who watches in the playback, salute to y'all.
Let me check.
But let me ask you something. Doesn't this and this look very similar?
Hold on. Show me.
This is the amortization schedule. This is what everybody's clamoring for, is to get a mortgage or payment till death.
Yeah.
This is what everybody runs away from, life insurance. Don't these two tables look very similar?
Yeah, pretty much. They're most likely they are pretty much one and the same when you think in some ways. Just some people don't realize it because not that many people are willing to do the research. If you remember what I said earlier, it's like my brother from another mother of mine would have said. And I was shocked because, not within just my own people, but with locals here, because I'm up here in Scandinavia, some people just look at me in a strange way. Like they have that deer in the headlight look when I talk about certain things. It's like, because it's like, well, first of all, the way I sound doesn't sound African, but like my man said, some of us are seekers of knowledge. Some people, we go out and try to find the truth and learn the information. Others expect it to be spoon-fed to them like they're babies in high chairs. I remember being told that in high school in my native Eritrea. That's why they always encourage us to listen and do note-taking and go to the library as often as we can.
Man. And
this is back when we had to go get books, and it's the late 90s. I'm talking about mid to late 90s here.
Man, I wish I was
for the internet
or in like elementary school. I wish my mother actually said, and she regrets it. She was like, back in the 90s when you were like 10, I had got approached by Raymond James, but I didn't take the job, and I was like, damn it.
You know what? Every sometimes a lost opportunity is a lesson in itself. You overcome, you learn.
Anyway, her retirement.
Hey, sometimes you can there's opportunities you'll lose, but opportunities you can gain. Sometimes you can redeem yourself in certain situations.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's how you play the game. Sometimes you don't catch. It's like the line doesn't always catch. Predators. Their success rate is very low.
Yeah.
When it comes to a hunt, because it's a perpetual arms race between the predators and the prey.
Touche. Yeah, and the predator is actually not that successful that often, even though the National Geographic documentaries would have you believe different because all they show you is the lions eating. But you think about it; those guys are out there for like 6 years to give you a half-an-hour documentary to show 4 lions eating. You know what I mean?
I remember watching certain like they show you what happens to a lion who lost control of pride. How he has to fend for himself. They can do that, but they can't sustain it on their own. Especially an older lion, because you're at the end of your life. Sometimes you die as a result.
Crazy.
Very few die longer, but the thing is like like I said, this whole thing about life insurance policy, mortgages. People are not informed. Like I said, garbage in, garbage out.
Right. People
get told, here say this, here say that. Certain policies this, certain policies that. I mean, let's take me for example. Like when I told you earlier on New Style's stream, like I told you, like sometimes when I purchase certain things, so like there's these electronic stores here in Norway.
Mhm.
I'm sure they did also in Sweden. There are actually these chains that operate throughout the Nordic region. Now, when I went to one of these stores, I know the importance of having a good rapport with the sales people there, getting to know them, be good friends, because you want to have a relationship with some of these people.
Right.
And so what happened was that, and when I started, and you can also open an account with these companies, so you can order these things online without any problem. And as a benefit, they also give you like an insurance. You can have the option to purchase like an insurance policy that lasts like 1 or 2 years. So if it gets broken or something happens, you can get that. And sometimes they give me the inside scoop on all that. Good information you can get from these guys. Good policies. They tell me what's the benefit, what's this, what's that. All right. So, and that's what I'm saying, because if you talk to somebody on the inside of who you're good friends with, they can give you good information.
Exactly.
Learn how to work the system. But a lot of people just, because they don't know what insurance is or whatnot, they have it. I mean, I personally, I can tell you, I don't have insurance right now because I can't really afford it right now. Not my fault, but I understand what I need to do to stay healthy and stay out of that and happy, and also have, trying to make myself, financially be able to be financially safe just in case shit happens.
Oh my God! You know what? This is actually great. Because you being global, you'll also understand. So you want to look at the solvency of life insurance companies, right? As you know, we're rated by Standard & Poor's, AM Best, and Moody's.
Yeah, you guys lost your A+. You guys got an A- for a few years back.
Country.
Yeah, U.S. Their credit rating they lost.
That was during Obama. They put the black man in office who got bad credit. It's the black tax, and nobody noticed that. But the country, when we were ran by Obama, had bad credit.
Who was it? Standard Charter, was it? Standard Charter does that?
Moody's.
Morgan's?
Yeah.
Moody's?
Standard & Poor's, and AM Best.
Okay.
But Moody's is in India, I believe, and Moody's is who rated America, lowered our credit.
All right. Oh, bear in mind, it has no association with the current Prime Minister of India, because his last name is Modi.
Yeah, no.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. They use a British firm. They say surname, not last name. Excuse me.
Surname. Ooh, jeez. See, this is why I hate not being global. I got to learn about the rest of the world, man.
I code switch. I have to. Well, not exactly code switch. It's language switch, because I grew up. Because I grew up in the Middle East, so I went to an American school, international school with American curriculum. So I learned to do everything, spelling everything in American English. When I went home, they had the British form. So but I had to learn. But I understood like what British terms are for certain things, and I learned to work around it. And sometimes, because my teachers originally, they were like, "Why do you spell like that?" I said, "I was taught to spell like this." Did you learn the American way of spelling? Yes, sir. Oh, I see. Okay. So, but fortunately for me, I would go to the British Council Library, get some books in British English and American English, so I can get everything right. And plus, I remember on state-run TV, they had these shows where they showed both, we had both a cast of American and British individuals, and they were set in London by the BBC, by the British Council, so people can understand both American and British terms. Taking, like, if you want to book a flight in the UK, they ask you, do you want a single or return?
What?
In the US, what are they? Single or return? Single or return. Yeah, one way and round trip. See, right there, you got it.
Okay, that makes sense. Single or return, but it's even like
return ticket. Yeah, I had to learn how to adjust to both. So when you learn both of them, you can be a little fluid. It's like being left-handed. It's like being right-handed, but you know how to do certain things left-handed in a sense.
Slightly ambidextrous, yes.
Well, I had to teach myself how to do certain things left-handed, because some of my I was like, because I had to learn, because I remember learning Muay Thai. And my teacher, he would teach us how to do, orthodox. But when I was at home, when I was practicing, training, I would also just switch stance and and go southpaw as well.
When I'm
playing US, it was, learning to be southpaw. He's like, yeah, keep doing that southpaw, because Hell, especially when I learned to do anything, I do everything. I'm right-handed, but I can do certain things left-handed. I remember like I could do something right-handed, then do it left-handed as well. But we're getting off topic. Sorry.
No, that's all right.
But yeah, this financing, you see that when people look at the non-guaranteed current scale and the mortgages, they don't understand that. And obviously the agent who is selling this stuff is not giving them the full spiel. That's why
most agents have no idea about the amortization schedule because
they're not trained for this. They haven't been trained for this. And like you said earlier about the conference among African American entrepreneurs in business, why is it that only a small percentage of people who work in insurance are African American?
Yeah. Well, now
it had more of them here.
Increased almost 2%. So now it's 6.7%.
Yeah, but African American males especially.
Oh, it's actually for males, it's very low. There's a bunch of females, but for males,
it's a lot of women, and sometimes the problem is
organizations.
Yes, right there, and right there, because this brings everything full circle. This shows you how everything's interconnected, and you realize excuse me, I drink water.
Exactly. So here, this is an amortization schedule. So this shows you with a beginning balance of $200,000. That's how much you borrowed for your house, because we all gotta go get that mortgage.
I never understood what the mortgage for was. It like I know what it is, but it's like, why do you have to have such more? If you can buy a house with cash and pay in full, they still insist on getting the mortgage. Is it more like a guarantee?
No, they don't. Because most people and Americans are not going to buy a house cash because we can't afford to.
Say you can, right? Say that you can. Because we have the same thing here up here in Scandinavia. But at least, I know things are expensive, but at least it's more reasonable. It's expensive comparatively, but there's some leeway, thankfully. Because up here, like it's part of the EU. Well, some of us aren't actually EU members, but within the EU bloc, they have stricter regulations on insurance, on banking practices and whatnot. Okay. So, because over there you guys are deregulated. So there's a level of safety, you could say.
Well, that's why I wanted Trump to stay, because he was trying to deregulate things, and that made life a lot easier. Unfortunately, it was a double-edged sword because it made it easier for scammers.
I'm just playing.
I also voted for Mitt Romney.
You're conservative, okay.
Well, no. A lot of the times it's for personal reasons. He was going to privatize Social Security or retire, which meant that I was going to sell a lot more annuities because people were going to need to find a way to retire or save for retirement. So it made sense to me because in America, we're not, with people my age, if you're 45 or under, we're fucked. We ain't getting no Social Security. These old people are living too fucking long, and they ain't leaving us enough life insurance. So we're going to have to, half of these motherfuckers are going back to work at Walmart to check your receipts when you leave from shopping at Walmart. So we know they
or greet you.
So
was it like in the Netherlands? A lot of young people, what they do is they have them living in retirement homes with the old people, with elderly. Because there they get to work there and learn important life lessons from the elderly, and the elderly has somebody to take care of them and have companionship. So when these younger people go on into their lives, they have some of that old wisdom with them.
Right. That makes sense.
Yeah.
But so if you'll see here, what an amortization schedule is literally, it'll show you, they basically both. You pay this much in interest, this much goes to principal, this is your ending balance. Because you know that the first 20 years of your mortgage is interest payments, not principal, right? No, most people don't know that. And this is showing
you're paying the interest, all right. Most of it is interest, I see. The interest rate is 1,000.
Yeah. This is what you're paying in interest. This is what you're paying to the principal. So you paid 1%.
What the fuck? I'm sorry, excuse me. I'm like, this is a scam in a way.
Of your principal.
Yeah, it's like a scam in a way. I'm like, whoa.
How many
This
Americans?
is 0.5. This is a 0.5 percentage interest rate. No, is it? Yeah, it's like a 0.5% interest rate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Half a percentage in interest rate. The interest rate is half a percentage right there.
Yeah. So now,
If it's a fixed rate, yeah. If it's a fixed rate, yeah.
Yeah, this is a fixed rate.
All right.
Okay. So now look at this. Now this does annual outlay. So when we're looking at this, we can look at it monthly, but let's look at it annually.
All right.
All right. So every year, at the end of the year, yeah, you're right. It was at 0.5% because that's 200,000. So 2,000 would have been 1%. So yeah, at the end of the year, you paid a little over 1 point towards your principal.
1% principal, but like just like 0.5% in interest. I'm like,
right? But this, and again, this is annual, right?
I'm glad I took a dump earlier this morning because right how I was about, because, you know, watching it, looking at these figures, you start questioning things, you start to lose your shit. Fortunately, I don't got shit to lose because, you know, I already took a dump anyway. Moving on.
Boom.
I'm the court jester of the Coliseum, as Art Edmore would tell you.
I love it, brother. And thanks for coming up, because it's always good to have somebody on the panel to banter back and forth with, especially who may have questions about these things. And it's not on such a personal level, like especially because I'm doing it on myself. I don't mind doing it on myself. I know what I already have, but this way nobody feels like, hey, you know, I don't want to put my personal info out there. So you don't have to. I'll put my personal info out there, but you can book a consult with me and understand that I know what to do for you.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still an accountant to my core. You know, I'm thankful. You know, I didn't get a degree. I got a community college diploma for it, but it served me in a lot of ways, because when I got here, you know, and, you know, because I realized, and because, you know, being a cheap bastard, thank you, Dad, for teaching me to be a cheap motherfucker, but I also always understood the importance of technology. So, you know, instead of always having paper, I always kept things in the PDF files.
Yeah.
So I'm talking bills, everything. So bills and everything, I kept them like in PDF file. That's how I kept it. Well, thankfully up here, you know, online banking is okay. So, well, I have it. I'm living in a place where they have, you know, where I have those facilities available. And this COVID thing made everything digital out here.
Yeah. So
fortunate for me, learning about my insurance policy, because I had a renter's insurance policy a few years ago, but because I was going through, so I kind of had to cancel it, and they understood, but I didn't care if I lost the insurance. I just didn't care at that time.
Yeah. Renter's insurance, however, is fairly inexpensive. So I would always recommend to have it, because it's worthwhile.
But up to 1,000, they can only insure you on certain things, certain items and everything. Sometimes when you like I said, like when you purchase certain things from I don't know, I don't know how to work when I sorry, hang on, let me drink water.
No problem.
You don't think right when you're hyperactive, when you get hyperactive like this, and kind of dehydrated. But anyway, what I was trying to say, yeah, that water helped. What I'm trying to say is, when I said about how when I purchase anything electronic or anything like that, it's always there's always an insurance policy, a short-term insurance policy that goes with it.
That's
more of a warranty. Huh?
That's more of a warranty, even though they may call it insurance.
That's what it is.
Yeah, it's more of a warranty
thing.
Yeah.
Do you guys have that over there?
Warranty is not exactly insurance.
Do you guys have that store warranty and stuff like that? Is there a warranty policy with you guys when you purchase electronics from anything?
So yeah, they have the warranty, but the warranty is something different from insurance. So let's actually talk about that. Let's talk about
because here we call it insurance. It's called insurance here. It's like a 2-year deal. It's a 2-year policy, because those are how long those electronics last.
Yeah, those are warranties, but you can have that product for longer. Let's take a MacBook.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
And let's say you purchase a MacBook for, I don't know, how much is a MacBook? $3 to $5 grand? So
hang on, let me check. Let me check over here. Because, you know, it's, hang on, let me get my phone.
yeah, actually, let's see how much is a MacBook. Right?
It's always important to have have an app that shows you the exchange rates. Okay, like say
Apple.com.
I'm going to L Shop. That's a website here.
Okay.
Man, how long have we been streaming? 2 hours?
I don't even know. I haven't been paying any attention. Okay, so they started $2,500, $2,300 if you're gonna get the MacBook Pro. So let's get the large one, right? MacBook Pro 16.
Yeah.
Starts at $2,300. Right? Let's see. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. $2,700. All right, so about $2,500. So with shipping and handling and blah, blah, customization, $3 grand is about fair to say, right?
Yeah.
So you can, not only does the warranty last, but let's say you outlive the warranty, but MacBooks tend to keep their value. So you've outlived that years, but you still have your MacBook and it's in pristine condition. But you've outlived your warranty, but you have renter's insurance or a renter's insurance policy on your home. So it may translate different in Norway than it does here. But how it works here is, let's say you use State Farm as your insurance company, and you have your renter's insurance policy with State Farm, and your MacBook that is older than 2 years old gets damaged, but you purchased it for $3,200. And when you purchased it, you went to State Farm and got an additional items policy attached to your renter's insurance. Now, there's a flood in your house and your MacBook gets damaged in the flood because your neighbor upstairs ran their tub. So it wasn't through fault of your own. You can put in a claim on your insurance and they'll give you, depending on the way the policy is set up, either depreciated value of what the 2021 MacBook Air, MacBook Pro, blah, blah, blah is in 2024, or they'll give you exactly how much it costs for a brand new MacBook, exactly how much you paid, the whole $3,200, depending on the type of policy and the riders that you have set up on it. So riders are different, bells and whistles, and different. If this happens, then that can happen.
I see.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, and it makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense because you know, asking these questions about what these terms and everything means. These are all important information that people need to ask, and don't be afraid to ask. The thing is, a lot of people don't want to admit that they don't know and they want to learn.
And it's hard for us as financial professionals to even get you the best product for you because you don't ask us questions, right? I'll give you an example.
Same thing I learned. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No,
what I
go
wanted
ahead.
to say was like, what I wanted to say was like, I learned a lot from my parents. You know, just when we were growing up in the Middle East, it didn't matter if you went to an electronics store, a clothing store. You always have to have a certain number of questions. So when I came here, anytime I go to any stores or whatnot, I'm always asking, if I'm looking to buy, I always ask certain questions about this and that, the quality, this and that. If I'm not interested, I said, thanks for the help. If you do have a website, let me look at it. All right, thank you. Or just look around and do reconnaissance sometimes. Like when I go to supermarkets, I go to several different chains and I like to compare prices of where to go. If I want to get, you know, what's the best price for what products and whatnot, I know where to go. So it's kind of a networking thing.
Right.
So having that information and learning and doing your research comes in handy, but don't be afraid to ask the experts as well, especially when you go to certain chains, ask the clerks, the class employees about the specifics about certain products you're looking for. Just like what you said with insurance policy, people or the financial policy, if you go to a bank, you need to ask them, what is this, and that, third. Not a lot of folks know what it is. There's a level of ineptability, or for to take immigrant families. take certain immigrant families. They don't know, they don't speak the local language, and they raise their kids to be like the family interpreter. And these kids, sometimes they're too young to understand the concept, so they don't know how to translate that to their parents, certain terminology.
Right.
That's why, certain, immigrant communities, like I said earlier, they have to learn how to help each other out. Like I remember when I went and started my first account, I didn't go by myself. I had to go with a friend of mine because my Norwegian wasn't that good when I first started. So, but this guy came with me, had some social proofing and everything, and the bank account, and the gentleman at the bank, he was like very open-minded, and we were talking. If I spoke in English, he would have been more than happy to help me. But because I didn't know how to communicate in Norwegian that well, a friend of mine had to come with me because he had to provide like a social proofing help, explain to me what's going on. And when I was asking questions about this, and that, third, they were like, "Oh, this guy wants." So they understood. Oh, this man's very thorough, wants to understand, wants to get into it and everything. So yeah.
Exactly. So again,
and thankfully for me, unlike in other banks who had discriminated policies, at least with the bank that I went to, at least I was able to get get a debit card within a matter of weeks instead of having to wait like 3-4 months.
Geez, they take that long?
Well, this was back in 2010.
Okay.
2010, 2011, I think. Yeah, 2011, sorry.
Okay, so this is years ago. So again, most agents aren't going to be able to tell you or cross-sell because most agents, even those that are both licensed in insurance and real estate, they just don't delve deep enough into either craft. And they may do very well for themselves because they keep it very base. But most clients don't know that, when you see these numbers, everybody's running to go get a mortgage, but everybody runs away from
mind boggled and everything because they don't understand the whole thing about life insurance and everything. And also the employees themselves, the insurance agents and the bank employees, like you said, they keep it basic because they're not willing to reinvest themselves and try to give people the better deal. They're not willing to delve inside and do the research like you do yourself. You do your research thorough. You like to go deep in. You ain't afraid to get a bigger shovel just in case.
Exactly. Well, it makes sense to do because when you learn the manipulation of these products, you'll learn things like what an amortization schedule is, right? A lot of people have bought a house and don't know what an amortization schedule is. Why would you buy a house? Like if you just looked at this, right? And you said, why in the hell, that seems like a scam. Why would somebody get into this? If we're talking about a mortgage, right? And this literally shows you, okay, and the average house in America is about 200 to 250,000, right? So beginning balance 200,000. Monthly schedule, month 1. So that's $1,000 went to the interest, and then $199 went to the principal.
Basically, $1,200 out of your account right there.
Right.
And how much and how much is the average American? What is the median income of the average American? Not the median. The median.
Yeah, I think it's 42,000. I'm sorry.
Most people are making mid to low level most are making mid to low level 5 figures.
Yeah.
Mid to low level 5 figures. Not high. Not barely 6 figures. Mid to somewhat low level 5 figures annually.
Yeah. So if we look at the annual schedule, but you got to realize it's better than going to rent because people will pay this type of stuff. People will pay, this much a year for rent, and then they're not getting anything. At least this, you are eventually paying off an asset, which is that real estate, that physical property.
Yeah. And given the
But you
property
end up paying
value,
triple.
and the property value goes up and down, so it's interesting. That's as an asset. I mean, I rent right now, which is not a bad thing, but the landlords are making a profit. And they
Well,
got good
let's take a
insurance on the building.
So this is annually. You're paying $1,237. This
Contract,
is
this is a guaranteed value annually for contract premium writers. Yes.
Let's calculate this really quick because I'm going to start showing you how life insurance pays you for having it, but we'll get to that later. So what is this? 11,933. We'll just skip the cents plus. What is that? 2,456. So you've paid $14,389 a year.
And 20 cents.
And 20 cents. Okay, per year. Okay, you're an accountant. so let's
And
go.
20 cents.
Oh wow, what just happened there? Okay. Let's do this.
Forgot to press equal. Forgot to press equal.
There we go. Plus
2.2.
2. There we go.
Equal.
Okay. So you got 14,389 and 20 cents. Okay. Now that's over the course. That's 1 year. Now let's look at the policy. 1 year you've paid 1,000. Oh, no, what were you going to say?
This is a 10-year policy, I believe. How long is this policy, first of all?
This is a whole life policy. So this is
right. Sorry. Whole life permanent. Sorry, I was getting mixed up with the term ones.
We could set it up that there's different ways you could go. I could set it up as a whole life policy where exactly matching your mortgage, where you only pay it for 30 years and it still remains a whole life. But that's getting deeper into the weeds. I want to keep it as basic as possible right now. And I'm still getting deeper into the weeds than anybody who you've ever met with. But this is, for me, keeping it very basic. So, now remember, 1 year, we paid what? $14,389 and 20 cents. 10 years for protecting our asset, and if we die, our family gets a guaranteed $100,000. We've paid over 10 years, $12,370. But we've also got an accumulated cash value which is able to be liquidated of $7,903. So remember $14,389 and 20 cents, please.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and we're gonna do $12,370 minus $7,903.
The cash value is like $103 difference between the guaranteed and non-guaranteed scale. I noticed.
Oh wow. So that's not bad, right? For the guaranteed and non-guaranteed.
Yeah, well that lets you know everything. So I'm very aware of everything.
I never noticed that. The cash value.
I'm a Virgo. We go into details, and plus I have OCD.
That's fine. I appreciate it. This makes me better.
Stickler for details and everything. So, yeah, because I can see the big difference between the two, between guaranteed, non-guaranteed, cash value, and everything. It's like that explains everything. All right.
So now,
because the longer the policy you have, the bigger the cash value becomes.
Correct.
First 2 years, nothing, but at least in the second year, you get like in the non-guaranteed, you get like an extra $10 on that one. So.
Right.
And that increases. Wow.
And that's compounding. Now check this out. Because this is what you pay out of pocket, this is cash value. So this you are able to liquidate in two ways. One is what you're told. You can borrow against your policy.
Mm-hmm.
And then you would have to pay back into that policy at a rate of 7%. If you do not repay the loan, which you do not have to repay the loan. You are not obligated to repay the loan on your life insurance policy, which is how people like Donald Trump paid only $750 in taxes because he had a modified endowment contract, but we'll talk about that later.
Okay.
So you can stuff cash in this and then take it out tax-free. So
Oh,
So you're only paying $4,467 out of pocket if you liquidate, which is called surrender or cash out the policy, which means I don't want it anymore, give me my money back. This is how the Colombian cocaine cartel hit $80 million in life insurance in 2002. Let's go further. Now again, this is showing you that this is the same guy, age 37, 38, 39, 47, 50, so we're going. So now let's take a look here. Let's take a look at 20 years. Because again, at the amortization schedule, we can look at year 20, your beginning balance, because this is what people line up for. Fuck getting life insurance. I'm gonna get me a mortgage and get me a house, because that's the best way for guaranteed generation.
no, because the banks kick. Because if you fall behind your payments on your mortgage, the bank will take away your money. But if you have insurance,
no, bro, you're
they
wrong.
can't just take
Everybody
it.
tells me I'm wrong. Everybody tells me it's a mortgage. You gotta leave real estate.
What did I just say? That was wrong.
That is not real estate is the best way for. I'm telling you, this is what everybody tells me, bro. Real estate.
No. What I'm telling you is, dude, if you fall behind on your mortgage, the banks will take your house, because technically the bank owns the house through the mortgage.
Literally, the bank owns the house, but
if we're talking about insurance, you own it. The insurance company owns it with you, but they can't take it away from you if you fall behind the payments. They will help you restructure the payments, and so you can continue paying in.
actually, to speak to that literally, so here's what's cool about that. Remember this cash value that I told you about? Let's say you stop paying it, right? The policy, but you have this $7,900 and your premium is $1,200 a year. Guess what they're gonna do? They're just gonna take $1,200 and pay the policy.
On your behalf.
On your behalf. So you had it for 10 years and then you missed payments. They're gonna send you your letter.
And if you explain what the situation is, they're like, okay, we'll cover for you for a while until you get back on your feet.
No, you don't have to. Let's say you just stop paying.
Oh, okay.
Because there is cash value in this policy, they cannot terminate the policy. So this term policy, right? Let's say you have the 30-year term, and then you ghost and you stop paying it. The day you stop paying it, it's canceled. You no longer have it. So the insurance company owns your life insurance when you have a term policy. It's like an amortization or a mortgage. But now you switch to cash value. It's a more expensive policy, but now you've built cash value. Obviously, in the first couple years, it's hard to do because there's not cash value built up. But, you keep it 10 years and then you ghost them and you just stop paying. Well, you built up $7,900, right? So if you stop paying, however long this $7,900 lasts, in increments of $1,237 a year is how long this policy will last without you paying another dime. So if you die along the way, your family will still get $100,000.
And the extra cash on top, and the cash value, non-guaranteed cash value on top of that.
Well, the cash value will be being eaten away by the premium, because you got to remember, this $7,903, you're not paying into this anymore. So these numbers won't go up. Yeah, because now it's just being taken away. The 1237 is now just being deducted.
Okay, I see.
But the policy still goes on. And mind you, this is just a C-class of Benzes. Okay. But so this is over the course of 20 years, right? So over the course of 20 years, we've paid $24,739 out of our pocket. Now remember what I told you about your cash accumulation and your cash surrender value. What is that
Repeat
number?
to me one more time.
I'm sorry?
23,000. Okay, let's see. After 20, this is after 20 years. Okay.
Correct.
23,616.
Correct. So that's
On the
cash
other end,
accumulation.
it's 21,700, which means you have a
Guaranteed.
you have a $1,916 time difference.
Right. Now, let's look at, because the non-guaranteed is more likely because that's what's happening today. So if we put $24,739 minus $23,616, you've paid out of pocket $1,123. Now, on the flip side, if you put your money in a money market account, let's say Marcus Millichap, growing at a 0.5% interest rate, and tried to put $1,237 a year away, you wouldn't even have $21,000.
How much would you have left?
Well, I mean, you'd have the $24,000, but you wouldn't have that guarantee. You see what I'm saying? First of all, nobody's going to put that away in an account, but you don't have that guarantee. But this is just a regular 2% compound interest rate, so you're not going to get any growth on it, right?
Right.
You're not going to get that annual dividend.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So,
excuse me.
or if you put it into an investment that's taxable. But anyway, let's look at 30 years.
Taxable or tax deductible?
Taxable.
Okay.
So let's look at 30 years. Okay, 67 years of age. People are living longer. People don't want to look at, I don't care about 67. Well, this is retirement age, right? So you've paid out of your pocket $37,109. Now, what is that cash accumulation value?
44,819.
So, and what is that death benefit?
$110,127.
Actually, give me a second. I need to go grab some water myself. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Yeah. All right.
Really? You just made that water sound so appetizing. I was like, geez, I need to drink some water.
You have to drink water, man.
Man, that's so good. Hold on, one more sip.
That reminds me.
Man, that's good. Man, it makes
it's a spot.
speak as well. Yeah. So where was I? So $37,109 minus $44,819.
819.
So that's negative $7,710 that you've paid out of your pocket over the course of 30 years.
That's a negative, which means that's how much you're going to get back.
No. That's the amount that now you've had. You're still paying this premium out of your pocket. You're not getting anything back at this point, but you have this liquid to either borrow against
or I see.
To liquidate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, the average investment horizon is actually 20 years, and it's usually a 10% return. We're going to look at that momentarily. But just look at the fact that over the course of 30 years, just putting basically $100 a month away, $1,200 a year, $1,237, you've accumulated $7,700. You can't accumulate that anywhere else. I'll show you why. Let's get out of this high yield savings account. 2021 best savings accounts. High yield deposit accounts.
They should be good.
Savings and money market accounts. National savings average rate 0.06%. And Connecticut
monthly
is
fee $0. Minimum deposit to earn is a cent. 24/7 customer support, no. Minimum opening balance, 0.
But on average, on average, people keep at least 25,000 in these accounts for them to be worthwhile. You know what I mean? Why would you want to earn 0.5% of, 1 cent? But so this is an annual percentage. Let's see
Annual
if
percentage year based on context. Okay. American Express National Bank. CIT Bank.
that's a money market. That's a savings. Ponce, that's a money market. 0.55, that's a CD.
Marcus by Goldman Sachs. All right. That's 25%. Save better.
Another CD, another CD, another CD. Yeah, these are all CDs. CDs suck. Just get an annuity. I can get you an annuity at 3%. Well, all these people will be like, why would I let you manage my money? Because I can get you 3% on the S&P versus these Goldman Sachs can get you fucking 0.5%. But, unfortunately, when you're prospecting truly, you can't be an asshole and say these things to clients. Or potentially.
Well, not to that extent, but you can be an asshole, but not to that extent.
Exactly.
You got to tone it down a bit.
Man. Actually, yeah, that's good. So where were we here? So
yeah,
let's take a look now at an E-class. I'm not going to do the 10-year term. No, let's actually.
You're really passionate about this.
Sorry,
I gotta give you props on. You're really passionate about this. I gotta give you props on that.
Well, I am because it's about money, right?
Yeah.
There's something called the MDRT.
What is that?
I'm gonna show you.
MDRT. Okay. I don't know because me, I've been like more into geopolitics and history stuff like that, but this comes in handy.
So this is the $1 Million Roundtable, and this is the Premier Association of Financial Professionals. So this is an industry-wide and worldwide. So industry professionals around the world, not just in America, recognize the MDRT. Okay. Obviously, things like Goldman Sachs aren't just here in America. They are in Norway. They are in, so Marcus Millichap was a name that you're very familiar with. I'm sure you're familiar with UBS. I'm sure you're familiar with Morgan Stanley. I'm sure you're familiar with Merrill Lynch. You know what I mean? So,
HSBC. HSBC as well.
HSBC.
Like I remember, there's a documentary on Netflix called Dirty Money. Where they talked about financial crimes that have taken place. In one episode, they talked about HSBC laundering money for the cartels in Mexico.
Oh, yeah. That's
they talked about like the farmer scam. If anybody understands pharmacology and and how certain pharmaceutical companies have been like doing a lot of scamming with their research and development. Are you familiar with the name Martin Shkreli?
Yes. The most
He
hated
was
man
smart-
in America.
Okay, I also study also into psychology because you got to understand mental health when you have mental health issues, but have personality disorder. But I also learned to study about narcissism and stuff, and I realized to do with a narcissist, the way he acts and everything.
Oh yeah.
But when they talked about he is a narcissist, I like the way he was giggling and laughing at the whatchamacallit, that Senate committee, that Senate hearing. But he was already charged with insurance fraud for other things because he was involved in hedge funds.
Right.
Was a hedge fund management?
He's a trust fund baby, though. He's
No, he was an immigrant. No, he is not. He was an immigrant.
No, he was okay. I'm sorry.
He was a high school dropout, for that matter.
But wait, then how did he? Because he's the dude who sold the like increased the price of a certain medicine for like 700%, right?
Yeah, it's a $700. It's an HIV thing, but the way he described it was like really weird, and I'm like, it's kind of weird because this guy got involved in things without getting like. He's not even a college graduate. I think he was a high school graduate, but not a college graduate. But it was interesting because in that very series, it talks about him and how he was involved in that drug thing, and how it came back to bite him in the ass because there are other major pharmaceuticals involved in that, and it'll take kind of like the small fry like himself being involved, trying to cut in on their profits.
Yeah, they will definitely stomp you out like the roach that you are, as Mr. Wonderful would say from Shark Tank. But yeah,
I never watched Shark Tank. It's called. I know what Shark Tank is, but over in Europe, it's called the Dragon's Den.
The Dragon's Den. Yeah.
But MDRT, $1 Million Roundtable, of the family of brands. I mean, all the major companies come here. They have representatives who come here.
Yes, and there's qualifications.
Talk about the elite of the elite.
Here's the thing. I'm so upset. I failed last year. Last year, due to the pandemic, they lowered the qualifications for the MDRT top of the table. Now, I was the qualifications. Now, mind you, I'll give you an example. When I got into this industry, my adopted brother's uncle is a Caucasian white man trust fund baby who came from insurance and financial services and owns a brokerage of money managers here in Connecticut and in Florida. When I got into the industry in New York City, I was struggling in 2010, and I told my brother, hey, can you ask your uncle if he could give me some advice? And he said this: I'm a white guy who came from money and privilege and knows people, and it was hard for me. You're a black kid from the hood with no money who don't know nobody. Good luck. And those were his words of advice to me.
That was cold.
It's a cold world. So
your adopted brother?
Yes. So my adopted brother, when I was about 12 years old, I was on the phone with my adopted brother when he found his mother dead in the bed. So we adopted he and his sister.
Okay. Wait, they're white and you're black. Okay. So your mom.
His mom was white, his dad was black. Because his dad was black, his rich white family disowned his mother, and they lived in the hood in Connecticut. Yeah. So he and his sister are half black, half white. Their mother's white, their father's black. And
biracial.
Yeah, so they're biracial. And I actually said to my brother, I was like, damn, man, I'm sorry, because me and my homies used to do dumb shit and clown, and now I'm in financial services, and you were telling us, man, get together, go to college, do this, and a lot of us are in our 30s working in Dunkin' Donuts. What the fuck? Like, and not like in the management capacity.
Krispy Kreme's wasn't hiring?
No, it wasn't. You know what I mean? And we're not, and not to bash anybody for doing that, but if we're gonna walk around calling ourselves kings and gods, we can't be a fucking, not even an assistant manager at Dunkin' Donuts, nigga. We got to be doing something.
In
You
the
know what I
words
mean?
of Kevin Samuels, don't be worrying. Don't worry. I'm sure
McDonald's.
Starbucks is hiring. No,
Yeah.
Starbucks is hiring. Mickey
And there's
D's
nothing
with
wrong
the
with Starbucks, grinding when you got the grind. But, have some aspirations. You know what I mean? Or don't be walking around as a peasant talking about I'm the king.
in times like this, I'm thankful. I don't come from like upper class. My parents are well to do, yes. Comparatively, we're like working middle class.
Mhm.
And I kept that mentality. So I don't, and although my family was respected and whatnot, I don't see myself as a king or whatnot because my ancestors were commoners. They were peasants.
Mm.
They were peasants. My ancestors were peasants up until my grandparents' generation. Most of them became urban due to colonialism.
Okay.
So I'm still just as country as the rest of them, even though I don't act like I'm country.
Okay.
Because if somebody said, "Yo, you don't feel country?" I said, "Dude, we're Air Trans. We're all country one way or another. Well, as ethnic greeners, we are country one way or another. Doesn't matter which generation of your family has been urbanized."
All right. Salute, Adrian. What's going on, sister? How are you?
Adrian. Good evening, Miss Nash.
Yes.
That's all right for me to say that.
So, it's a black man. Cool.
Look like Biz Markie, Biz Markie right there, or like a cross between. Are you familiar with a gentleman named Chris Gardner by any chance?
I can't say that I am.
Will Smith portrayed him in the movie The Pursuit of Happiness.
Oh, okay. Yes. He was at the CAFP the other day. I can't believe that's why I was like, the name sounds familiar.
CAFP. Yes, you gotta go. Yeah, that's somebody you might want to ask for like good advice and whatnot. Reach out to, because that man, he how he started was he was like struggling and whatever, and as a salesman and whatnot. He saw someone come out of Friday. He said, "Yo, I like that. What do you do?" He said, "Oh, I'm a stockbroker." And he realized, all right, that gave him inspiration to go into brokerage.
Right.
Yeah.
So there you go. Yes.
What's this gentleman's name?
This gentleman? Oh, geez.
Let's see. We gotta find out who this gentleman is and where from. Why it's not about sales. Yeah, we're gonna be drifting off from one topic to another, but this is all interconnected when you think about it.
Yeah. Let's see what he has to say. This is I guess Joshua.
Oh, we need a fair use. Joshua S. Bernard is his name. QFA? What does QFA mean?
Qualified.
What does QFA mean?
Many advisors talk about assisting clients is a thing. It's about sales, which means talking, presenting, and persuading.
Qualified financial analyst.
Find more successful and easier. We've all heard it before. Communication is key. But your communication can be the reason you talk yourself out of a sale. Sometimes we simply talk too much, or we say the wrong things. Sometimes we say the right things the wrong way, and the client's response is, "We'll think it over." Immediately, we find ourselves wondering what just happened and why. We sometimes forget we are the experts on a potential confusing financial area, and that is why people turn to us for our help. Advisors who are anxious can use an avalanche of words to avoid dealing with a potential conflict, such as a prospect saying no, or utilizing a conventional investment roadmap for their sales call, which can hinder them from actively listening to the client's needs and taking notes as they arise. To help overcome this, I asked new advisors to write down the answers to 3 questions. 1, what is my call objective? 2, what information do I need to get? And 3, what information do I need to give? This helps to focus on the need, as it is important to gather information about the client, family, or business and their current financial obligations. Reminding the prospect of the points that were raised during your meeting as to why they need to have adequate coverage in place helps them to remember the why. This process is critical. Make sure you keep it to the forefront of your mind when you're speaking to the client. Once you have gathered the relevant information, you'll be better equipped to provide viable solutions that can be added to their financial portfolio. You may have a presentation plan.
Can you pause for a minute?
You want to deliver
Sure.
to the client.
I'm going to say this, like anybody who's worked in sales, I mean, like, you know, like working in like a supermarket and like in like certain chain stores, certain chains of stores, like electronic stores, toy stores, whatnot. When you talk with the client, when you talk to a potential customer, you want to communicate with them. Or if you work at a GameStop, for example, the experience you have there will teach you how to communicate with people and get and secure a sale.
Ooh, that makes sense. Okay.
You know, because you go in or like a bookstore or something like that, learn how to communicate with people, like ask them, so what are you interested in? This and that, the third, get to know them, because you know, customers want to know that they're being heard, they're being respected, appreciated, whatnot.
Right.
And you show to them that you know what you're doing.
Right.
And, you know, just like this gentleman says, communication skills are important. I'm thinking, you know, sometimes you got to work from the bottom up, right? From the ground base up. You can't start from the penthouse. You got to start from the foundation, like you said. So if you get down and dirty in the muck and, you know, meet people, go back and forth, and know how to communicate with them, your communication skills will improve.
True.
Especially if even if you're dealing with angry customers, at least you know how to communicate with them without losing your cool.
Right. Very true.
Very true. So I hear what this guy's. I understand what Mr. Bernard is saying here. But he's got a Caribbean accent, obviously.
Yeah, he does sound it. There's another RT producer.
Very refined, of course, I must say. He's very refined, very calming, the way he communicates and everything. And he has he gives you a very jovial appearance. He's not intimidating or anything like that. See right there, presentation is also important.
Understandable.
Absolutely. All right, continue.
However, by not actively listening, you lose out on the sale. Let me share
Exactly.
Early in my career, I recall sitting in on a meeting with a new agent who was delivering a presentation that he practiced diligently. He was so focused on presenting to the client that he completely ignored the prospect when he asked, "Okay, shall we proceed?" At that time, I allowed him to continue because I didn't want to embarrass him. The prospect later developed some questions with which he felt the need to ponder, and we ended up walking out without that sale. On that day, he learned a valuable lesson. Less is sometimes better. I encourage everyone to
less is more.
More. That way you'll quickly get to the core of the customer's problem, solve it, and close the sale. Sales isn't about convincing people. It's about helping people convince themselves that they really need some form of protection or security, and the benefits it will provide not only for their loved ones, but also for their business assets as well.
Grand Cayman Islands. That makes sense.
Cayman Islands. Tax haven. Dirty Money. They talked about. There was an episode in Dirty Money. There was an episode about tax evasion.
Yeah.
And tax haven. So
Dirty
yeah.
Money. Is that like well, I guess that's not like American Greed. Well, I guess it's similar to American Greed.
It's a Netflix series.
Okay, I'm gonna check that out. Definitely gonna check that out.
Like one of the things I didn't know, like in Canada, you have a maple syrup mob. You have a maple syrup mob. I'm like, what? Organized crime involved with maple syrup?
That's crazy. So what I was saying though, however, was last year I almost qualified for what they call the top of the table, which is the best of the best who are members of the MDRT, and that actually allows you a membership. If you'll see here, the check application status, the reason I haven't logged in is because I applied, but I didn't get in.
Okay.
And the reason I didn't get in was last year when I was almost about to qualify. Last year they had lowered the requirements due to the pandemic. So all you had to do was actually submit at least $122,000 of premium into your company. So that means that $122,000 of money had to go through my hands to the insurance company. That's not what goes to me, but what at least goes to the company. Now, that doesn't seem like a lot, but trust me, it is.
It is some serious money. That's serious. Over 6 figures is always going to be serious. 5, 6 figures is always going to be serious. Depends on the person's outlook, though.
Right.
But yeah, I see what you mean. But unfortunately, with COVID, it wasn't easy. I'm sure everybody got hit hard.
Well, here's the thing. I submitted $115,000 of premium. But the requirement was $122,000. So I was like right there.
$6,000. You were $7,000 short.
Yeah.
Lucky number 7.
And I'm like,
yeah, but hey. If not now, eventually, further down the road, you will be in.
Yeah, but dude, that's so hard. But let me give you some scale. So there's somebody by the name of David Kinder, whom I work with. He's a white guy out of California, and he's a perennial qualifier. So the top of the table averages not sales of, but averages commissions of $763,000 a year.
Over $750,000?
Yep. Oh, and
I'm curious to know who their clientele they are.
Oh, I can tell you, but hold on, get this, my guy, right? So this dude makes at least $763,000 a year. Let me tell you what kind of car he drives.
What?
It's a Lexus. But ask me what year.
Please tell me.
It drives a 2008 Lexus.
Pristine? Everything working great?
Yep. He was going to sell me his rims for $750. I just had to pay shipping. I was like, bro, I don't even have my driver's license. I don't. He was like,
I'm
and
like,
the only reason he was going to sell me his rims because he was like, it's something funny. Because we're on Facebook together. And he and I have actually grown quite a great relationship, which is great for me and him. Because rubbing elbows with MDRT qualifiers, he actually sent me a Yahoo article. I'll have to look it up. Maybe I'll find it. I'll probably look it up here. That was stating that MDRT qualified advisors who are white should take MDRT qualifying advisors who are black under their wing. Now, this was before I got to last year. We met back in like 2017, 2018, he and I. Also, that's when he started taking me under his wing, which is probably why last year I almost qualified for the MDRT. But, that type of stuff was cool.
It's a great relationship, but also it's like also a form of social proofing. Because if you got it, because you reflect your reflection of him in a sense. When he takes you under his wing as a mentor,
right.
If you go out there and excel, it looks good on him,
right?
And that increases his reputation and makes you look good as well,
right?
But if you mess up, it's going to reflect poorly on him.
Touche.
But it's also it's a form of social proofing as well when you think about it. Like if you're surrounded by credible people, that you'll be considered credible, but you still got to put in the work.
Right. So now remember I said the 20-year investment, right? So, but before that, let's look at this, which is a 10-pay whole life. So this is going to be more of the E-class. Again, everything else is the same. $100,000 face value. And I'm going to try and keep it a little simpler. But this one is almost a combination of a term and a whole life. Why? Because it is a whole life policy, but if you'll see here, this is more expensive than the other one, but it's still, everything else is the same as a $100,000 policy, but you're paying $272 a month versus $103 a month. What in the hell, Alonzo? Why would I do that? Let's look. Again, what's this main word that people don't look at? What does this say?
Contract. They fail to realize that it is still a contract at the end of the day. Contract premium mode, monthly initial premium, $272.28. Yes, I like to pinch pennies as well, so I nitpick, but I have to. It is part of my job description.
So over the course of 10 years, you've paid out of pocket $32,674.
Yeah.
And at the end of that 10 years, if you surrender or cancel the policy, you would get back $29,000.
All right.
All right. But let's look at 20 years. After 20 years, you've only paid $32,674 in the policy because you stopped paying after 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
But the policy continues to go on and grow. So let's see. Now,
what do you get back? You get close to $45,000. If you cancel it, then they pay you back $45,000. That's a cash value. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's see what happens if you go down 30 years.
Okay.
So every 10 years, within a 10-year period, you have the option to cancel it. Basically, that's what it is. All right.
Every year you have the option to cancel. I just go.
Every year.
Yeah, every year.
Oh, okay.
So as you see these numbers grow, every year you have, but I focus on 10-year chunks. It makes things easier.
Oh, absolutely. Like this is, but that's the non-guaranteed side we're looking. On the guaranteed side, it's $52,800.
Yeah, but you want to look at the non-guaranteed again because that's what's like. Well, I guess you would look at the guaranteed side.
I look at both sides. I have to look at both sides of it.
But
that way you get all the bases covered.
I would focus you towards the non-guaranteed, obviously.
Oh, you smoking?
Yes.
Wait, can you light up in your house?
No.
I don't know. No, you're not supposed to. Man, you gotta. Yeah, are you that stressed or just a nicotine fix?
Oh, this isn't cigarettes, bro.
Oh, right. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's fine.
Well, some cats prefer the edibles, but yeah, that's another discussion for another time.
I can't control edibles. That's why I prefer inhaling it.
Well,
listen, reason I sell
here's my question to you.
Yeah.
Here's my question to you though, since we brought that up. What's your views on the cannabis industry, and if more blacks should get involved in it?
Oh yes.
But the problem is like the dangers is like getting the paperwork involved and whatnot, and getting licenses. The paperwork
a lot of us are blacked out on.
Huh?
But then it's even like to open a dispensary, you have to grow it yourself. And then, for example, here in Connecticut, to open a dispensary, you can, but you have to grow it yourself. And in order to grow it yourself, you have to have X amount of land.
Now that is the problem right there. We're talking about assets, land.
Yeah.
Land is an important asset right there.
Well,
if you remember, black folks that's one thing they complained about after, or the end of the Civil War. You gave people, civil rights, but what about financial rights?
Right.
MLK, he talked about the importance of people like land distribution, property distribution, and whatnot. You've given us our rights to live in this country peaceful, but that does not mean we're able to function economically. You know, they go hand in hand. You cannot give people civil rights while keeping them financially financially, hamstrung and whatnot. That's how economically hamstrung. That's how they keep people as like the permanent underclass and whatnot.
Right.
So land has always been an important and I mean, oh man.
Yeah, I had to drink me some more water too. But so again, this is over the course of 10 years you've paid. So again, that's why you see 32,674, because you're not paying anything other than that first 10 years, and this policy continues. And like I was saying here, when you stop paying, but this one, when you stop paying, it still continues to grow. So like we said, over 30 years, you've paid in 32 grand, right? Because that's all you paid for 10 years. But let's do the math here. So 32,674 minus, what's that, 67,324?
67,324.
So you've paid negative $34,650.
You paid in 34,650. All right, I like that.
No, you paid in 32,674.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It grew you $34,650. Because if you use this as, let's say, a money market account or a CD, instead of a 5-year CD, let's say you do a 30-year CD, because those generally are what happen. Because after your terms, they send you a letter in the mail saying they're going to roll it over if you don't do anything with it. Most people don't respond in time, so the CD automatically rolls over. And by the time you get to it, usually you're dead. So it's been sitting there for at least 30 years anyway. Growing at 0.5% a year. Oh yeah, the life insurance is growing at 2% compound interest rate. Let's see, what's the interest rate?
Base death benefit. Here's my question.
Yes.
Here's my question.
Contract, yeah.
Now, this is going to sound controversial considering the word I got to use here, but it's relevant to discussion. Suicide.
There is a clause.
What is the clause on suicide? Is there any way you can avoid it? Huh?
Generally, it won't pay out in suicide.
But is there a way you can have a policy where that covers suicide just in case?
No.
All right.
That's the MEC. There's your dividend.
That's something I've always wanted to ask about that, because I remember somebody saying that suicide is not covered in most policies and whatnot.
Yeah, go to the annual report.
Especially now, because you have a huge, there are people who are taking their own lives, especially during the opioid epidemic.
Right. I believe it's that.
You got accidental deaths. Those insurers, all those policies need to be considered.
Okay. So basically, your net equivalent index would be adjusted at 5%. So this would be basically what it equals to an annual dividend over the course of 10 years, an annual dividend over the course of 20 years. So 1.74% a year. Or if you keep the policy for at least 20 years, you're getting at least a 1% dividend.
Excuse me. It sounds like this of people need to be, more need to let's check, ask people who are in the industry. If you know somebody who's in the industry, that's why. Was it on New Style's thing, like we said about people who are of the same ilk, they stick together, they help each other out as any way they can. So Somebody might know somebody who's into this. Somebody who knows somebody who knows who's into that.
Yeah.
Somebody might know somebody who's into the finance. They might give you the insider information you might need, which is all legal.
Yeah, this is all
Which is
above
all
board,
legal.
especially because this is on me. So, you know, there's no way I can be harmed from this advice.
No, you just give them the information and they make the choice what to do with it.
Yeah.
That's how
So-
it should be.
Check this out. So now we went to the E class, right? So let's
Mhm.
go to an S class. So now, again, we haven't looked at annuities, which, as you can see, there's fixed and indexed, right? We looked at
Annuities, what is that exactly?
annuities.
Was it annuity? Annuities? Okay, what does that mean exactly?
An annuity is the same thing as an IRA, an individual retirement account,
Uh-huh.
or it's I guess you would call it a pension where you're in Norway. It's still like a pension, paying in,
Oh.
and it pays you for life in return.
Mhm.
But I'll show you
Or
that
unless
later.
the company goes broke. But okay.
Um,
Maybe for another time. That could be for another time.
Fair enough. If you want to hop off,
I
you
mean,
can definitely. I don't even know how long I've been gone. I've been going for 3 hours. Geez.
3 hours, yeah. This is what happens with me and my boys. You know, I come over, we meet up, and next thing you know, we lose track of time because we're going back and forth about this. You know what? I don't know really, Ariane. I mean, you got to ask somebody who's into agriculture about that because there's a lot of things that factor into that. Like, first of all, the soil quality, the type of seeds, the environment you're in, whether or not you might require certain chemicals or pesticides or fertilizer or whatnot. Are you going to do it organically? Are you going to do it, or you're going to use commercialized products for it? There's a lot of things that come in. Also, the facility in which you got to do where you got to grow it in. The land itself, but you also have the facility. That's why you have some people doing it in warehouses and such like that, or people involved in hydroponic agriculture.
That makes a lot of sense. That actually, I know
Like,
some
like-
people do that.
Agriculture, like in the Netherlands, they're doing something like that. You got people who build in greenhouses to do that, especially during wintertime to combat the snow, combat the cold outside.
That makes sense.
Ventilation systems and everything, heating and ventilation is important in some of these facilities.
That makes sense.
This shit I know because, you know, my dad's an engineer, so I'm like that. So I understand certain aspects of construction. So I'm like, this makes sense.
That does make a lot of sense. So, but yeah, so annuities would be like a pension. But if you'll notice here, we looked at just whole life and term, which is generally all that you guys have talked about. Then you have universal and indexed, right? So these are different types of policies. So first, we're going to look at universal. Let's not look at the indexed. It brought me right to index first. Let's look at
That would cause
universal.
a lot of confusion for people. People's heads would explode and they just like tune out immediately because it's beyond their comprehension. So you need somebody who has to take the time to like explain to them what it is.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot. That's what I do these streams often. Not as often as I used to, but you know, I figure it's just like everything else. People will tune in and tune out, and then you know you'll catch a little bit on the playback, and just like the guy in the MDRT. The cool thing I like about sharing the information like this is it actually helps me to become a better advisor for my clients, right? Because even in hypothetical situations, right? Like you're in Norway, I'm in America.
Mhm.
So there's pretty much no way you and I can actually do business, even though we can digitally because of, you know, international trade laws and finance laws and licensure and regulation, So there are ways we can do
But
business.
if I know some, but through networking, if I have certain associates stateside, or if you have some over here in the Nordic region, we can, you know, work that way.
Exactly. And actually, there's a company called Sons of Norway that I do write for. But
Sons of Norway, what are they?
they're an insurance company.
Hang on, let me check this out.
But again, they may be a fraternal insurance company. I can't recall.
Oh, let me see. SON? Sons?
Yes, SON. Sons, SONS.
Yeah, okay. Sons of Norway.
So in the interim, again, this is a universal.
Yeah, this is a fraternal. This is a hold on. This is a fraternal organization. This is a fraternal. This is founded in 1895. Independent order of is a fraternal organization principally representing people of Norwegian heritage in the U.S. and Canada. Okay. This is a cultural group. This is a. They're also. I'm gonna look into. I'm looking at the. I'm looking at their. Look at the Wikipedia page. See what they.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You have to be of Norwegian descent to be in this group. So, and through it, you end up having. They provide you with the other financial products and life insurance and whatnot. You have to prove your Norwegian descent to do so. Mm-hmm. And the organization is classified as a nonprofit 501c8 fraternity beneficiary society. All right. Okay. I would not qualify for this. If I was married to a Norwegian and had children with her and they were born in the States, they would qualify for. My kids would probably qualify for that.
Qualify. Okay. That makes sense on so many levels.
An Axumite and a Viking having children, that would be scary right there. I'm sure that's happened.
That I'm sure it has. So, wow, damn. Where was I? So check this out. We're looking at a universal.
Motherfucker, you high already?
Sorry?
Motherfucker, you high already?
I've been high,
You're
bro.
getting the laugh. You laughing like Marlon Wayans in Scary Movie.
Bro, I was high before I got on arts panel. That's why I was waiting to pick up some.
Oh, stop.
So, yeah, let's check. I hope that answered your question, Agent.
What I said about growing everything, yeah.
She says
there's some land that Oh yeah, but you gotta be careful because what is it especially if you own some land in the south and whatnot.
Yeah.
They've been trying to acquire that land through legislation and whatnot. So you guys so pissed, and family members sometimes are divided over whether or not to keep or sell that land.
Keep that land, yeah, that is a problem. But see, this is actually ironically enough how things like insurance can help in that. I've had situations like that. I actually had a guy who ended up living in Atlanta. His mother lived in New York, had a home in Canarsie. She died, left it to him. But just like that amortization schedule that I showed, she had a mortgage. So he was going to either inherit the mortgage or not pay the mortgage because he lived in Atlanta with his 2 kids and girlfriend. So that's what he was doing. So, instead of having life insurance, she paid X amount of dollars a month for this mortgage and had no term or permanent life insurance, which if you're getting a mortgage and you just want to protect the house, at least get a term policy for 30 years. So, $300 a year. If I die across this 30 years, at least I got enough money that my kids don't end up not being able to pay for my house. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's true. No, it makes perfect sense.
But yeah, Adrian, you could get land and do all sorts of stuff. You don't just have to grow that crop. You can grow all sorts of crops. And it's probably it is very lucrative to grow that crop because it's for more than just smoking or getting high. You can use hemp and make building materials out of it. The lumber industry is why Reefer Madness came out in the 1930s. And the lumber industry was basically going to get killed by hemp because it's 50 times faster to grow. So while it takes you, 50
Reefer
years
Madness. And they try to wrongfully associate it with blacks and Latinos, and they were saying that under the influence of that shit, they rape white women. which is how
Well,
you
it's
get
cocaine for
to
blacks.
terrify white men, to hate other men, races of other men.
Yeah. But yeah, they said
Thank
it
you,
was
Joe Rogan, for that information. Reefer Madness, because I've seen a couple of documentaries on Netflix about high times and everything.
yeah. I've been Reefer Madness has been on my radar since a kid. But yeah, it's crazy. They blamed Mexican men for smoking reefer and raping white women, black men for sniffing cocaine and raping white women, and Asian men for smoking opium and raping white women.
First of all, when you're on opium, you just slumped out.
Yeah,
Your dick is limp as hell.
that's crazy.
But then again, most white guys, I'm sure, I've heard, there was like, I remember Richard Pryor that joke about his cocaine addiction. Like some guys will rub cocaine on their whatchamacalls just to keep it hard.
That's crazy.
Or some people will take it rectally because it absorbs quicker into the bloodstream. I'm like, or in some cases, vaginally, in a woman, you develop fistula and shit like that.
Yeah.
Don't do that, man.
Damn.
Pam Grier once she was in a relationship with Richard Pryor and claims that when she went to go see her OBGYN, he found traces of cocaine in her cooch and like realized it was Richard who did it. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Wow.
Pam Grier.
That's crazy.
Pam Grier.
Yeah. One of
She
the
left him
baddest.
and got with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar though, so I'm like, yeah, it is what it is.
Well, if she got with Kareem, yeah, it could have been him who put it in there.
Oh no, not Kareem
Everybody was
Abdul-Jabbar.
running around with a spoon in those days.
Toot toot. And then the prelude just to maintain.
Yeah. So
Shouts out to Bill Cosby.
So let's look at this here. So this is a universal life. So a universal life would be, I guess that would be an E-Class wagon, because it's a whole life policy with a flexible premium. And if you'll see here, it grows at a larger assumed interest rate of 3.7%, whereas most life insurance grows at a 2% compound interest rate. If you'll notice here, you'll see things like a 1035 exchange, which is similar to a transaction in real estate, which is called a 1031 exchange, which is the exchange of one value for another.
Okay, this is different codes for different types of exchange. Okay, that's what the 1035, 1031 is. Okay, that's just a code thing.
Yeah, it's just a code. And again, a lot of this you guys will never see because this is for the professional to give you your quote. This is what you end up getting to see, your quote. So if we look here, there's different options for death benefits. There's actually different options for ways you pay your premium. So we're going to look at initially here in a universal life insurance, what's called the percent of target. So this is just for it to just maintain being a whole life insurance policy of $100,000 death benefit for the 37-year non-tobacco user. Oh, okay. This is for the professional to give you your quote. This is what you end up getting to see. What's up, Adrian?
Hello.
So if we look here, there's different options for death benefits. There's actually different options for ways you pay your premium. So, all right, let me know when you fix that, Adrian, and I'm gonna unmute you again if you can turn the YouTube off in the back. Death benefit for the 37.
What's up, MFR?
Yeah, I am an MFR. I'm like Sam Jackson's wallet when you think about it.
This is what you end up getting to see. What's up, Adrian?
Adrian, yeah, could you please mute your YouTube?
No, don't mute yourself here. I think you got to, if you're on your phone, I hope you don't have an iPhone because I don't know how to use iPhones. But if you have an Android, just open your
No, you click the link, it takes you directly. If you click the link, it'll take you directly to your whatchamacallit. Oh, what's good,
Okay.
Chaos?
Unmute yourself, bro. Let me unmute him.
Hey, what's good?
What's up, brother?
That was good.
You know, one
Hey,
thing,
you fell asleep
when
on
you
this
had
one.
that
You
feature,
right?
you should wait till people unmute just in case, because some people might do something. That's why normally they mute, so nothing in the background. But yeah,
Okay.
Apologies for that all. I wasn't muted when I came in. What's up, MFer? MFing. How do I, what? MFing Wolf?
The MF and Wolf.
Are you familiar? Are you familiar with some of the other hangouts? There's a hangout that me and Chaos are a part of.
I don't know that.
So,
I mean, educate me.
It's just basically sometimes instead of saying the N word, I have to say MF because I gotta, because that's my favorite curse word.
Is your name relevant to the Wolf of Wall Street or something else?
No, no, it's more of it's more of a Scandinavian thing actually, the wolf thing.
Oh, wait a minute, you're
because it's like
Scandinavian in origin?
East African origin, but I'm a Scandinavian citizen.
Does that mean you have some Viking lineage?
No, I'm an immigrant.
Oh, okay.
I immigrated from East Africa to the Nordic region.
East, so Ethiopia, Egypt. Pardon my ignorance. Sir?
Eritrean, right next to Ethiopia.
Okay, I'll have to look at a map. Pardon my ignorance. Okay,
right
on then. What's
we're
up,
like related to Ethiopia.
Alonzo?
How are you, madam?
How you doing?
I am excellent. How are you?
What's up with this money game, sir? Please and thank you.
Hey, no problem. Let's talk the talk that we talk, especially with you doing Trust in the States.
Yes.
I actually
What state you in?
Sir?
Miss Nash, I'm just asking what state are you in? Which state are you in?
I'm visiting Georgia at the moment, but I'm from California.
Okay.
Okay. NorCal, SoCal?
SoCal, LA County.
Oh,
okay. All right.
Where's
more? All right. You got to know the differences because it's not like what I said earlier with Alonzo, some people being boxed in, ignorant. You got to be specific. So right. So you can't make assumptions about people.
Yes, sir. What's up, Chaos Reigns?
Hello.
How you doing, sir?
I'm good.
All right then.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So the table's open for you, Adrian. Go ahead and what you got for us?
Oh, y'all piqued my interest because I might be flushed with some land. What we doing? Pay the lady. What we doing?
Let's go. Well, the land.
Tell me about this crop situation. Like, I don't crop in any sense of the word, but since I don't crop, maybe that might be a way for me to, make some things do what it do. What they say, don't get high on your own supply. I don't have any supply issues.
Well, here's the cool thing that we often don't look at. That's a plausibility. Mm-hmm. Let's look at Trump. Okay, the name Trump.
Sure.
And what's that associated with? Prime example, okay, you're a Californian, so you're familiar with like the Vegas scene. And I'm a New Yorker, so I'm very familiar with Atlantic City. One of the places my wife and I generally frequented was the more popular, more expensive Trump Taj Mahal, as opposed to going to the Trump Tropicana, because that was the older, less expensive hotel. So we liked to stay at the Trump Taj Mahal, which opened, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Revel. It was actually an expensive hotel. I think they spent about $5 billion on it. Well, the golf ball on top, and that hotel flopped. And then, Atlantic City had the hurricanes and blah, 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 and started to go south. But at any rate, the name Trump was associated with wealth, blah, 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 blah. Since you have land, you can lease it So you don't have to have the expertise of what to do with it. You can lease it to someone who has the expertise of how to cultivate the land and do whatever, and say, look, here's what you're going to do. Now,
That's like some modern day sharecropping, right?
Essentially, yes. Each one teach one, sister.
Right?
Dang.
I'm sorry. That was horrible. That was horrible.
No. Actually, that was pretty accurate. I was like, think about it. Black people owning lands and sharecropping it to poor whites. Now that's your get back right there.
I love it. Pay the lady. But now, like some of this land, potentially, hypothetically, I think it's like swamp. Like, so there's Louisiana. There's some Louisiana situations. I don't know what that's looking like. I don't know how.
Look at property rights.
I don't know
you gotta
how.
understand what the property rights are from state to state. They vary from state to state. If I'm not mistaken.
Course. Absolutely.
So, to be honest, Adrian, in a situation like that, you would sit down with not only a person like myself, but also an attorney, because.
Oh, I would have to, especially in Louisiana, because they're on some whole other different legal schemes down there.
Exactly.
So I'm aware of that, you know, being a T&E paralegal. There might
you're
be
paralegal.
some.
Okay, exactly.
Yeah. So I'm a trust and estates paralegal.
No, definitely. I understand.
Kaka, cha-ching.
So she definitely is a great person to know, because we can definitely teach these things. And Adrian, I know that you had mentioned you were interested in getting involved in the industry. So if you see here how in depth I'm getting into just trying to keep it simple, you can imagine the different concepts, especially since you've seen in estates and estate planning and trusts and divorce insurance and different types of things that you can use policies for.
Wait, there's a divorce insurance?
What? Yeah, that's new game for me. Preach on that. What's that?
You're kidding.
I'll tell you what, I'll talk about divorce insurance on my podcast with my partner, Talani. It's called About That Life Insurance and Financial Podcast. And
okay. Yeah. What? How do I find that?
How do you stream it? What do you stream it on? Are you streaming on all platforms?
We will. I'll give a few more. We're doing pre-records right now because we're trying to get our schedule together. So we're trying to get a few ideas and topics. So give me a second. Let me just make sure I write this down for myself, so I remember to talk about this as a topic. Can you repeat?
Maybe you might consider doing a collab with the lead attorney on that.
That's actually a great idea. So divorce insurance collab. Yeah, actually, that would be
right. You can get some views.
Are we talking about Dennis Furling?
Well, I do know his name because I'll be doing the propounding the discovery, but he has not put out his name and bar information on his channel, and so I will not do that to him. But he goes by the lead attorney.
Oh, okay. Okay. So, because I'm not sure. We say attorneys. I'm thinking certain names. I'm not trying to put anybody's business out there. Excuse me.
No. I mean, because for me, in my own personal inquiry, I really wanted to know how credible he was, given that I had been following his channel. So I'm satisfied based on my research. But again, I'm a paralegal. I'm trying to find out whatever business my employer attorney needs me to find out. You see.
So you gonna make sure that everybody's who they say they are. You're gonna be doing.
I'm gonna find your business. I'm gonna find your business. But just because I find your business does not mean that I air you out, because that's just not nice.
Since when were you such a nice woman? Since when you known that you're such a nice gal?
I like to think so.
See?
Right? I'm trying to build a community and get some folks on my team and stuff. Get on some folks' teams and stuff.
And you have a page yourself, Adrian?
I beg your pardon?
You have a channel, a YouTube?
Oh no, no, sir.
Okay.
That's
No,
right.
sir.
Well, in terms of talking about, like I said, about teams, ABC, right? You see it right here.
Right. Yeah, I wanted to ask about that. Options A, B, and C. What is that about exactly?
Those are death benefit options. So these are things that make more bells and whistles for your Benz, because you don't get these options with a regular whole life insurance policy. So option A, and you might see it labeled different as options 1, 2, and 3 from some companies, or A, B, and C from some companies. So don't get too confused. 1, 2, and 3, A, B, and C, interchangeable.
All right.
Tomato, tomato. So option A is a level death benefit. Option B is an increasing death benefit. And option C is a combination or a hybrid.
Ah. Okay.
Okay. Obviously, each one costs you more, and it changes things drastically. Okay, so again, we're looking here at modes of premium. So your financial professional, most agents come here because that's what they're taught, to try and get you the best price possible. The second might be this, so they can show you the cheapest price possible. Right? Let's take a look at the cheapest price possible first. Okay, and again, everything else is the same for the same guy, 100,000. It's $31 a month. 100,000, option A. Now, option A remains a level death benefit, but this is an index universal, so it grows at that guaranteed 3.7% interest that we looked at. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So, right? Guaranteed is 3%, non-guaranteed is 3.7%. But you're only paying $380 a year, so you're not really putting enough money in there because what's called the cost of insurance, which is why it's a policy on someone who's younger and healthier. The youngest you can get a life insurance policy on someone is 15 days old. Now, remember.
So basically, a week after the boy got it snipped. Okay, cool. That's a Jewish reference, kids. Everybody's wondering. Mazel tov. No, Mazel tov, actually. Gefilte fish is at the kosher meal. But anyway.
No, I know. I was going to talk about cheesecake, but that's something else. I know, I'm an asshole. I'm sorry.
Hey, I'm a dick. Well, I guess we work great.
Oh, damn. So, this is percent of target. Okay? So, percent of target. Now, you see here, you see all these zeros and stuff. And then you see at the age 53, the death benefit is 0. Because at $31 a month, it's the minimum you can have to have a policy, but it's going to do what they call fall apart. And this is why many agents speak against universal life insurance. The reason why universal life insurance is spectacular or significant is because it has the option of a flexible premium. So even though your contract says $380 a year, you can actually, let's say you have a windfall, put more dollars into your insurance policy to increase your cash value accumulation during the life of the policy. Now, we're going to go percentage of target. So that shows you how a policy actually exists. Again, a lot of agents speak against universal life because they don't know how to manipulate it.
But you do, which is why we're here.
Exactly. Let me just check to see what we got in the comments. And if anybody wants to hop in, you don't have to be muted. You can always hop in and ask questions, guys. I gotta get me something to snack on too.
Oh, that's so funny. I'm multitasking. I'm cooking. I'm washing dishes. You say you want some snacks.
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry. I just ate. I just need to hang
I
on. I need a
can't max
refill
you
of
some
water. Give me a
snacks,
minute.
Alonzo.
I wish you could.
I'll be right back.
Listen, my wife is in the living room right now, and let me see something. She was watching Mortal Kombat without me, but that's all right because I was out here online, so I was like, all right, I'll let you watch it without me. That's okay. We like
That's
to watch.
so funny because I was watching your midday. Was that yesterday, the midday mayhem, or the day before?
I believe that was the day before.
Oh, so you touched me in my heart when you were tearing up and talking about the things and the things.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm gonna need to invite myself over to hang out with Alonzo and his wife. And then I was like, wait, would that be strange? I don't know if that would be strange.
Not at all.
But I mean, no, it's just, y'all seem like good peoples. I need some good peoples in my life.
Yeah.
And you say your wife is an accountant, right?
Correct.
Yeah. I need to get up on my accounting game. I don't know if you saw the stream with JT on Father's Day.
I didn't.
JT, I'm sorry, not JT, but the lead attorney. The lead attorney, JT was there, and I was there.
I think I tuned in shortly because
Okay,
I'm not yet a father. So
yeah, I was explaining to JT that I don't have like a business, finance, or accounting background in undergrad. And so for me, when I went to grad school, it was a bit of a learning curve, and I felt a bit deficient. And so, I know where my deficiencies are, but I could get up on some accounting game
definitely
in a major way.
Definitely.
So yeah, but
and she doesn't
cheers
work
to
for
your
me
wife
anymore
as an accountant. That's hot.
Thank you. No, she is not a CPA, but she is an EA.
What's that? Enrolled agent?
Correct.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
IRS, correct?
Sorry.
She's in the IRS, isn't she?
Yeah.
Your wife. She works for the IRS, so.
Yeah. So she audits CPAs.
So it must be fun fucking the IRS and getting fucked by them, huh?
No. Whoa, I like it.
Yeah. So people be like,
by the way, Adrian, I don't know, we just met, but when you had to call me, what's up, mother effer? It's like, I enjoy getting hot and bothered, but it's a little too soon. We just met here, just get a little week here, at least give me a week to get to know each other.
Well,
give me a week,
may I call you something else sweeter, maybe? Tell me what else I
Wolf
can call
was
you.
okay. Wolf is okay, because,
Wolf. Hello, Wolf.
All right.
Hello. Yeah, the big bad wolf.
Wolf. Wolves can be tamed,
Well, yeah, they can be, but
I don't know.
I mean, Dances with Wolves, the movie, remember? Dances with Wolves. The wolf became the most loyal companion.
Yeah, Two Socks is his name. He was named Two Socks by Kevin Costner.
Yes, see?
But that was also his Indian name. They gave him, that was what the tribe gave him as a name, Dances with Wolves.
Yes. See? It can happen.
Touche.
Yeah, she's showing her age right now.
No, I know Dances with Wolves too. What you saying, bro? Hold on,
I know, because I was like a preteen, early teenager when it came out. No, I was a
I'm a bit of a history
preteen.
junkie, though, so I will go back in some archives and look at some historical perspective movies and such. So yeah.
Well, that's good to know. Because I've got
like I said,
if you want to look back at some old ADH Wealth Solutions, I'll make sure to drop some more of those. Maybe some of my old real estate vids and stuff too.
Okay.
This information you give me, man, this is like pretty cool because I need to talk to my cousins. I got fam up stateside, and I like asking about this stuff. They know any of this because I'm sure they got their personal networks over there and they talk about this stuff at least.
Listen, can I tell you guys something?
What's that?
Oh, please.
So The young lady Talani that I'm speaking about holds more licenses than I do. She holds her SIE Series 6, Series 63, and Series 7. She was with Charles Schwab. However, when we met, she's no longer with Charles Schwab, and she works with me. And we were talking one day, and she was like, ironically enough, Wolf, we were talking about the amortization schedule. And she was like, dude, you got to understand, you be losing people. She was like, I'm a licensed financial professional like you, and you lose me a lot. And I was like, whoa. I didn't realize that. I don't know what I was going with that to say is, so there is differences, and it shows the training that's not given to us, which is why, especially in the African American community, there's such a disparity with the racial wealth gap.
Because knowledge is power.
Yes.
And it's in their policy to keep you somewhat a permanent underclass, which means they have to have you financially, socially, and legally crippled in certain ways. That mean, or intellectually crippled.
Jesus.
Which means deny you access to certain information. I mean, it's like, what is it? What was it? Dave Chappelle said it best. He said about black folks. Black folks are bilingual.
Shit.
He said we're bilingual. We speak street vernacular and job application, which means when we talk job applications, it means y'all speak a certain way in order to gain certain types of access to certain things in life that you would not get through street vernacular. Like the whole code switching, as some people say. I don't really code switch. I talk one way. I talk differently with different groups. How I talk with friends is not how I do is when I talk with my family, or we talk with the elders and whatnot.
Okay.
Or certain things I don't talk, or like the topics I speak with certain people are not going to be saying with others. You know, you got to know the line where you got to draw the line with different people. Excuse me, Adrian. You said that you are trust and assets paralegal.
Yeah. Trust in the state.
Adrian, trust in the state. Could you please elaborate? What exactly is that?
Trust in the state. Can you hear me?
Could you please? Yeah, I can hear
sorry.
you.
Wait. Hold on. Trust in estates. Trust, estates, probate, estate planning, passing. Wait, I can't hear. Give me a moment.
FYI, I specialize in estate plans.
Like, I kind of hang out on certain manosphere channels and such to see what they're talking about. And it's so interesting because, there's a lot of
you a spy for the enemy, are you? Okay. We see you now.
I can't say that. I can't say that. No, I can't say that.
I'm just playing with you.
But no, it's interesting to hear, about these ideas of passing on a legacy. And so I sit up in my chair like, okay, how you doing that, brother? And then I'm listening to some of their ideologies about things. And I'm like, well, but you can't pass on an estate like that. You can't pass on a legacy, holding these types of ideologies about things. And I don't try to debate it with them, but seeing what I see, literally writing legacy plans for my employer attorneys, the people who are literally passing on generational wealth, like married couples, I see that they have very equitable and equality types of relationships, at least people who are in my peer group.
Egalitarian?
Yes.
You mean egalitarian?
That E too. All the E's. Equitable.
Okay.
Egalitarian. equality and such.
So that's what egalitarian means. You believe in equality.
All of that. And so, you know, some of the ideas that I hear, let's say, not necessarily from the lead attorney, but like when I'm down in his chat and I'm reading some of the ways like a lot of men appear to think, it's disheartening because I don't see in my work that is a, you know, holding these ideas is a way that you're truly going to be able to pass on generational wealth. And it's sad to me. It's sad. But nevertheless, I do work in the industry that I work, and I quite enjoy it. I quite enjoy helping families, you know, pass on their assets in the most economically efficient way possible. It is a joy truly for me to see.
So here's for
Because
example,
at least they, especially considering that now they can rest easy knowing that their families will be well off, will be taken care of in case something happens, especially when it's time for their when the time of their demise may come and everything.
But you know what? Estate planning is not just about
dying.
The finality issue of it all. Like with this pandemic, I've seen situations where like the mother and father have ended up in the hospital. They have college age children. They have not done any type of let's say advanced healthcare directives, powers of attorney. Their children, their college age children are not equipped to do things like, even if there are financial resources to pay the mortgage, they don't have the financial acumen to do it. They don't know how to keep the household afloat while mom and dad are in the hospital with tube stuff down their throat.
Yeah.
It's sad. It's scary, sad, especially right now. It's, you know, I've seen situations where like mom and dad have ended up in the hospital. You know, they have young children, you know, maybe middle school age, maybe elementary school age. Well, I'm from California, so yeah. But you know, nobody knows where the relatives are, you know, and so the children end up in the DCFS system because there's no planning.
They're a ward of the state now.
Correct.
Okay.
And so, you know, the
no next of kin, nothing, and the beast, yeah. No
big mama
grandparents.
has to go through so much to get her grandbabies. It's crazy. And so Alonzo, when you were, you know, putting out your plea on the Midday Mayhem the other day, like I could feel that. I could feel that in my spirit. Truly.
I appreciate that. It's like I said, you know, part of the reason I do this, 2008, 3 days before Mother's Day, I got shot 5 times in front of my mother in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. So, you know, my joke is, you know, I was trying to be 50 Cent and I ended up being 25 Cent because I got shot half as many times.
I saw that.
No, actually, let me correct you on that, brother.
Uh-huh.
You tried to be 50 Cent, but got shot up like Tupac. Because remember, he got shot 5 times and survived. In New York. In New York. No, he got shot 5 times. Remember, at a studio in New York?
Yeah, no, that's what I said. 5 shots couldn't stop me. I took it and smiled. Mm-hmm. I'm a big Pac fan. Oh, I'm a huge Pac fan. I am definitely a Pac fan. But to speak to also what Adrian does, so furthermore, like she was saying, it's more than just people dying. It's setting up healthcare proxies, etc. Right? Mm-hmm. So, for example, she would also be the person who, for example, when a financial professional is working on someone's estate plan, would be dealing with more than the attorney, right? She'd be the person who'd be dealing with the documents. So, absolutely. Okay, I just put $100,000 away from my mother-in-law. That's great, but what does she want to do with it? Well, I know she doesn't. If she dies, yeah, she wants to leave it to her daughter, maybe. Or maybe she wants to leave it to, her favorite niece. Right? Or maybe she wants to leave it to, her other son, my brother-in-law,
Yes.
Or, maybe she wants to split it between them, but has physical property that if you die intestate, which means without a will, the state decides how your property, your assets get allocated. Besides life insurance goes to who you bequeath it to, but
And they can tax it as well.
life insurance?
No, I mean, when you get an inheritance, sometimes that can be taxed by the
Yes.
state.
Yes. And so with us, what I see, and when I say us, I'm talking about Black folks, like Black folks' estates are like eroded away with all of these fees and taxes and probate fees and this and that and the
Right,
other
yes.
thing. Like,
Yes.
I think, Alonzo, you were talking about, I don't know, maybe a week ago or so, maybe not quite that long ago, but you were talking about how I guess one of your clients seemed to be wanting to nickel and dime on the payment of a life insurance policy.
Mhm.
But I thought that I understood that the goal for getting the life insurance policy was to pay off the mortgage.
Right.
But they didn't want to pay. No, I don't know. They want to pay like something like $150 a month for the premium, and it's just like, can you read? Like, can you add? Like, can you think?
That's crazy. So there's a couple of things here. This is actually what we call during the discovery session. So sitting down with a financial professional or even a life insurance agent, specifically in the state of New York because of Regulation 187. That's a law you don't need to know about right now, but even a life insurance agent in the state of New York has to act as a fiduciary. So we have to get all this information, blah, blah, blah. So you see, we're already finding out if you have a will, if you have an attorney, if you have an accountant, because those are professionals that we have to work with for your financial plan.
Right.
Right? It ain't, here's a life insurance policy. If you die later, we got to find out about your employment, how much income you have, your assets and your liabilities, what life insurance you currently have, blah, blah, blah. But one thing I wanted to speak to, which was what Adrian was talking about,
Is this a life insurance needs analysis that we're looking at?
Yes.
Okay. So to that point, I was talking with JT on that Father's Day stream of the lead attorney about a life insurance needs analysis.
Mm-hmm.
Relevant, though, to determining a woman's worth. And I don't know that the audience could catch that. But what I've seen out here in these YouTube streets is like a lot of men will try to say to a woman, well, what are you bringing to the table? And all I was proposing is that a woman and or a man could use a life insurance needs analysis to determine the value of their potential mate. Like, this would be the way to figure out what they're bringing to the table.
Let's do that for the people right now, Adrian, for free. Okay, lifetime. Let me close some of these windows out really quick. But before I go there, so this is the cash value of a regular universal life, meant not to fall apart. So you pay $6,900 over the course of 10 years, minus the $3,330, which is your net account value, which is what you're able to borrow against. And if you'll notice here, remember when I said your cash surrender value, which means if you cancel it, this is what you get back. Okay? But before we go there, I want to answer Adrian's question. So we're going to go to life. Oh, geez. Life happens. Since Kelly Rowland's up there, because you know what you bring to the table. Well, this fine woman, right? She's a fine hottie that we can. Everybody would say Kelly Rowland's fine, right? I mean, Kevin Samuels uses her, right? He says she's better than Beyonce. I mean, I don't disagree.
Brother, let me tell you this way. I mean, a lot of people thought there was something wrong with me when I told them I wasn't into Beyonce. They said, well, you're not? No, I drop kick her to get the Kelly Rowland. Thank you very much. He's like, right.
I've had male friends who feel that way. I mean, how does that saying go? I mean, how does that saying go? Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, I think.
Absolutely. Yes. Very true.
But in any case, okay, so are we gonna do a life insurance needs analysis, evaluation of Kelly Rowland? Let's do it.
Well, we weren't gonna do Kelly Rowland, but we can.
Life insurance is my way of saying to my family, I've got you.
That's because it's Liam, Life Insurance Awareness Month.
Oh, okay.
This is a not-for-profit organization that I send people to. After I do my life insurance needs analysis and come back to them. And then let's look at this gentleman. So this is actually a friend of mine. He doesn't mind that I put his information out there. And so he actually has a $400,000 income to protect. He pays himself $150. Sorry?
I know. I was trying to see. It's hard for me to see, but go on. I'm sorry.
Do you need me to increase it?
Yeah, because I'm a bit visually challenged.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay.
You nearsighted?
I don't know. Just blind.
Yeah, that too.
So we're looking here. He has, let's just shortcut it. So he's got $1.78 million worth of assets and $510K worth of liabilities.
Liabilities, okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now his annual income that he needs to protect is $400K. His business brings in $400. He pays himself $150K. So at the end of the year, his business makes $250K. Does that make sense?
This is an entrepreneur, correct?
He is a real estate owner in Houston, Texas.
He has his own private business?
He owns property. That's all.
Got it. Okay.
All he does is own a few properties, at least 6 doors in Houston, Texas.
Right.
How many doors exactly, I can't recall.
Okay.
But so now let's look at, again, this is lifehappens.org, so you can go there yourself. We're going to ignore Kelly Rowland right now. She has a nice video. It talks about let's look at the Kelly Rowland video. Why not? While I finish doing this, I'm going to go grab another bottle of water while we look at the Kelly Rowland video.
I love video.
All right, Kelly.
And now having 2 sons surrounding me, I feel so blessed. As parents, we'll do anything for our kids. Anything that will make their lives better and more secure. Something that many of us don't think about, or maybe we don't want to think about, is how things would continue on financially for our loved ones if we weren't here. But I have thought about it, and the solution is pretty simple and affordable. Life insurance. By having it, you're set to your future if we weren't here. And I'm seeing to your future no matter what. For me, having life insurance is really the heart of your mind. And you owe it to your loved ones to take that step too and get the life insurance coverage you know you need.
Okay. So now let's check out calculators. So we're going to go human life value. That was a good video, right?
Yeah. Lifehappens.org. Okay. All right.
Okay. And let's see here. So we're looking at the human life value calculator. It says this calculator. Excuse me, let me just rehydrate. It says this here calculator helps you to assess the financial loss your family would incur if you were to die today. It provides only a rough estimate of your human life value, which can factor into how much insurance you need. After calculating a typical lifetime income based on your specific circumstances, you'll see a final number that gives an approximate measure of your net contribution to your family, your human life value. This shouldn't be considered as a comprehensive assessment, as it only takes generalities into account. Still, given the limited information you're providing, we believe it's the best estimate value available. Right? So this is limited information. So we're going to take in-depth information and make it limited. So just so you know, he got this policy in 2020. The term policy, that was a 20-year policy. It's 2021. So this policy is obviously no longer in force. Now he was paying $300 a year for it. So let's take a look here. How much annual income is earned? So 150K. So I'm going to put him in a 33% tax bracket. And what does he have in savings? Currently has 100K in savings. And feel free to butt in with questions at any time. I believe this guy is 42 years old, so let's say he wants to retire at 65, so it's 23 years. His current life insurance is 0 because that's a 20-year term, but let's say he got that 20-year term today.
Okay.
So his current life insurance, $360,000. Let's go ahead, because people always say, "I already got life insurance, I'm good." Let's look at his other assets. So minus savings, that's minus 100,000, and then minus 510,000. So that's 1.1 million. 1100000. Right. So we've all seen the same numbers together. Any questions before I move forward?
Looks good.
The tax bracket, the tax rate. Why does it say 33%?
That's the average. That's it at his income level. That's about the tax rate he's paying.
Oh, okay. Because I was wondering how those tax rates go.
Income
tax brackets, as they say. Yeah.
Yeah.
Next.
So he needs about $2 million more of life insurance.
Wait a minute. Human life value is 3.6 million. Right now, total resources is, yeah.
His total basically able to liquidate assets are 1.5 million.
Yeah, but human value is what I'm looking at. Human life value is like 3.6 million, basic, rounding it off to 3.6 million.
Mm-hmm.
Insurance needed would be
$150,000 a year for the next 3 years.
So life insurance needs are just over 2 million.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But that's just to protect his income of $150,000 a year. The asset numbers that we just put in there, that's all that protects for the next 23 years. If he dies, his family would get the $2 million. I'll give you an example. A buddy of mine knows a 79-year-old woman whose husband was a dentist. He recently died, left her a $2 million estate, and some other properties. Problem was, he didn't leave her money to pay the property taxes and stuff, and she wasn't paying the mortgage. So, guess what they took from her?
The house.
She got sued for $2.2 million. So the property that she lives in too, because somebody got injured somehow. I'm not clear on what happened, but she got sued for another $2 million.
Ooh.
And so she had to. Did she have to? What became of her? Did she have to sell her house? Did she lose her house? What happened?
Oh, she lost the house.
Right. And how old is she?
79.
So she's 79 and homeless.
Yes.
Right.
Dang, when you put it like that. Yes.
And so she's
unless she moved in with her kids or some shit like that. Unless she had to move in with her kids or some shit like that.
So here's the thing, Alonzo. Like, I see a lot of this kind of stuff with women, unfortunately. Like, I don't, and recall, I'm a history junkie, so I read a lot of history, but there was this phrase or this concept from, I don't know, back in the 1800s, how the widow got left in the poorhouse.
Mm-hmm.
This is how the widows get left in the poorhouse.
Mm-hmm. Please,
And
get
it's
your
not
work in there, women.
cute. Because this 79-year-old woman has very limited, if any, earning potential. She's not going to go and work at the McDonald's. She's not going to go and deliver DoorDash.
Mm-mm.
This is all bad.
And let's hope she has, you know, no health issues and doesn't need long-term
Oh, she
care
has
anymore.
health issues if she's 79. Come on, let's keep it real.
Yeah.
This is,
Now,
and so like as a
like
woman,
you talk about end up in the poorhouse, unless she has adult children she can move in with, they're probably going to put her like in a nursing
Listen,
home
no,
if they
hold
can
on.
afford it.
We're going to talk about that right now. Again, like I said, my mother-in-law, right? She retired from Morgan Stanley. She's in situations, but my wife had to explain to her mom, you're not going to move in with us. So just because she has adult children doesn't mean anything.
this is the real. Say it louder for the people in the back, Alonzo.
Okay, my mother-in-law, and I love her.
Right.
But, you know, I'm not having her move in with us.
Right, because Big Mama's going to be up in her house talking about, this is how you need to do this. And this is my daughter's house. And a myriad of other things.
And that's no, because this is my house.
And that's a no. This is real.
So she, like I said, they got to put her in a home or something like that. Or
How
help
is
her
she going
find
to afford a home?
So then she gets to
a
rely
retirement
on,
home.
I don't know,
A
state
retirement home,
funds
folks.
to fund her retire or her nursing facility. So she's in the
Yes.
bottom of the barrel nursing facility for the rest of her longevity.
Mhm.
This is not a
rest of her
good
existence.
look.
No, it's not. And thank you, Adrian, because I've never been able to really stress it like that enough for people.
Well, you know, I do what I do, though.
Yeah. And definitely.
You're right, Rael. Rael's right. Allowing the mother-in-law into the house to move in with you is a death for a marriage.
Yeah, that definitely is.
That's basically letting the Grim Reaper in.
I mean, a parent.
That's like
any
letting the
parent,
Grim Reaper
really.
move into the Playboy Mansion when we think about it. In the 1980s during the AIDS epidemic.
Wow.
I'm sorry to be a little graphic, but then again, that's how my mind operates.
Hey, it has
But then if you have your father move in, oh, I'm the senior. And I, no.
There's no father.
Dad, what are you doing?
No, right. Oh, well, this is how we did it back in my day. And
Well,
then he's like, he's
2000
overstepping his
whatever.
boundaries with your husband. And just no.
And plus, the kids have somebody to use to you know go around the parents' authority with.
Oh yeah, you just can't. Like I see
I know
it.
because you know I know because I did that with my grandmother.
And so then you become, you know, okay, so if it's your parent or whatever, then you become the sandwich generation in your own house. No, sir, no, ma'am. No.
Well, where I come from is a little different, but I see your point.
Yeah, you
but
do
up here,
get
thankfully, they most because,
she made a point. You become the sandwich generation. So actually, hold on. Let me pause this for a second. You know, we do have to realize this, y'all, that we gotta, as men, look at our situations. Like Adrian, you know, I don't know if you've heard on, and I speak about this often. No, father-in-laws usually aren't trying to move in with their children.
Good answer, Rael.
That's funny. Before I get back to what I was mentioning to Adrian, our father, my wife said that she actually was speaking to her father. She was like, "Yeah, Pop, if you know, Mommy had asked if you would let me, you know, we would let her move in," and she was like, nope, but I'd rather have you move in. He was like, no, I don't want to move in with y'all.
He'd be like, no, because old men, you know, the stubbornness of them, they don't want to admit they need help sometimes. Like,
But okay, so from a reality though, what
Right.
are you going to do, Alonzo? Let's say, God forbid, your mother-in-law passes and your father-in-law becomes so infirmed. Like, you gonna put him in a home?
Yeah.
You go, okay. And listen, I feel all of that. I really do, truly.
Easy. I ain't. Hey, you can't.
And so these are the hard decisions that, you know, and I'm assuming, Alonzo, you and I are about the same age.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, Mr. Wolf, but like these are some hard decisions.
I'll be 39 in September.
Okay, yeah. So, Alonzo, you about that?
I will be 38 in April.
Okay, so we're all about the same age. So, you know, these are the hard decisions that like we need to make. And what I see in my work is that there is the expectation that we conduct ourselves the way that our grandparents did, you know, bringing everybody into the home, and this is the family home, and you can die here, and no. And that sounds cold, but like the economy is different now. Like we have to go out in these streets and hustle these dollars. We're not on the farm where everybody's like hustling up the crops like and stuff.
Especially where I come from. Traditionally, if you had a family community, I mean, the home is where everybody, I mean, you have a home, like you have your parents and you have the unmarried sons and daughters, right?
Mm-hmm.
But as soon as a man takes a wife, they build a hut for him, they build a home for him, so he and his family can start. Daughters, they leave their home, they leave their families and join their husbands' families.
Mm-hmm.
So it's work because, you know, nobody leaves the house. You don't leave home until you get married. That's how it was with my people. So, but
Eritrean,
you know,
you said?
Yeah, back in Eritrea.
That you say that. For example, one of my personal beliefs, and this is odd because, for example, my wife, obviously she has brothers, and her father treated her brothers different in raising, and they feel, you know, certain ways about it, and you know,
daddy's little girl and everything. Yeah, I figure that much.
So the way I feel with the daughters, hold on, what's up, Ra? The way I feel about daughters is this: as men, yes. So as a man, you're supposed to branch out at a certain age. So the men do get treated a little different because as a man, once you hit a certain age, you're going to want to go pioneer anyhow. But we're supposed to keep our daughters until they find a suitor, and that suitor comes to us and says, hey, I'm, you know, conquering, doing my own thing, but, you know, this woman will be an accoutrement to me, so I'm going to take her from here, bucko. And, you know, you hand your daughter over.
Actually, it's more like I wish for your daughter's hand in marriage.
Well, yeah.
And usually that person would bring their father and some elders from their village. That's social proof that they're upstanding people. Someone of good stock, as they say.
That, you know, this ideology, or whatever it is you're talking about, that is not going to be my situation.
Tradition.
Like
it didn't have to be. It's all right. All right.
It's me. Like you get me. And for whatever that means, you get me. So
okay.
It's crazy out here in these streets as I look around at what the men folk are talking about.
Well, please follow, because this is what this is about.
Say that again, please.
I said explain, because this is a different perspective, and we don't often get to always, you know, like my wife doesn't like social media, so she's never going to come up here and drop her perspective. So, you know, we don't often get to hear women without you guys sometimes getting berated or berating us and getting into arguments and stuff. So
yeah, I'm not here for that.
No, I
That's not my
understand.
get down.
I understand. I definitely know that. I see you on TLA all the time. Most of his crowd isn't about that, which is a beautiful thing. But just understanding being in these YouTube streets, I've seen a lot. So, but it is what it is. But at any rate, so we'd like to hear your perspective. At least I would.
You talking to me, Adrian?
Yes, because
Okay.
you're really familiar.
And I'm sorry, my perspective on what exactly, please?
Just, a lot of the different things you were speaking on what you see here in these YouTube streets. From, especially when we're talking about passing on legacies and what, arguments, disagreements, or agreements you may hear from the men's perspective that you may think are flawed.
So it seems to me that the perspective and the expectation is that the man is going to be the primary breadwinner, that the men do not, I'm sorry, I'm choosing my words very carefully here. I don't know if you can tell.
I understand.
The men do not value a woman, in my peer group and younger, they don't value their economic contribution. Like, now I've heard a lot, a man doesn't care about a woman's money. Like, a woman's only value is, I don't know, how do they say, if she can be mute,
Right,
if she can be fit, if she can be docile, that's not the word.
Fit, feminine, and friendly.
Submissive, and the like. And I don't see that as being a reality with the way the world is
today.
Economically, like what's required economically today to make it. So I finished my MBA in 16. Okay. December 16. A year before I finished.
Hold on, are you a soror of any type?
I am not.
Okay.
I would have liked to have been, but I am not. Are you? Are you Greek affiliated?
I am not.
Okay. To that point, both of my parents are Greek, and that ish don't impress me much. Okay.
Okay.
But nevertheless, I don't mind disclosing my father's an Omega. Doesn't impress me much.
Okay.
Sorry, what was I saying? I lost my train of thought. Pardon me.
No problem.
Economically. So a year before I finished my MBA for my behavioral finance class, I wrote a paper about my student loan debt. How am I going to manage my student loan debt? Because I got like a gang of student loan debt, like racking these degrees. And this is a fact of my situation. And I think I said in my paper, like, this is a problem when, your best, your brightest, your most self-sacrificing, like, children, let's say, students, let's say, are coming out of the gate so heavily burdened with debt. And I will have to work, period. I will have to rack these dollars, period. And certainly, with what I'm bringing education-wise and experience-wise in my career, like, I have the potential to be quite high earning. I'm not there yet. But, you know, if I'm grinding just as hard as someone like you, Alonzo, I just find it very difficult to like do the code switching and be like a Stepford wife type to be in a relationship. I think it's an unreasonable expectation. And for me personally, like, I'm not out in these streets. Like, I've been single, celibate, abstinent. I mean, I'm just keeping it real for many years. And I'm not tripping about it because I don't know that, given what seems to be the expectation,
Let me ask a question.
Yes, sir. Who's saying that? Rob?
No, that was me.
Okay.
You do date or interact with other people from time to time, do you not?
Is that you, Alonzo?
No, that's
No, it's
Wolf.
Wolf.
Wolf, what was the question?
I'm sure even though you are single solvent, you do date from time to time, do you not?
So, not so much.
Okay.
Alright.
And that's actually a perfect segue to what I was going to say.
Not so much. And I don't mind like sharing, you know, about my personal situations. So I've finished my MBA. I've been quite involved with trying to deal with some family of origin stuff. Like, my parents have a very like complicated situation. They're still legally married. They're getting up there in age. Like, they got a lot going on. And so I've been kind of focused on that.
So here's the difficulty. I'll explain it to you right there. Like Wolf was saying, you don't really, you know, date or interact, and there's multiple reasons why. Now, looking at your picture, you're cute, right? So
I mean, I'm all right looking. Thank you.
So in that situation, men are going to perceive that you are being approached a lot because we perceive that women are approached a lot because most of the time women interact with us as if they're approached a lot, number one. Now, number two, there's also the aspect that what we hear and see in these YouTube streets is often us talking about the Sharkeisha, the Kilolo, that, you know, we want to be better.
Oh my gosh. The
Kilolo? Right? Yes, Kilolo.
The cookies, the cupcakes, the peaches, without the herbs.
The sparkles.
Sparkles. But so we want them to be quality women, just like we say the women want the Poogies and the Ray Rays to be Henrys, right? Now, the difficulty is often we're going to miss an Adrian.
Well,
you mean a Hank, not a Henry.
But I'm really not out. So here's the thing. I don't remember whose stream I was on the other night, but I'm like really not out in these streets. Like, I'm not.
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, so I don't know how I would be found because I'm just not out there like that. It's not a priority for me right now.
Do you go to the grocery store?
I do.
Do you go to the gas station?
Oh wow. Yes, I do.
Do you go to the gym?
Preferably not in yoga pants.
Actually, I bump around mostly in jeans and t-shirts.
Good answer.
I mean, I'm just gonna keep it real.
Good answer.
Okay. Now,
but I do get approached on occasion, right?
What signs are you giving off when you're being approached? Or are you cognizant of that?
Well, first of all, are you approached by guys that you find interesting?
That's actually a good
or
question.
Not? See.
Okay, this is gonna sound crazy, but like when I meet somebody, I don't care who it is. Like, I feel like I'm able to see something interesting in everyone, and that probably sounds
cliche.
Cliche and strange.
Yeah.
But like, you know, I've had certain life experiences that probably most people have not. And so like, I don't know, more cliche sounding, but I can see beauty everywhere personally. And just because I am friendly and approachable with a man does not mean that I'm necessarily interested in making him my partner.
Okay, so let's go further in depth because I don't think we do that often enough to get absolute clarity, because oftentimes men aren't perceived when approaching or speaking to women, or it can be perceived as approaching. For example, if we were out in the streets and I saw you, I might say, oh, she's cute. I might walk up to you and say, hey, you're cute, or hey, cutie, and think nothing of it while I'm there with my wife. Now, you may assume that I'm, you know, you, how dare you, even you in front of your wife? How are you gonna, and all I'm doing is just admiring the fact that you're cute. Does that make sense? So sometimes lines get crossed between men and women.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, I'm not saying that that's always the situation. Obviously, we're just talking hypotheticals here. But think of the last time that while you weren't expecting it, you were out somewhere and a man approached you and you were inclined to give him your number. Whether you did it or not is a different thing, because that's just like sales and the execution may or may not have happened. But where you were like, if he approaches me the right way, I'll give him some play.
Can I get up in here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Come on in,
Hold on. Before that, let me just answer this question.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was a question?
Yeah, so give me the last time a guy approached you or saw you and you were like, you know, if he approached the right way, you know, I'll give him the time of day.
I can't think of a time like that that meets that hypothetical. I don't mind. So I was at the gas station a little while back, and I just struck up a conversation because I have my car here with my California plates on it, right? And I'm visiting Georgia, right? And so I saw a man with some California plates, and he saw my plates, and we struck up a conversation that way. And he seemed nice. And oh, by the way, I was completely covered from head to toe. Covered meaning I had on a beanie. Do you all remember the Fat Albert series? The Fat Albert cartoon series?
Yeah.
Okay. There was a character, Dumb Donald, the one that had the beanie pulled down all the way over his eyes.
Dumb.
Dumb Donald. Remember Dumb Donald?
Yeah.
Okay. So
it was dumb, but okay.
I was looking like that day. Like the beanie is pulled all the way down. I have on a hoodie. Like I'm just, you can't even really see me. And I'm pumping my gas and I'm going about my business. But he gave me his business card and we talked. And he came on with the come on. Like how beautiful my hair supposedly was. And I'm like, what? I had the beanie pulled down all over my, what are you talking about, sir? And it was, you know, he was with the lines. It was very disingenuous, and that was not appealing to me.
Wow.
Right?
What did Drake say on You're the Best?
I beg your pardon?
I said, what did Drake say? You're around my age. What did Drake say on his You're the Best record?
I don't recall, please.
Sweatshirt, hair tied, chilling with no makeup on. That's when you're the prettiest. I hope that you don't take it wrong.
Yeah, no, that's how I bump around just on GP every day. Like this icon here is pretty much what I look like every day. There's no makeup on here. You know, the hair pulled back. Most of the time, my glasses. It is what it is. But for him to, you know, talk about allegedly how beautiful my hair was, and you haven't even seen my hair, like, I just can't, sir.
Okay.
I just, because it's disingenuous.
Okay.
At least he wasn't trying to touch your hair.
Yeah, no, not
I can speak from experience on that, especially like, you know, when you have a big fro, if you grow your hair out, sometimes white people want to touch it. I remember some women would like to touch my hair.
I mean, there are contexts where, you know.
Yeah, it's right there.
I would like for a man to touch my hair.
Only when it's at that right time and place for that. There's a time and place for everything.
Right.
So
I'm sorry, Alonzo, you were going to advise in another area.
Well, we'll get back to that in a second. Hold on. In terms of, that's what, think back to that time where even if, like I said, maybe he didn't approach or what have you, what feeling and or signs that you were maybe not cognizant of that you maybe had given to say, do approach me, or maybe I'm not approachable. But go ahead, Ron. What you got to say, Ron?
Peace, Alonzo, peace to panel chat. This conversation is obviously a very important one. I was reading this book some years ago, back in 2010, I think it was, called Popes and Bankers.
What's that, please?
It's called Popes and Bankers.
Popes and Bankers.
And
okay.
The guy who wrote the book said that what we found in the West is that the foundation to wealth creation is marriage.
I agree to that.
Excuse me?
I agree to that.
So, I've talked about this particular book because I think many of the things that Alonzo has been talking about is kind of encapsulated in this particular chapter. This book is called Family Wealth Transition Planning.
Yes.
It's a great book. It's one of the books that I recommend people to read, along with Kids, Wealth, and Consequences.
Okay.
It says in this book, the cycles of individual, family, and business change, layer overlap, so that any particular client is likely to be enmeshed in multiple cycles of personal, family, and business development. These overlapping cycles have a major impact on family wealth transition planning. This is particularly true for business families because their businesses become the focal point for multiple sources of wealth, as well as multiple cycles of change. As the life cycle of a family business plays out, individual family members connected with the business bring their own developmental tasks to the business environment. Because their families are intimately tied to the business, the challenges and needs of those families affect business operations. An understanding of life cycles helps family members see their development, where they've been, where they are now, and where they are likely heading. A planner who can help individuals, families, and businesses see how these multiple cycles affect them is more likely to help families create enduring transition plans. Trigger events. Even though the family wealth system is in a constant state of change, family members are prone to ignore these changes until a trigger event occurs. Trigger events are familiar to FWTP advisors. These are the events that propel clients into their advisor's office to discuss the planning process. Trigger events can be births, marriages, deaths, serious illness, sales of business, change in jobs, and even midlife crises. These
Is divorce
trigger,
in there?
Yeah, definitely
yeah,
divorce would be
actually,
one of those.
these trigger events and their reverberations within the family wealth system present the illusion of sudden change within a family. The truth is, however, that change is constant in a family and its wealth
Absolutely.
systems. While trigger events are familiar to most FWTP advisors, organizing them within each of the family wealth systems helps the advisor to develop a deeper understanding of the family wealth system. And then they have a figure over here showing that trigger events take on a special importance in the FWTP process. Family wealth transition planning advisors are familiar with the syndrome common to many clients of denying that these kinds of trigger events will occur in their families and in their lives, because change is the only constant in life. An advisor may have to find ways to educate family members as to the inevitability of these trigger events in the life of the family. At the other end of the spectrum, family members who are acutely aware of the inevitability of these events use them to entice the more reluctant members of the family to the advisor's office. These agents of change within a family usually recognize the potential for trigger events to drain family capital of all kinds. A marriage, for example, may require a wedding, setting up a new household, a prenuptial agreement, and a will. A serious illness requires significant financial resources and an even more significant commitment of time and energy by family members. A lawsuit may require a new way of making decisions within the family. The FWTP advisor helps family members understand that planning for cycles of change, not just for trigger events, is a more effective means of deploying capital. Most important, trigger events offer the opportunity to test the effectiveness of a transitional plan. In the face of a major life event, will family relationships be strengthened or will they crumble? Is there a plan for the stewardship of wealth when there is change in management? Will the family legacy be strong enough to survive difficult transitions? A family with an effective plan will be ready for these trigger events and will see them as an opportunity to review the larger issue of healthy transition within the family wealth system. Now, this is what is really, I think, at the heart of a lot of the stuff that's going on out here. The reality of the situation is that, and this is just when it comes to most Americans, most Americans are just financially illiterate.
Agreed.
And so this is why you have so many. So I think a lot of all of this woke stuff and trying to find a cause to be a part of is really people's way of allowing themselves to distract themselves from the most important issue that can ever be in their lives, and that's proper estate planning. There's no way to get around this. This is not just a financial issue, it's a spiritual one too.
Agreed.
When you leave property, when you leave money to your loved ones, that's a spiritual move. It's just
Agreed.
It's just financial in nature. And so when people refuse to properly plan their estate, what they're basically saying is that they don't care about family at all.
Agreed.
And so when we come to these conversations, many of the time, this is one of the big, Black men's, for example, biggest issue as it relates to Black America. You're dealing with a lot of women who don't really value family. So it's going to be very difficult when you have a group of women who collectively don't value the marriage structure, even though most other people are just like the dude wrote in the book Poets and Bankers, that the foundation of wealth creation in the West has been, marriage has been used as a major underpinning of that particular endeavor. So
I'm sorry, Mr. Raw. It is your perception that most women do not value family. Is that correct?
it's not my perception. It's a fact that most
Do
Black
you
Americans,
believe that most
I don't do
men value family?
Yes. Yes.
So
I know most Black men actually value family and marriage. Yes.
So when the birth rate in the Black community is to unmarried parents, you would say that most men value family?
First and foremost, let's be clear, because this is a typical argument that has been constantly posed. When you look at the numbers as far as Black men, I think it's 51% of Black men don't even have children. And when you look at the rates of children out of wedlock, there are high numbers of Black American women who have multiple children by multiple men. So it's a select few, it's a percentage of men that these women are constantly having children with. Most of the other men don't even have children. So this actual argument has been completely refuted by the data. It doesn't even back it up.
Help me, please.
Excuse me, Rael, if I may.
Yes.
If I may, brother, to piggyback on what you said, because I remember BGS put out a clip about this.
Yes.
And he showed that like some of the children, like he also showed that certain children that Black women, of course, Black women have more children than Black men are siring. They realize that some of the children are actually sired by men of other races.
Yes, there were other races. There were other races, yes.
They're sired by men of other races. Yes. That was the one thing that's some people are not also considering. That's an important factor in all this.
Before you guys continue, and here's one thing. So in terms of valuing family, Adrian, here's what I did hear you mention was obviously finance and economics. Now that does come from a form of valuing family, but you have to realize there's something that you did mention earlier on, which was that the man should provide and protect. And I don't disagree with that. I don't think anyone else here disagrees with that. So with that being said, when a woman comes and leads with her MBA or her JD, that's almost leading with a masculine energy, as opposed to leading with the fact that your MBA gets you into certain areas that may be beneficial for me in my business.
Right.
So I see, hey, not only does she have an MBA and look good in sweatpants, but she knows how to use a salad fork and a soup spoon and can get me into these guys who I need to get these big contracts. And then I can be that man that you say you want because you're being that woman that I need.
Right.
So for me, and I can't speak for all women that ever were or ever will be, I would say...
Only thing you can do is speak for yourself, my dear. So
correct.
Please continue.
And so for me, I would say that I am strange. Okay.
Could you please elaborate? What do you mean by that?
I'm going to explain. I'm going to explain. So the household in which I grew up in, it was a situation where the males, my father and my parents' son, would sit up in the house and chill while my mother and I work muled in the yard, building fences, doing yard work, cleaning pools, and such. So I have a lot of masculine type skills. This is just the situation that I was born into.
Skills and energy are two different things, but continue.
But likewise, or not likewise, but in addition to that, Again, I am the daughter of a Delta and an Omega. And I was also a
you also do give off a very feminine energy, if I may.
Oh, well, thank you. And so I was also a debutante. And so, like, I have this very interesting memory. Like, when I was going through the debutante training, I remember one morning I went to rehearsal and I literally had grass clippings in my hair because I was mowing the lawn in the morning before debutantes practice, you know, literally pushing a lawnmower. And my parents have a son who was able-bodied, but they did not have those requirements of him. So I'm pushing a lawnmower. I shower, I go to debutantes training, and I have grass clippings in my hair. And so for me, there's been a lot of interesting code switching, if you will, that I personally have had to do given my life experiences. And it has totally shaped me into who I am. I don't regret who I am. I am a single woman, never married, no children, and I'm self-sufficient. And so
Hold on, because there's something very important and that I caught that you said, which is very different from what often is heard. So notice you said you're self-sufficient, not independent. Okay, because you're not looking. So what's happening now is maybe you just ain't out there enough because
I'm really not. Look, there's a Delta variant out there in these streets that I am not trying to get all virused up in any way, shape, or form.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this, because women often have, you know, income requirements, blah, blah, blah for men. What's the income requirement? What's the number for you? Or is there a number?
You know, quite frankly, that is very hard to say. So look, a man, okay, so point of information, I'm from Los Angeles County. Okay? Okay. So let's start there. Okay. And I don't know if you caught that stream where Black Beauty was catching a lot of heat on the lead attorney's channel.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with Brooklyn.
It was vitriolic. And I'm like, wow, this is not right. So, point of information, I am from Los Angeles County. Okay. Most people understand being able to pay rent. So I start with that kind of baseline. So in Los Angeles County, in order to be sustainable, I would need to pay some rent. And so that looks like earning $60,000 a year as a single adult, period. Okay. So I can't be partnering with a man who cannot sustain himself on his own. I won't do it. So does that mean that he needs to be making $60,000 a year? I'll say maybe, right? Because if this man earns $60,000 a year and he lives on his own, but he's divorced and he has child support to pay and his wife or ex-wife took half his pension, that man looks very different than a man who just earns $60,000 a year, never married, never had any children, and he's just supporting himself. Okay. So I can't really answer that question with a blanket dollar figure, Alonzo, all-star advisor, and I think you understand what I'm saying.
Let me interject. When I was in college.
Who is this, Mr. Raw?
This is Raw. Yeah,
I took an African-American male and female relationship class. And much of what I'm hearing right now is much of the same stuff I heard in that class. And my professor, a Black American woman, who got her PhD working with Black men in substance abuse programs, what she ended up finding out was that there were a lot of good Black men out there. There were just Black men who had been going through things. And what she found out was that Black women weren't there for Black men like that. And it was appalling to her. And I even said in the class that it was a shame that it took for her to actually have to do her PhD coursework and work with Black men trying to get themselves clean from addiction in her substance abuse coursework, for her to actually see Black men as human. And so this is just another example, as far as I'm concerned, of a Black woman expecting a circumstance to be perfect to get engaged in the actual situation. There have been Black men who have dealt with Black women with some of the worst types of backgrounds, and they made good on that. This is what marriage is. Marriage is an investment. Obviously, you have to have a plan. You have to have a plan, and that's what these conversations are about in terms of estate planning. Because if you can actually have a plan in terms of building wealth and not just stumble into it, but actually have a plan that you stick to, you, especially using life insurance, you can build the wealth. The question is, are you willing to wait 5 years for it?
Yes.
Are you willing to wait 10 years for it? And now if you can do that, and if your money is good at another level, you don't even have to wait that long.
Okay.
So
unfortunately, a lot of people, I'm sorry, but unfortunately, a lot of people do not have that patience sometimes, especially those who are living from day-to-day existence, or if you have people who are living from paycheck to paycheck, like many Americans are.
And that's the difference between broke people and wealthy people. Some people have the stomach to be patient, and some people don't.
You know what? I'll speak to that. Actually, me and Talani will probably go over this again on About That Life. And I'm going to start doing live streams like this more often too, allowing people to come up and speak, because it's fruitful. But we were actually talking about a client we were working on, and we were disagreeing about liquidity. And she was explaining, well, this guy's really only got like $50 a month. Why would we put it in an IUL? And Adrian, you have to, there you go. And so we were disagreeing. She's explaining, oh, did I just drop her out? I'm sorry. So we were disagreeing about the liquidity. And we were explaining, I was explaining, hey, listen, it makes more sense for them to put this $50 a month in an IUL that's going to grow at the time 6% compound. And she was like, well, no, they need to put it in savings, because if they're barely able to afford this $50 a month, then they need to be liquid. And what I was explaining is broke people don't need to be liquid, because if they're liquid, then they're going to go into that money. That's why they're broke. So you put in something called a forced savings account or a life policy, so they can't touch it for 5 years.
Right.
Now, go ahead, Ron.
Yeah, and that makes all the sense in the world, because, again, that's why I brought up the book Popes and Bankers and what the dude said, because there is no easy way to do it. I mean, there's no easy way. This is an easier way in terms of, going, life insurance route and stuff like that. But there is no easy way. You're going to have some skin in the game. And unfortunately, many Black women don't believe in putting any skin in the game as it relates to Black men. They don't believe in putting any skin in the game. They don't even view I tell women all the time, you have to view your mate as an investment.
A mate is an investment. Absolutely.
Hold on. But see, that's the problem. Most Black women don't view Black men as an investment. Most Black women, especially when they come or even from the lowest circumstances, but especially college-educated Black women, tend to view their degree as higher than the capability of a Black man's ability to earn. I have seen plenty of people, plenty of successful business people who dropped out some of the top Ivy League schools and gone on to be millionaires and billionaires. Why? Because there's no greater education especially for a man, but for anybody who chooses to go into the field, than to build a business from the ground level up. There's no greater education. And many of these people built their businesses from the ground level. They made the ultimate investment in self, because that's what business is. So when you see a black man that is moving in that type of direction, as a smart, intelligent, educated black woman, you should be the first one to try to hitch a ride to that wagon, because that's a man that has the most supreme confidence in himself, because he's making the ultimate investment in himself. Going to work for people and working jobs is not the ultimate investment in self. It's the ultimate investment in somebody else's dreams and their realities and their goals and aspirations. You're invested in them bringing their fantasies and their goals and aspirations to life, not yours. So smart women, this is why white women, when they see, this is why white women and other women, they go to college to find a husband. Black women go to college to find a job, because they looking for that dude that's going to have the energy, the know-how, because this is our lane. This is what
Actually, hold on. Let me interject right there, Rob, because that makes perfect sense what you just said. And you actually, being the daughter of two Greeks and a debutante, this is definitely what you were primed for. And
well, wait, Alonzo, wait, let me stop you right there.
Okay.
So the thing is with my life experiences, while it is true that I was a debutante and I am the daughter of the Greeks, if you will, the reality is we were house poor. And you understand what I mean, right?
I get you.
I mean, so it is true that, you know, I'm the daughter of a debutante, but it is also true that, quite frankly, I thought that the debutante tradition was bullshit.
That's fair.
You know, it's like, okay, I was a debutante, but there was no investment in my college education. And I got all this student loan debt. What the hell? This is dumb shit. I mean, I can't keep it any more real.
Yeah, no, I feel you.
So, you know, and I didn't have the words as a teenager to articulate that those resources should have been invested differently. I mean, it was one night I got this gown on that's equivalent to a wedding dress. And all the resources that were expended in that. And I learned how to bow and curtsy and eat with the right fork. But I could have picked up a Peggy Post book and learned some etiquette that way. And that would have been like using those resources, I don't know, to buy, let's say, some sort of life insurance plan. So then that could be cashed out and I could buy a house. That would have been more prudent.
I feel you.
Well, hold on. Both of my parents died at 43 years old. Both of them. They were dead at 43. They didn't leave me one dime.
Right.
I had to fight on both sides. On my mom's side and on my dad's side over property that I wasn't even trying to fight over, because I was actually mourning the deaths. I wasn't actually trying to get some shit like that. And the reality of the situation is they didn't set me up to be financially literate. But guess what? Somebody gonna have to do it.
Right, and so this is actually raw to that point. This is my situation. My parents did not set me up to be financially literate.
Hold on. I'm literally saying what you're saying from my perspective. And my point is, it don't matter if they didn't set you up. They didn't have it in them to set you up, and they didn't do it. But at some point in each family's generation, there's going to have to be somebody to wake up and change the trajectory. I decided that it was going to be me, precisely because I understood the pain that came with it when it happened to me, when there was not a transition plan in place. And when I was in college trying to figure out what to do with my dad's house and fighting his girlfriend and or all type of things because he didn't properly plan his estate. So I've been there, but the difference is that I made a decision to say, you know what, I'm going to be better than that. I'm going to learn this stuff because at the end of the day, like, the world don't care. It's not like the world stopped moving, man, when my parents, die. It's not like the world said, okay, well, the world is going to stop spinning and take time out, and we're going to let you get it together, young man. You know what I'm saying? Even though you lost 3 people within a year span that was close to you, we're gonna take a time out for you. We're gonna let you get yourself together emotionally, and then once you're ready, then the world will go back to spinning, and then you can do your thing. No, that's not how the world works. The world says
It does not work like that, Rob.
Or you're gonna fold.
And it doesn't work like that for women either. Like, I had to go and grind and get it anyway.
No, definitely, and that's what's even worse. So here's what I'm saying. For example,
excuse me, folks.
Yep.
Excuse me, Lonzo. I'm sorry. Well, thank you for having me here, but I gotta step out. But it was good meeting y'all. Rael, good to see you, sir. Miss Nash, nice to meet you.
Mr. Wolf, it's been a pleasure.
Nice to meet you, ma'am. Been a pleasure.
Hey, Wolf, definitely, man. We'll be having more. Hey.
Oh, I look forward to this. I'm also subscribed to your channel as well. So, yeah, this is gonna be very interesting. No doubt. Folks, y'all have a good evening. Good night.
Good night, sir.
So here's what I was getting to, and this was a little bit back to Roz's point. What's going on, Snuggles? How you doing? Snuggles in the building.
It's Snuggles. She's snuggly. I think it's a she.
I think so too. Snuggles is everywhere. But so here's the thing, right? And this is what Roz is speaking to. What my wife did in college was when she went to college, she found a man who was about to graduate.
Is that you?
Yes, this is me.
Okay.
So she found a man who was about to graduate, and they got into a relationship. And as he was graduating, she was experiencing her freshman year in college. So obviously, he's got a few years to get himself established in a career. And by the time she was finishing up with college, he was a general manager of a Walmart, which is not a bad position to be in. It wasn't like he was a cashier or a cart pusher. He was the GM, meaning it was his Walmart, which means he was making, no matter what state, at least $60K. So he definitely met those criteria. Does that make sense?
Criteria of what, please? Please clarify.
Financial criteria that I don't disagree with. On average, $60K, especially where you are. And, where I am, New York, is pretty reasonable. You know what I mean? Like, I know people who are making that and they're not, working, they're a mechanic.
Right. Well, so for me, what I'll have to say is because look, Alonzo, trust and estates paralegal. I'm looking at people's business, their footnotes, what the reality is of what people need financially to sustain and create legacies. But even with that, like, what I'll say is there are so many different factors to consider in trying to partner up. And no, there is no ideal situation in anything. Everybody has, some sort of benefit and detriment. And so what I would do if and when I'm back out in these streets is that I'm going to have to seriously take the time and evaluate the situation, my situation, his situation. I'm not in a hurry. I could, like for me, Adrienne Nash, I could have children or not and be perfectly okay with that. But again, I have some different life experiences, point of information. Right. I have a special needs sister. I was her guardian and caregiver for a number of years through the DCFS system. So I have been parentalized and I know what that looks like. I understand the sacrifices, I would think, that need to be made in certain circumstances as a woman who's never had children. And so I'm not all turned up about, oh, my biological clock is ticking and I have to have a baby. I could have a baby or I could not. I could get married or I could not.
Okay.
And
So actually that leads into this, because you're talking about estate and legacy, and we're talking about specific numbers. Now there's something I hold men accountable very much in my space. I don't know, obviously people aren't that familiar. But even, for example, my first time on the Roger Report, I came from a different aspect. Now, from sitting on the panels for a while, I've had different views, but, even if you watch like a female from the habitual line, Stepper Sister George, I've told her when we first met, I watched The Pink Pill. So
I watched The Pink Pill.
I look from different perspectives. Now, let me ask you this. As I do financial advisory things, and I was recently at the CAAFP, and that's the Conference of African American Financial Professionals. And you're an African American female. Do you know who the Budgetnista is?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Just confirms something. So obviously at the CAAFP, Tiffany, was explaining, and I follow her now, just so you know. I was watching her on Instagram Live last night. And I'm so for her because she's so bliggity black, bliggity black, black, and she don't care about it. And she's like, what? And she's already rich. I ain't rich yet, but I'm still bliggity black and don't care. She mentioned at the CAAFP that 98% of her following is Black females. Females, but majority Black.
Okay.
And again, the advisor that I took from Charles Schwab, I like to throw that in there because that's a little confidence building, my ego. The young lady Talani that I took from Charles Schwab knew her, but the other advisors on my team, majority males, Black males, but majority males, we had no clue who this woman was.
Tiffany, you're talking about the Budgetnista?
Correct.
Oh, wow. Okay.
No, and these are guys who've been in the financial services industry for a long time, know people like Eugene Mitchell, who she's partnered with, at New York Life, et cetera, Never heard of her.
Okay.
My principal was like, I went to her Facebook. She's got 600,000 some odd followers. This is amazing.
Right.
And I was like, I was stunned myself, but all I did was immediately follow her, and shot her a message. Hey, found you at the CAAFP during the CAAFP. FYI, I've got some more clips from my recording of the CAAFP that I will be sharing on my page.
Okay.
I don't know if you,
Mr. Rob. Are you there, sir? Mr. Rob?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm curious or intrigued. Tell me about you. What's your industry?
I'm a life coach.
You're a life coach. Oh, nice. Okay. Because I wasn't really familiar with the book that you quoted from, but I feel like I should have come across that in what I do. So I'll be checking that out. And cheers.
Yes. Actually, he shares a lot of great books like this, and a lot of people, and it's terrible because it tends to fall on deaf ears. A lot of people won't even purchase the books that he mentions. And I can't remember the guy's name, but there's an African-American man who was at the CAAFP last year who's a multimillionaire and charges like $1 million for public speaking. Tiffany only charges $40K. I found that out last night. For a keynote speech. But his first name is Dennis. I can't think of his last name, but he said, I work with these people and I've noticed that the more money they have, the bigger the book collection. The less money they have, the bigger the screen TV.
Okay.
Yeah. And I was like, wow, that's
and
something.
Are these, just out of curiosity, are these paper old school books or Kindles or both or what?
I'm sure he was talking about paper old school
Paper
books because
Old
where
school
he
books.
comes from.
Right,
But, you
right,
know,
right.
nowadays we could do it on the Kindle. You know, we can have a big screen. It's a different story.
Yeah.
Because we've got, like you said, Kindle, etc. But that's moving forward with the world. But in terms of that financial thing, so one of the things that I like to mention, so we talk about the divorce rate, and you were talking about the birth rate, and one of those things is, a lot of the women are sleeping with the same men. Prime example, I know a woman who has a baby by a man and his brother.
Oh wow! What? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so
My
they're brother and sisters and cousins at the same time, simultaneously.
Oh wow.
Yeah, your dad is my uncle. Your uncle is my dad. Wait, yeah. But
I think that in my exclamation, my tendency to be very traditional minded is showing up.
no.
Like,
see, that's what I was
in
saying.
my
That's what
mind,
you're
I'm
going
like, who does that? What is that?
You'd be surprised.
Oh, I mean,
what
and
we
were these,
encounter.
in your opinion, were these consensual situations?
Yes, they were absolutely consensual.
That is so messy. Oh wow.
Oh yeah, I there's
So let me get my head around this. The siblings are half brother and sister, but then they're also like cousins, technically.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
craziness. Okay, I'm sorry. Go on.
They have the same mother,
Right.
but different fathers.
And the
But
fathers
their
are
fathers
brothers.
are brothers.
So the siblings are half siblings and cousins.
Yes.
Okay. So what about this Jerry Springer-esque type situation?
So all I was saying was that's sometimes what men are actually encountering. Maybe not that messy, but a derivative of that. Now, you're in a different perspective. And what happens often is, like I was saying about Sharkeisha and Kilolo, just like Pookie and Ray Ray, Henry ends up getting missed, just like Adrian ends up getting missed because we're so busy looking at Sharkeisha and Kilolo.
Mm-hmm.
So then you slip through the cracks.
Mm-hmm.
Even though you're cute, you're not a squeaky wheel, so you're not calling for attention like Sharkeisha and Kilolo.
Not at all.
Right?
So I quite frankly, Alonzo, I don't like all the smoke. Like when I was up on that panel with JT on Father's Day at on the Lead Attorneys channel.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I went back and I read through the chat and it just made me feel very uncomfortable and objectified. Like, wow, I don't like this type of attention from all these people. Like, you know, if I had a man, I'd like to be his attention, but I don't like it felt like when I'm reading through the chat, like in my mind, visually, I'm being like swarmed by locusts. It was just too much. So yeah, I'm not attention seeking in that way. I don't know what to say.
Well,
no,
that's
good.
That.
What, sir?
The thing is that you know, if I was pro-black, if I was on some pro-black stuff,
mm-hmm.
I couldn't go to a KKK rally and complain about what they was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I look like a fool. Like
mm-hmm.
I went to a KKK rally. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
So this space has been constructed because particularly a lot of Black men have been trying to figure out what is the issue, what are the issues with Black women that are keeping them from having successful relationships, marriages, with
Mhm.
these women and being able to build competent families moving forward. And so there's a lot of dialogue and a lot of information that is bandied about that actually talks to this particular issue. Now, for a lot of women who are used to being in female spaces where females just tend to lie to each other a lot and don't tell the truth to each other a lot and say one thing in each other's presence, but behind your back, they're doing completely different things. Those types of spaces make women believe that there's absolutely nothing wrong with women because women are not honest with each other. That's a different approach in these men's spaces. We're honest. We don't care how you feel about it.
You know, and to
Like
that point,
what's not going to happen? It's like what this dude said years ago. He said that the one thing that you can't debate is my life experience.
right?
That's what this space has become. So it's been men sharing their actual experience with these women from all across the country, from different hoods, neighborhoods, two-parent home background, you name it. It doesn't matter. They've been having the same experience. We've seen dudes who came from the hood have the same experience. We've seen dudes with PhDs have the same experience. So when these conversations are had, it's not anybody that's picking on black women and all this other type stuff. If anything, it's been the complete opposite. Because 40, 50 years to talk about black men, well, we can even go back further than that, but especially for the last 40, 50 years, to talk about black men is that black men ain't shit. And this has been the template to use to basically dehumanize black men, no matter how good black men are. And so this is black men's way of pushing back against that narrative, because if nobody else is going to defend our name, we're going to defend our name. And so the reality of the situation is, if we have to defend our name against black women who have taken part in this particular aspect, which is really an extension of a lot of what white racists used to actually say about black men historically, then that's who black men are going to push back against. And the idea of being a community and all that stuff, it goes out the window, because how can we be a community with a group of women who get on TV and tell the world that we ain't shit? It don't work like that. So this is just a pushback. The problem with a lot of black women now is that many black women who adopted this mind frame, they're getting old. In the baby boomer generation of women especially, there's going to be, that check is going to need to get cashed. And what I mean by that is, many of these women in Black America are not married. So as they go to these retirement years, see, when they used to be married to black men, when they still valued marriage, when marriage was 80, 90% range in Black America, when black men died, they could live in relative comfort off of their pensions and retirement and Social Security. But when you have millions of women, hold on, let me finish this point.
Okay.
When you have millions of women who have not been married, approaching ages where money is going to become critical in terms of their well-being, in terms of being able to take care of themselves, because you can't work forever, and they don't have the money to pay this, where are they going to go? And that's where a lot of the conflict is coming from, because many of these women do not want to accept that reality, because even though they're trying to use marriage as a get out of jail free card, a lot of the men are saying, no, thank you. I'm not marrying you. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to be your get out of jail free card. You spent your 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s talking about how you didn't need a man. It ain't going to be running to a black man to bail you out of your failures. You're going to have to suck it up. You're going to have to figure it out, because you've been strong and independent, and no amount of shaming is going to make these men pay that bill. You didn't want men to lead you? Fine, that's cool. That's your choice. We live in a free society. You have absolutely the right to go in that direction. But you have to understand that there are consequences that come with saying you don't need a man. And most of that consequence is poverty.
So relevant to that, the consequence of not partnering is poverty. What I've seen in my work as a trust and estates paralegal, dealing with issues of estate planning, legacy planning, death, transfer of wealth or lack thereof, what I have seen in our community especially is that the Black women who have partnered are literally left in the poorhouse. You have partnered with a man, you have seen him through his longevity, you have not participated in the financial component of your marriage. When he dies, you realize that you're in your 80s and he's signed off on a mortgage and left you with a 30-year mortgage and you're 80. So these paradigms that you're talking about, Mr. Raw, are, it's like, for me, what I see and what I do, Black women appear to be damned if they do and fucked if they don't. And it's very disheartening for me.
Hold on, before you respond, Ron, I want to respond to that actually because of what I do in very many specific situations. So if anybody is familiar with Pleasantville, New York, it's an expensive area in New York, Long Island, very wealthy area. And I had a few clients.
Oh, man, Pleasantville is actually a real city? I didn't know that. I thought it was just a movie.
Yeah, no, it actually is. But one of the things is I had a few clients in Pleasantville whilst I was in Mutual of Omaha. And one of my first clients in Pleasantville, the reason for him becoming a client was his wife.
Right.
And this is something that, like you were speaking to, in terms of the Stepford wife, I think people don't understand how it works behind those closed doors. Again, being an asset, and this is why you'll see a lot of like athlete Black men or wealthy Black men go to white women because they think the white women understand how to manage the money. And that's why you see them shopping all day on, Real Housewives of Atlanta, but they're also managing the money of the house. You just don't see that part because it's not glamorous on TV, right? Mm-hmm. But that's why they're able to shop all day because they allocate to the side the money for them to shop. Their husband just here, take all these millions of dollars. I'm making it. And I'm busy going to make it, and that's my passion. So I really ain't got time to spend with you. So yeah, go spend a bunch of my money that I don't even know I'm making because I'm making it hand over fist because that's what I do 24/7, 365. That's that driven man. Right? So these women know how to handle his finances.
You're talking about the white women?
Just women, women of your decorum as well. For example, my wife, like I said, she met her ex-boyfriend before she met me, and he was in that position, owning, being the GA of a or GM of a Walmart, But she's dealing with the fine. He goes to work, brings home the paycheck.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, yes, she had a job too, but she handled all the finances, right? And then he'd be like, look, just give me some money to spend. I don't need much. Just give me a couple $100. I'm simple. I got everything. I got my underwear, my clothes. I don't really want nothing new. I got my toy, which is my car. I'm going to spend my money on that, whatever. Everything else, just make sure the house is afloat. Right? So when we ask, well, what do you bring to the table? Oh, I can help his business. I don't need you to help my business, but if you can bring peace in the home front, I can help him I can be someone he can delegate to.
I don't know. I'm just going to keep it real.
And then I'm going to go.
I don't know that I will ever be able to contort myself into the type of woman that would be compliant with a man's program, whatever.
Not as hard as you think.
And so
that's just how
it's not as complex as it sounds.
That's how but Black women, it's just like BGS said. Black women just aren't raised to do it. That's just what it is.
Well, I mean, I can say for me personally, I can say that I definitely was not raised to do it. Like I was raised in a household where the women were doing the work while the men sat on their posteriors. Like my father was not a protector, provider man. This is the culture that I was raised in. And I didn't pick my parents, Mr.
Right.
L.
No,
And
no.
so
But you keep saying, but you keep making it about your father, but you're not, you haven't said anything about the woman who actually raised you to be the woman you are.
well, and so to that point, like my mother, so my mother did not, quote unquote, work outside of the household, quote unquote, but she was breaking her back to bring value to the situation as best she could. Like she
Right.
would, again, my mother and I would be out in the yard building fences. You know, we might come inside for some water, and my father would be sitting at the kitchen counter talking about how unpretty she was and unfeminine she was. And we're out there outside, like slinging yard tools and stuff. I mean, it was ridiculous.
All right.
So for me,
So outside of that, what I wanted to bring us back to, and this is why I asked that number.
I can't give you like, I'm not trying to be non-committal, but I can't give you a
60K
number.
is fine. 60K, like I said, I just wanted an average. 60K is average.
Right.
So you're asking for something that's average. What there's no, don't worry. What there's nothing to worry about.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So 60, that should be average. I don't think anybody here disagrees with that in terms of the men. And that's what
I would think, so in Los Angeles County, and we have to put that into the, the conversation, I think that's average. That might be above average in Atlanta. Right?
Well, okay, understood.
Right. So
yeah, because I'm looking at New York numbers.
Right. So you're saying, sir, Alonso?
So when we're looking at that, right, one of the things that I mentioned up here was, like we were talking about that divorce rate, which is 70%. Mm-hmm. And a lot of that is the women, but there's also something else that we don't speak out against, which is businesses, right? Mm-hmm. Because businesses fail at a clip of 80%. Now, I'm also going to go into another product here, which is an indexed universal life, because that's the S class of insurance. So we're going to go there too. But would you feel more comfortable, even if a guy, let's say, didn't have that 60K number, but he did something like you guys when you're dating, sat down and had a life insurance needs analysis to see, hey, if we're even thinking about being targeted towards our future, our finances are maybe even thinking about being aligned. I'll give you an example. My brother and I, before I got married to my wife went to, and look up Lang Dixon. He went to Beaver College, which is my wife's alma mater, Arcadia University. And Lang Dixon is the reason the Conference of African American Financial Professionals exists. So with that being my wife's alma mater, I'm pretty proud of that.
Okay. Cheers.
Thank you. We got to get Black excellence everywhere we can, right?
Yes.
So now remember, the other policies I was showing you grew at a 3.7% clip or interest rate. This is growing at a 6.2% compound interest rate. Just so you know, versus a few hours earlier, we're looking at the high yield interest rate and money market accounts from Marcus Millichap, aka Goldman Sachs, that gave you a walloping 0.5% annual percentage rate. And these are compound interest rates monthly. So technically, if it stays at 6.2% times 12, that's 36% in a year, right?
Okay.
Just saying. Obviously, those aren't guarantees, but we're not going to go all into that. But what I wanted to say was, what if a guy sits down, does a financial plan, and actually has maybe a family plan ahead of time and has some things like life insurance in place to do things like you were saying, cash out and buy a house?
Look, Alonso, who you talking to? You're talking to Adrian Nash, MBA in financial planning. Let's talk about it, baby.
Okay. Would this make a guy more attractive to you?
Huh?
Would even if, let's say he works at McDonald's and makes $15 an hour, $30,000 a year, half of what we're saying is average. But he's also putting things like this into place. Does this make him more attractive or more of a valuable mate outside of looks?
To me, yes, but listen, Alonzo, I need to see the financial statements and the footnotes. You see. And listen, the reality is, would I be willing to show a potential partner my financial statements and my footnotes? I don't know. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, would we be willing to be completely open and transparent with each other about what our financial condition is?
Right.
I don't know that most people are willing to do that. I personally would not have a problem with doing that. But who does that?
Well,
and that's more of a rhetorical question than anything else.
Right.
You know,
So,
go ahead, Ron.
Again, you know, this is why I'm constantly recommending this book. Will I Ever Be Good Enough? Healing the Daughters of Narcissistic Mothers. One of the things that it talks about in this book is that women are getting their relationship picker through their mom. So that's something that is not really ever really.
What's that? The daughters? I'd love to see that. The daughters of a narcissistic mother?
Will I Ever Be Good Enough? Healing the Daughters of Narcissistic Mothers. It's a great book. I just actually recently finished it. And one of the things that it talks about is this relationship picker thing. The woman talks about, she's a therapist. She's talked to women. She has talked about the devastating effects that these kinds of mothers have had on their daughters. Even women up into their 70s have had these issues. And so what she's talking about is that women, their attributes as a woman are going to come through their mother. And so the reality of the situation is that many mothers have ill-equipped their daughters to have the type of attributes necessary to choose a particular mate. And so they go out into the world, because in the home environment, the nesting environment is where women are supposed to learn their attributes necessary. So when they become an adult woman, they're able to actually coexist with a man, integrate into the mission, which is.
Do you think men should learn their attributes in the home?
Hold on. Can I please finish, please?
Oh, okay. Sure.
So they can integrate into the mission, which the word submission is attached to. Submission means to be a part of a mission. And throughout time immemorial, family has always been the mission. Always. And so when you decide to deviate from that mission, especially as a woman, what you're saying is you're choosing to go against the natural order of things. No, men are not supposed to learn what they're supposed to learn fully in the home environment. Men are supposed to go into the environment and develop themselves, because we're not women. We develop differently. We develop in a way much different fashion. That's why we're supposed to go into the environment and figure it out. This is why we made the environment conform to us as men. We conquered all types of wild animals. We domesticated animals, all types of things. Why? Because men made the external environment conform to itself, but nobody really gives any attention to the female spaces that are just as important as it relates to the development of young girls into women, and how when they do not have that feminine space, that what this woman calls in the book I have, the feminine in fairy tales, that feminine paradise in which the older women are supposed to instruct the younger women in things like love magic. When you become able to give birth, they're supposed to show you the power of your sexuality, your attributes. They're supposed to help you develop your feminine core necessary so that when you become older, you can integrate with a man effectively. If you have not been taught this as a woman, I don't give a damn how fine you are. There's a whole bunch of attractive black women out here who have not been able to integrate into black men because they have had the improper training, and there's no way in hell you can integrate with a black man if you coming to the table already with the idea that he don't even know what he's doing, even though there are plenty of black men who have consistently shown they know what they're doing. Reginald Lewis, Robert F. Smith, Booker T. Washington built a school in America as an ex-slave when we couldn't even legally be able to read. He came out of that environment. But in spite of all of these types of accomplishments by black men, the notion is still that black men don't know what the hell they're doing. That is not a truth. It has never been a reality, but it is only coming from these environments where women who chose the wrong types of men to be with, because if a woman ain't telling me her dad picked this dude for her and she made the choice herself, then her relationship picker was off, and she needs to have that culpability with her daughters and say, you know what? I made some bad decisions. You know, we was burning our bras in the 60s and we said we didn't need men and we just wanted to go out there and be sexually liberated. But you know what? We was wrong. We shouldn't have did that. We shouldn't have went against the family. We should have held ourselves to a better standard the way we used to, like your great grandmothers were, who were married their whole life. And the reality of the situation, that has not happened. And there is a consequence for those types of behaviors. That's why I like these particular books, because they're written by women and they're saying that women across the board, even in this book, Will I Ever Be Good Enough? Healing the Daughters of Narcissistic Mothers, she covers the silent generation, the boomer generation, Generation X, and all of that, and how many of these daughters that's coming from the boomer generation, they're looking at their moms and saying, you told me to go get us a college education, and this shit is not fulfilling me the way I'm supposed to, because the only way that a woman can really fully self-actualize her best version of herself is to integrate in a man and find love. That's how she's supposed to do it.
I don't agree with that, Mr. Ra, at least not for me. But that's me.
Well, you're a little different.
And that's why you're failing, because you don't agree with it. It's true.
I'm not failing. I'm doing just fine. Yes, you are. That's your perspective. All due respect, sir, you don't know me.
I mean, you chose your story.
And so for you to label me as a failure is highly offensive.
No, you're failing.
And rude.
You're failing.
All right.
Wow.
So
based on what we're talking about family structure. So when we talk about family structure and your mindset towards it, we consider that a failure over here. That's what it is to us over here.
Who is
we? In your small little world, you don't think it's anything wrong with it.
Who is we? Who is the we? Because I only speak for me. Who is the we?
Hold on. Because you're in this space, dear. You came into this space. We didn't ask you to come into this space. You came here. And then you complain.
I'm sorry, Alonzo, would you not like for me to be here?
No, that's fine.
You complain about the things that you hear.
If
you don't like what's in this space, then you don't have to be in this space. But in this space, we're talking about families, marriages.
I'm sorry, Alonzo, is this an exclusive man space?
No. So this is.
I never said it was an exclusive man space. I said you can't be over here and complain about the things that's talked about.
Hold on.
Because majority of the men in this space, they value family and marriage if they're able to lead properly without having.
So here's where the disconnect was. Hold on, Rob. Hold on. Here's what the disconnect was in terms of what he was saying. Don't take it as a personal attack. Definitely, Adrian, he may not have meant you personally, or if he did, he's talking about the perspective of your age range and not being married, even according to what things like Kevin Samuels was talking about with high value men. In terms of personal, like you said, you're willing to deal with an average person. And like I told you earlier, what I said on a personal level, maybe you just ain't really out there enough, right? So, but for an overall, right, the majority, even women who are like yourself, they don't get that. Now, I'll give you an example. So remember, I was talking about having a financial plan, and I'm going to put, so a man with a financial plan like this would probably be around 37. Let's say you're just in college and you're my cousin's age, 27, and you're doing your medical residence, right?
Mhm.
And you're dating. Do you expect, because this is generally what women are expecting. She's expecting for the same men in her age range that she's physically attracted to, that she's on residence with, to be in a position to afford to take her to, Ruth Chris and Morton Steakhouse and so on and so forth, and be driving a nice car. And since you my man and we dealing with each other, why can't you buy me a bag? Why can't you pay my phone bill? Why can't, these are conversations I'm having with family members.
Did you say a bag, a Birkin or something?
Yeah.
All of this is theory to me, Alonzo. I don't.
Yeah, I understand. But this, I wouldn't say a Birkin. They might want a Birkin. But
Listen, Alonzo, for me personally, those are not my values.
understood.
But I do understand that some women have those values.
But at 20,
Right?
at 37,
It's stupid to me to have a Birkin, but you don't have nothing in it.
whew, talk about it. Hold on. Go ahead.
I mean, seriously. And for me personally, I have had the life experiences that I've had. So I think I did share with you, Alonzo. I don't know if you were there, Mr. Raw, but I think I shared with you, Alonzo, that I personally spent quite a lot of my younger adulthood taking care of a disabled sibling. So for Mr. Raw to say that I'm a failure and that I don't value family, all due respect, you don't know me, because I've made quite a few sacrifices to take care of my family.
Right.
Okay.
That's not the complete context.
I speak from an informed position when I say things. I don't say things flippantly.
Sir?
I do not say things flippantly. Anybody that knows me knows I don't speak flippantly. I specifically, see, you heard what you wanted to hear. I specifically said as it relates to this space and what we value here. Because when you were talking earlier,
and then there's that. Hold on.
Uh-huh. You were talking about how the things you feel like when you're in these spaces and the comments, you feel like it's a swarm of locusts on you. Why? Because you're in a space in which the way that you comport your personal life is diametrically opposed to what the men are projecting forth in this space.
So when I said swarm of locusts, I was talking about the commentary that was being made about me and the way that I look and what men wanted to do to me because of the way that I look.
Yeah, they
I
were
felt
going crazy
objectified
on TLA on her and another woman. Now that woman,
and that's what I meant when I said swarm of locusts.
But I get it, but what happens is when you're coming into a space that's full of men, it's like going into the barbershop, right? And wearing booty shorts. We're gonna look and say something. It's just kind of where we are. It's not you specifically, even though you're specifically there. Does that make sense?
See the thing. See, this is what I don't like. See, when she made this comment earlier about when she in the field that she's in, when she see Black women attach themselves to Black men, they end up in the poorhouse. To paraphrase what she was saying.
Well, that's what I'm talking about here, because it's partially the woman's fault, and that's what she was saying, because she was like, you don't involve yourself in any of the finances. You sit back like a Stepford wife, and that's why I was explaining the Real Housewives of Atlanta are actually not just sitting there spending money at Coach. They're actually dealing with the finances. They're behind the scenes saying, hey, you need to get a life insurance policy, so if you die, like Anna Nicole Smith inherited, I get a whole bunch of money to take care and continue to live this lifestyle that you're providing for me and my family.
Hold on, it's beyond that. I made a point earlier when I specifically said this is not just Black people, but Americans across the board are financially illiterate. Now, I said that in reference to that based on the numbers, the stats, 60% of wealth that's transferred from one generation to the next is lost. When you get to the third generation, it's over 70%. Are we sitting here saying that's majority Black wealth? No, it's not. We're not saying that's majority Black wealth. If anything, that's majority white wealth. So the idea that most of the time, when a Black woman attaches herself to a Black man, she can get put into the poorhouse is absolutely ridiculous. Because if you were going to say that, it would actually be more applicable to white women, because their money is being lost in terms of wealth at a high percentage rate from one generation to the next, and then when it gets to the third, it's in a 70% range. So the idea of that, if you do hitch yourself to a Black man, you're more likely going to be in the poorhouse. That's absolutely ridiculous to me.
So from what I've seen in my work, Mr. Raw, okay, when I'm dealing with Black families, so specifically, I used to try to do a lot of work with the Black churches in my area. And so when I'm talking about Black women are left in the poorhouse, first of all, I think that probably the context of this needs to be discussed. We are talking about women who are, presently in their 70s, 80s, and 90s. So women who are presently in their 70s, 80s, and 90s, they came up in a different economic environment than I did. Women who came up, who are in their 70s, 80s, and 90s, if they got married when they were in their 20s, they were not allowed to have checking accounts, savings accounts, access to finances in their own names. They were disenfranchised economically, so look, woman,
how are Black women
this is my house. Speaking as a man, this is my house, my business, stay out of it. So when they get to be in their 70s, 80s, and 90s, and their husband passes away, and they look up, now I've seen this numerous times. I cannot make a blanket statement that this happens all of the time, but I've seen it numerous times when there's this old sister deaconess at the church who thinks that she's going to live out the rest of her days in her home, and she's looking stupid like that lady that you were talking about earlier, Alonzo, right?
Yeah, that happens more often than not.
It's happened so many times. And I'm seeing this practically in reality. And so, as I see it, as a single woman,
so you're
has
saying
no
that
children, and who probably will never marry.
Saying the same thing.
Hold on, you're saying historically. See,
hold on.
I just want to say this right quick.
Okay.
Historically, this has been a major problem in Black families, is the fact that men have been actually leaving property to women only for the next generation of women to squander the property.
But I'm not saying that. Before the woman can even get it, she's disenfranchised. She's kicked out of her house.
You're saying that they were disenfranchised. How can you be disenfranchised when you're being left property as a woman?
But what I'm saying is they're not being left property. They're being left. They've been living in this house for 40, 50 years, and her husband dies, and she looks up and she has a 30-year mortgage to pay because the husband was economically ignorant, or he got caught up in some sort of situation with a mortgage, and he left his wife with a debt. I have seen this.
No, I've seen that personally as well.
Again.
But that's what I said. I said that's an American thing. That's not a Black man thing. That's an American
thing. It's the same thing. And here's what he's saying, Adrian, is the likelihood, because most black men don't even get to the point where they have a house to help to leave you. So that's what he's saying about looking at wealth. And so this is why I said things like I watched The Pink Pill, because I wanted to understand divestment. I have personal problem with black men myself. I see dudes who will stand on the block to sell me some weed, but they won't come to me and be self-employed and sell insurance or real estate. So trust me,
and I'm not saying that's all. I mean, there's no one way to be a black woman. There's no one way to be a black man, and there's no one way to be black. I mean, we're not a monolith. There's so many different variables that go on in this situation. I think I'm probably quite odd. Probably most single women who are my age have not had the types of experiences that I've had. And so for me, like I said, I could get married or not. I could have children or not. And I understand the consequences of not getting married, not having children, and then trying to figure out how am I going to make it through the remainder of my longevity and be all right. But that's me. Probably most women are not built like me. You know, they are interested in partnering up. And if a man has a certain type of expectation of the type of woman that he wants, then perhaps she's going to need to contort herself and twist herself into a pretzel to make herself into something that is attractive to the man that she wants.
Do you feel that if the perfect black man came to you that fit every criteria that which you would need, do you feel that you're capable of being with that man?
I have had a man like that.
And yes or no?
Sir?
Are you capable of being with that kind of man, that type of black man?
I have had a relationship like that.
That's not what I'm asking you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Please rephrase. I'll do my best to answer. And wait, let me turn my volume up so I can hear you.
You said that you had a man that fit every criteria that you were looking for.
So here's the thing. But what I have to say is at the time.
I'm asking you now at the present time. If that kind of man came along, and he fit every category that you're talking about in terms of what you require, what you need based on your belief system, are you prepared as a woman to be able to coexist in what he needs you to do in terms of submission?
I will not submit.
So listen,
this is me. We can submit to each other, but I will not unilaterally submit.
No, we can't.
And so with that being said, I really may have to be okay with living out the rest of my longevity unpartnered. And I personally, hi, Mr. Raw, I'm Adrian Nash. I personally have made accommodations for myself for that reality. But everybody's not built like this.
Right. So let's move it forward, because otherwise we will go down a different rabbit hole that I don't think I'm prepared to go down right now. But
Alonzo, first let me say this before you go on. I did not intend on monopolizing your stream this way. Like you're I don't know where you were when I came in, but you're like 6 hours and 2 minutes in. This is morphed into something that I don't think you expected, nor did I. So where are we and how can we get back on some kind of task here?
This is on topic. This is very much on topic, because these are the very issues that.
Well, here's one of the big things
that are plaguing the group.
That we were looking at.
There is a group. Now, me personally, I think there are just two completely separate Black Americas. I think there's one Black America for Black women particularly, and I think there's one Black America for Black men. Black men have certain goals and aspirations. They tend to be much more family oriented and marriage minded. Black women tend to be the complete opposite. So that's why they're going in two different directions, and that's fine. But the women cannot be the one that's out here complaining about where the men are, where the men are not stepping up, because you don't even value men to even be with them like that. So that's my only contention there. You're free to make any choice you want to, but when you make the comments about these men tend, in these situations in terms of where you work at, they put these women in the poorhouse. No, that's a financial illiteracy issue. That's not a black man issue. And that's an American issue. Outside of that, there are plenty of black men out here who are successful, who have shown themselves to be capable leaders. Black men have contributed to the building of this very nation historically.
Of course.
White men did not build this shit by themselves, and it did not fall from heaven. Black men contributed to this place, contributed to the welfare of all people in this place, and even immigrants who come here to find a better place when they can't even find a better place to live in their own homeland. So I would assert that black men in America are the most capable in the world of leading, because even when our own women won't want to submit to us, we still get it done.
Well,
so, moving forward, let's take a look at this here. And this is actually something Suburban Homestead is talking about. Reverse mortgages did hurt many. So, Adrian, this goes back into your profession where we're talking about estates, right? So when we're looking at estates and leaving something, one of the things that makes a person more attractive, let's say we're not talking about dating. Let's go further and deeper. So now this is because on TLA's channel, he was saying, people usually are getting married like this. Oh, we've been together for 2 years. We love each other. No, I'm sorry. Kevin Samuels was saying that. We've been together for 2 years. We love each other. Let's get married. And that's kind of the thing to do, right? As opposed to, okay, now let's sit down and talk about finances. Like I said before, we went off on for a little while with my wife. My brother and I had a conversation before me and her got married, me and my wife. And my brother was like, you might want to consider that, because that's the size. She has a sizable chunk of student loan debt.
Right.
And if we're going to be married, guess what? That's my debt now.
I'm sorry. Can you just pause a second? Is New York community property, separate property, equitable property, state? What kind of situations?
We're not married under New York state law. We have a marriage license in Nevada.
But you're domiciled in New York, right?
No, we're in Connecticut.
Connecticut.
Yeah, it's an hour and a half train ride from the city.
Okay, and so, but Connecticut. So is Connecticut, what kind of property scheme, division, state is Connecticut?
You know what? I haven't even double checked into that. I should, because we just moved here. So,
well, so the reason for my question along these lines is, see, the student loan debt issue, the separate, the debt that the partners bring into the marriage, the way that debt is handled once you get married. I'm speaking as a paralegal now from California. I understand that is going to largely depend on the state that you live in and the property division scheme of that state. So for me, I am bringing, if I were to find somebody to partner with, let's say it that way, and we would partner, I am bringing a significant amount of student loan debt with me, but that is my debt under California law, you see. Now, the reality is that debt is going to affect our familial situation. But it's my debt. It's not his debt, and he's not required to pay that debt. You see? So for me, what my situation looked like, and again, I talked about some of this in the paper that I wrote a year before I finished grad school. How am I going to manage this debt? What does it look like if I want to get married, have children, and the like. And I personally have my head around that situation. I, Adrienne Nash, will have to work outside of the home and bring some sort of significant financial contribution to the situation. And that's a fact of my situation. But
Right.
that debt is really going to largely depend on where you're domiciled, not where you got married, but where you're domiciled. And I just wanted to share that as a matter of fact.
That's good to know. I'm not an attorney or a paralegal, so I have my expertise, but I definitely will concede to another professional.
Yeah. I'm sorry. So yes, please continue. I'm interested.
But these are concerns that like you said, familial issues that myself and my brother were talking. And he was like, bro, you really got to think about it. Like she's got a good job, but she's got a lot of student loan debt. And I'm like, yeah, that's cool. And mind you, I lived in New York City, and there's things that I had to deal with too, right? Like at the time I was working at Macy's Herald Square when she was first working at her job for a few years, and we were living together initially in Brooklyn before the gentrification boom. And this was around 2009 to 2011.
Oh, the financial meltdown I read about that in my books. Well, I mean, I lived through it, but that was an interesting time, Alonzo.
Well, I worked on Wall Street during Occupy Wall Street. It was fun. But anyway, we'll talk about that later.
Yeah.
So her female friends, they were just like you were like, 60K is. So they were like, yeah, I know that's cool. He works at Macy's, but we shop there. I don't know about he works there. Mind you, these are obviously women who work with my wife. But things like that also have an effect on your psyche and could have had an effect on her psyche, right? Look at where I was, but where I am today. I don't know if you saw earlier, I was talking about qualifying for the MDRT. Working in a 50% commission world, $115,000 of premium submitted. What's 50% of that?
I can't hear you, Alonzo. Would you repeat?
Can you hear me better now?
It's grainy.
I'm sorry. Give me 1 second here. Yeah, see, my internet's running slow. I'm sorry.
No, I totally think it's on my end. We'll do our best. What were you saying, please? Would you repeat?
Okay, so as I was saying, I worked at Macy's Herald Square. Okay. But, my wife works in the career she works in. I'm not going to repeat it again at the moment, but.
When, so I recall, well, I won't if you won't. Was she already in the career that she's in when you were working at Macy's?
Yes.
Okay.
She was in the career I was in prior to me working at Macy's.
Okay.
When we met, we were both unemployed.
Okay.
And then during our discussion phase, things changed. We both got jobs, blah, blah, blah. And then we started moving forward because, we had different time and money situations.
Okay.
But so, yes, we collectively have a nice annual income. But at any rate, so, her friends were like, look, at the time, he works at Macy's. I mean, we shop there. And again, this is Macy's Herald Square, Miracle on 34th Street. Trust me, people.
I'm sorry, California girl, you got to put it into context.
Macy's Herald Square, New York City, Miracle on 34th Street, the largest, the flagship of Macy's.
Oh,
in New York
sounds
City.
Fancy.
Yeah, Macy's Herald Square.
That sounds fancy. Okay.
Yeah, a little bit. So working there, basically, you're gonna have people from all over the planet who visit there, obviously, because like when I used to come out of the door for work, if you walk out and look up the block, you can see 40 Deuce or Times Square.
Okay.
So, like New Year's, I remember New Year's, I walked out. Obviously, the streets were empty except where you look up at Times Square. I was like, I'm going fuck home. New Yorkers don't go to that type of stuff. Like, we're never going to go to the Empire State Building and none of that stuff. It's for tourists. But at any rate, so, working at Macy's Herald Square was pretty good. And initially, I was working in the cellar, which is the cookware department, and I was selling, the first person I sold to was Sonny Anderson of Hot 97 in Food Network fame. Her boyfriend worked there in corporate.
So when you're selling the fancy cookware, do you get a commission for that?
At that point, no, you didn't get a commission in the cookware, unfortunately.
Okay. It happens.
Yeah. So unfortunately, you didn't get a commission in the cookware. But she says first floor, second floor, third floor, fifth floor. She's asking which part. No, I started in the cellar, which is the ground level. So that's in the almost basement. And then they've since remodified, and now the cellar floor or the cookware is on the 6th floor. Obviously, I still frequent shopping there, but I'll give you an example. So they sold like Wolfdorf cutlery, which was what I sold, about $400.
Yes.
You're familiar?
I like to cook. I'm a cook. I'd love to have a nice set of knives. But anyway, go on.
I currently, I'm not that expensive.
I would love to have a set of Henckels.
We use Analon. I love Henckels too.
I don't know the Analon.
Analon is not the high end brand. It's a step above Calphalon.
Okay.
But it's way better than like Farberware or anything that you'll find in you'll find Farberware there too, but
okay.
And then they have like I'll tell you a further story, because I actually dealt with the regional buyer of Macy's Northeast, Peter Koob, at the time. So it's again, because of the way I do what I do, I'm always gonna get to the big dogs.
Mm-hmm.
It's just kind of how I am.
Mm-hmm.
So the money was pretty good, but it basically was paying me like $8 an hour. They don't pay you much there.
Right.
So I was upset, and I was like, look, this ain't shit. I'm about to leave, and I was going to go to Raymore and Flanagan and sell furniture.
Okay.
And then they promoted me to the 9th floor, which is furniture and mattresses. So if you're at Macy's Herald Square, you can imagine this is where, they have Fashion Avenue and Beyonce and Kim Kardashian and Trey Songz and all the celebrities come and show off their new perfume and blah, blah, blah.
Oh, okay. I don't know this fancy living. Go on.
So this is Macy's. I'm sure you're familiar with it. They got one a Macy's like that in Vegas, and you're in SoCal. I'm sure they got Macy's, Nordstrom, Lord & Taylor, et cetera, et cetera. Only one you might not know is Bergdorf Goodman. But many people don't know Bergdorf Goodman. That's big money. But anyway, so working on the 9th floor, selling furniture and mattresses, and that's where I made commission. And that's where you can actually make big money. So I was making about $1,000 a week, but that was not enough compared to what my wife and her friends are making. Okay. So they was like, yeah, 50 grand. Yeah, girl.
And I'm sorry, just out of curiosity, your wife's friends, were they in the same profession as your wife at the time?
Yes.
And
but they were all single.
Okay, because here's the thing. My father had the same, look, I'm talking around it now. My father had the same profession, or has the same profession as your wife.
Okay.
Okay. But he does not have the type of financial competency that I have with the type of education I have. And so I think, okay, look, Alonzo, for me, it's not something as simple as being economically matched. For me, I'm trying to use my words very carefully. I need to be matched with someone who has a similar character and value set as I do.
Hold on, let me ask you something before you keep going.
Mhm.
How familiar are you with quote unquote the manosphere space, or this space, if you will?
Not so much.
Are you familiar with a gentleman by the name of BGS?
I am not.
Okay. So he has something called an octane scale, and I was very confused about that myself. But especially from what you're talking about of your pedigree, regardless of what happened, just because of the fact that you are the daughter of Greeks and you did have the debutante, regardless of how BS Greek is, just the perception of what comes with that. You are what would be considered a 92. So
a 92? Like, you have to break this down for me like I'm stupid about this, because I am.
That's fair enough. When you're looking at a 92, we're looking at quality of life. It has less to do with looks and more to do with ambition, quality of life. Like you said, yeah, I want to be, just financially yoked, but, I want to make sure, you're ambitious, you're this. Obviously, everybody has some sort of a physical attraction, but that may not be the first thing that gets you. Maybe he makes you laugh, because a dude that looks great might, beat you every day. Who knows? But yeah,
and that would not listen. I'm out. Like,
well, let's hope. There are some folks I've seen some situations. I'm sure you have too. But so talking about cookware, just because you said you like to cook and I like to cook too. So look up Analon, because we have Analon, but we have Analon Advanced and we have Analon Advanced Bronze. It's really not the best. I used to sell this stuff, so obviously I know it in depth.
Would you say that Analon, I know this might be subjective, my gold standard, my coveted knifeware set is with Hinkle. Would you say that this Analon is better than a Hinkle?
No, I would definitely go with Henkel's. Henkel's is one of my favorite.
I would love to have a set of Henkel's.
Yeah. But I actually went a step further. I went to the Miami when I spoke to Peter Coog. So for Macy's Northeast, I actually told him what to buy. And he bought it, and it was crazy. I was like, holy shit, I told him to buy this stuff, and it's in the store.
let me tell you something, Alonzo. Mm-hmm. I would rather have a set of Henkel's than to have an expensive piece of jewelry.
Oh my God. 1 second. Yes, babe. I'm looking at my wife. 1 second. Yes.
Hi, Mrs. Hall.
She's, babe. Someone said hi.
Hi, Mrs. Hall.
I don't think they can hear you.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes, can you actually bring me another bottle, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. You can have my other ice cream.
I don't want it.
Oh. Love you. Thank you.
Oh, that's so sweet.
All right. Yeah, she's gonna bring me some water because my mouth is dry and I've been going for a while.
But I would rather have a set of Henkel's than to have a piece of jewelry or a purse. But these are my values.
Right. Thank you, babe. You
have to think that hard. You haven't eaten.
Shut up. Love you. All right. Sorry.
And I'm sorry, what is this 92?
Oh yeah, so that's actually what my wife is as well. So a 92 is basically, as I was saying, debutante, etc. But you're going to be someone who's in the pursuit of more, if you will. Right? For lack of a better term, maybe keeping up with the Joneses, but I don't mean you have to keep up with the Joneses, because like you said, your idea would be, a pair of Henkel's knives, which, my wife wouldn't be a Henkel's knife, but, it'd be a nice, maybe a dinner to a restaurant or something, which we like to frequent restaurants and stuff anyway, but I'm a foodie too.
So this is I'm strange. I've said that many times, you know, but I see like a nice set of knives as like something, well, I don't know if I'll have children, but I have nieces, you know, something that can be like passed down to my nieces. Like it's a tool you can, you know, you can create nutrition for your family's bodies with this tool. Like that's important to me. Like when I look at I guess the residue of some of my ancestors' estates, like I get a kick out of getting the rusty cast iron pot from my great grandmother. Like it looks like trash, but that's the shit to me. And I'm just, you know,
remember I mentioned the missed ones. So that ends up happening when we're looking at Sharkeisha and Kilolo. So that's more along the lines of what ends up happening is, unfortunately, just like my wife's friends were getting in her ear, and they, even though they have good jobs, they come around looking like Sharkeisha and Kilolo. My wife doesn't, you know, she's similar to yourself. Glasses, pearl bag hair, you know, maybe some lipstick, maybe some eyeliner if we're going out. She can get me in the right places to where I need to be, but she's not dangerous. She has a position that she has. Okay. But my mother will be driving in the car with her and say, well, you need to tell my son this and this and that. You too demure. And then she says, respectfully, Miss Hall, I'm married, you're not.
Oh, wow. I don't know how that went over with your mom. Whoops. Like, did your mom turn around and like slap your wife in the back of her neck for disrespect?
No. It wasn't disrespect. And she wouldn't do that to my wife. We'd be fighting.
Right. Right.
I understand that's my mama, but I picked my wife.
Right.
So
let me, I don't know, have you ever heard of an ethical will?
I've heard of a digital will. I've not heard of an ethical will.
Okay. I've not actually ever written one of those for my employer attorney, but I became exposed to this concept of an ethical will in grad school. The ethical will to me is where the legacy is. This is where a person would write to their heirs and beneficiaries about the types of values that they hoped to pass on to them based on their life choices, based on their actions, and such. And to me, that is most powerful. That is most important. Yes, the assets can help tremendously, but it troubles me a bit.
Before you go further.
Yes.
I heard you mention, you know, you wanted to get your CFP, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
And like I said, I'm trying to build a team of my own. Right now, I have the one young lady who came from Charles Schwab, and it'd be great if I could bring someone along. You're in the state of California, correct?
So again, presently at the moment, I'm physically, my person is located in Georgia. I'm visiting Georgia, but I am a California resident.
Okay.
I'm visiting Georgia.
How interested are you in getting into the insurance and financial services industry? Because if you're trying to get your CFP, I can definitely help you with that as well.
So this is my jam, Alonzo. And I guess this is like I'm your sidekick at the moment. So this is my jam. I, as a paralegal, I have only really ever been interested in estate planning as a legal practice area. And as I'm sure you're aware, estate planning and financial planning go together.
Mhm.
So, with my with my MBA, that made me eligible to take the CFP exam
Mhm.
when I graduated, and I haven't to date. So for me, I would like to obtain the designation just because I can at this point.
Mhm.
And then I'd like to just figure out everything else from there.
Mhm.
Can I work in financial planning? Yes. Can I continue to work in estate planning? Yes. Can I do some other things? Yes.
You went silent there for a second. I don't know if I lost you.
What would I'm like, what does my best life look like for me? Quite frankly, my best life looks like for me helping our community pass along generational wealth so that, young people don't have to have this insurmountable mountain of student loan debt to move forward. That's what would look amazing to me. And for me, if I don't partner and I don't have children, but I could pass on a legacy to my community, then that would be absolutely wonderful for me.
Are you guys able to see this on the screen?
I see CL. These are the designations: CLF, I don't know what else. What you're scrolling.
Oh, I'm sorry. CLU, FSCP, CHNSCE, SNC.
What is this? What website is this?
This is the American College of Financial Services.
Oh, yeah. I'm familiar with them. Yeah.
So they hosted the CAFP.
Yes.
Okay. So
actually, for me, where I am, it's just a matter of taking the test. Like I've done all the necessary training.
Okay.
So there's no more schooling that I need to do do that.
There would be, in terms of actually working in there wouldn't in terms of what you're interested in doing, so never mind. My question becomes a moot point because the way that you explain what you've explained actually explains everything it needs to. If that makes sense.
So, but what were you going to say? Like, what do you trying to bring somebody else on your team? And what do you need for your team?
Well, so here's the thing. I do need people who would also be interested in, like I said, the other agent that I work with has her life, health, accidental, property, and casualty insurance licenses, as well as her 663 and Series 7 securities license.
Okay.
So she can also get her CFP if she decided to, just like my principal is now wanting to go for his CFP designation. Right. But with what you're seeming to want to do, which is estate planning, and it's a little different than my side of estate planning, it wouldn't behoove you or me to really you're not looking to sell insurance or mutual funds and stuff.
Well, here's the thing. I could.
Okay.
I absolutely could. And so for me, where I've been in my career, the reality of me obtaining the CFP credential looks like me taking the test. And as I understand it, I would have to park the credential because I don't have the experience in the financial services industry.
Understandable.
So that's the reality of my situation. But I did want to take the test because I'm eligible to do so. Could I go to work in financial services? Absolutely. I write estate plans. Like I see people's money, assets. I get them to tell me all their business. Like,
would you be down to get your life insurance license and help on my team? And then
Sure.
you can go further and park your CFP. Okay, give me a second. I gotta find some stuff via my email. Put your email in the private chat, please.
The private chat. Okay.
And then I have to find something. I'll have to ask my principal to email
Alonzo, I
it
think
to
I've been with you about 3 hours today.
I think so.
And you have been on for 6 hours today.
I have. Did you talk that over with your cousin / boyfriend, the lead attorney?
I don't have any of those.
She said that's her story and she's sticking to it.
I mean, Alonzo, it would be great for me to say that I'm all booed up, but I'm not.
That's fair enough. That, especially things like being part of ironically enough, the insurance industry, those are things that can ironically enough happen for you. One of the things that I do implore, especially female agents, when the world opens back up and we do things like home visits, is to often partner with a male agent. And the reason for that,
There's a safety issue. I heard you talking about that the other day.
Yeah. You know, and I'm like, that's got to be real scary for females. Listen, I was there and it was a woman, and listen, she wasn't.
I know she was trying to get you to put some things on her, Alonzo. I was like, wow, that's what it's like out there in these streets. I don't like it.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, were you married or were you partnered in any capacity at the time?
Yeah, I was with my girlfriend at the time.
I mean, that could have just gone so sideways. Like I was clutching my chest as I heard you talk about that the other day. That could have gone sideways. Uh-oh.
And I'm actually going to send you my contact as well. So I just sent that to you. Just really quickly via email. But yeah, so that could have gone sideways, but definitely. So working with us will definitely be something that I think can help you and us, especially in terms of just the sales of life insurance, especially since you already do estate plans. So you'll be that much more valuable to a firm, because attorneys often have to, hey, yeah, you should get an estate plan. And I'm not biased because I don't write insurance, but hey, this person does.
I mean, I can, cheers. Thank God for my MBA education and all my student loan debt, because it's just like opened up my mind in so many ways that it wasn't prior to the education. Mm-hmm. But life insurance products are the jam.
I didn't even go into annuities yet.
It's this could be some, who's that Snuggle? She's eyeballing something. Mm-hmm. Like, we can come up from slavery on some life insurance products. Mm-hmm. Alonzo, like what? Please.
Like nothing. I'm trying to find let me see if I can find, I'm trying to find an email.
Do you remember, I saw you on Black Beauty's channel when she was talking about how not to bring debt to the marriage and such what, to a partner and such what. Mm-hmm. And I was like really feeling what she was saying. Like I was, whatever partner she finds, like she's going to be such an asset to that man. And I wish her so well with that. And I was so hurt, but quite frankly, at the way things went for her on the lead attorney's channel, because I was like, y'all just don't see this black diamond over here. Like, what? She's about to get this for her man. And yes, she's, I'm gonna say it like this is a California girl. Yeah, she's New York hood. She kind of edgy. But she's amazing to me. A
Yeah.
Black Beauty.
Oh yeah, no, she's definitely good. And you know what's funny? She and I connected actually on the lead attorney's channel. We were actually talking for a little bit there too. What I'm looking for is I have the ability to get you a discount on insurance licensing school. Because you have to go to the school to get the license, but we can get it to you for a cheaper price. And I'm willing to help you with that since you're willing to come on my team, as well as the license itself. Actually, let me see what the cost of license is in Cali real quick. And we'd just be going for, we'd get them all. So life, health, accidental, all at once. You wouldn't just go, because see, what some people will do is, for example, if you're in companies like companies that I won't name, I would like to hear.
You're talking about those multi-level marketing companies.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I know a lot about TSP. I have a family who works in the federal government. Yes.
Oh, well, look at Snuggles. She's asking you a question down here. I think Snuggles is a woman, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know a lot about TSP. She said thrift savings plans. Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to hear a lot about life insurance and annuities, and maybe how you could parlay that into stocks somehow, if that's even possible. You might not particularly want to parlay that into stocks, and because of that, I'm going to show you all, because I don't know, Adrian, if you were here for that, and if not, you can gladly be here for that. And if I'm holding you, feel free to take off. I don't mind.
Actually, yes, I do need to go, Alonzo. I got sucked in. Like I turned on the YouTube and I was like, oh, Alonzo's there. Let me see what he's talking about. I'm interested in the money game. So you got my attention.
So just so you know, before you leave, these are BOLI reports. So this is bank-owned life insurance, Bank of America, last updated in 2019. Obviously, these are older records, but if you'll see,
are you showing the visual now? Because I don't see that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If you're trying to share it with everybody, let's share it.
Let me share it. Okay, here we go. Share screen.
Did you wipe your ass today, Alonzo?
Wipe ass, work in progress every day in season 6.
Yes. Yes.
Indeed.
Oh, you were killing me with that. So clever.
Hey,
is that an Alonzo original?
Yes.
It is?
So before you go, are you seeing it now?
Oh, yeah. Schedule RCF.
Yes. So as you'll see, Bank of America, last updated 8/2/2019. So these are older records. But if you'll see here, what I point at is equity investments without readily determinable values. What that means is the stock market. So if you'll see here, it's 6.14 million, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now look at what this line 5 says, life insurance assets. Now, Black people, what do we think of? Life insurance, that's it. We don't think of this word after.
Right.
But when I come to you and I say I sell life insurance, what I mean is I sell life insurance assets. I sell assets. Now, get out of here with that little life insurance shit. I'll think about talking to you about that little life insurance. You should imagine how many Black folks say that to me.
Right.
Maybe I'll see what you could do with your little life insurance. Well, what the fuck do you want it to do? And then, but
let me tell you something, Alonzo. I had this classmate. Let's call her Becky. She's white. Cool. We're in the same program, right? And we're in our insurance needs analysis class. So, all of this is new information to me. And she's talking about how her parents bought this like life insurance policy for her, or bought a life insurance policy when she was in like middle school. And they use those benefits
to pay for
I'm probably not articulating this well, but anyway, they use those benefits to fund all of her education. She went to Pepperdine undergrad. Do you know Pepperdine University in Malibu, California?
Yes.
That's big pimping.
inferior to Yale for me, but yes.
She went to, I didn't listen, no, I didn't go to Pepperdine undergrad. No, sir. Okay. She went to Pepperdine undergrad. That's big pimping, right?
Yeah.
And her parents just wrote the check with the life insurance benefits, right?
What may have been
and then she, well, education wise, she has some other opportunities because her parents had the stacks, right? But then I met her in grad school. Her parents are just writing the check, and she's in law school.
Wow.
Her parents are just writing the check, and like she got married, maybe because we finished. She finished about 6 months before me.
Mm-hmm.
But long story short, she got married. She's in law school. I think she finishes this year. She's going off into her future with 0 student loan debt.
Damn.
Pepperdine graduate, Cal Lutheran MBA, whatever law school she's going to, she's set. What? That's how they do it. Alonzo. It's a game. Can we play this game to win, please?
Real quick. So again, like you said, she cut the check, right? So real quick, mentioning that my brother went to Manhattanville University in White Plains, New York.
Okay.
One of the girls he went to school with, for her birthday, her parents bought her
a Lamborghini, a Porsche, an Aston Martin. What?
An island.
Oh shit. Oh, excuse me. Pardon me. I did not see that coming. Look, wow.
Yeah.
Oh. So, okay, but Alonzo. So, how do you say to a potential man, my parents bought me an island. What are you going to buy? What, like, Alonzo, let's say you're trying to holler at her.
Yep.
What is it? Look, I
can maintain that island. I can afford to maintain that island. Just because they bought it for you, you still have to maintain that island.
Of course you do. Do you know where it was? Off which coast?
I have no clue. I mean,
right? Look, this is some Beyonce, Jay-Z level type stuff. Dang, that's big pimping.
They bought her an island.
Island. Oh, because I'm thinking luxury sports car.
Yeah. Now his buddy got a fire engine red Ferrari, but she had way more money than them. So they bought her an island.
They bought her an island, and probably put the deed in her name, fee simple. And that's that's gonna always be your island. What? Listen, I am not hating on that. Cheers to that for her.
Yeah. So before I let you go, because I don't want to hold you too long, but we could get sucked down this easily. Life insurance assets. So it doesn't. We don't look at it as an asset. We look at it as life insurance. Well,
it's an asset. It's an asset. I'm sorry. Go on.
No, say it again.
It's an asset.
Yeah. Well, you see that as, like you said, working in estates and trusts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? You know what's funny? Because one thing that, and I did hear you mention about in this space, that you'll hear men talking about trust funds.
No, what I've heard is they're talking about a legacy.
Well, no, I know.
I want to have a legacy. And I'm like, oh, really? Right. What kind of legacy you want to have? How does that look for you?
No, I hear them talking about a legacy, but I specifically hear, I hear the barbershop conversations that go deeper down the weeds. So I hear them specifically talk about trusts. Well, we need to set up trust funds. And I'm like, cool, but y'all don't know how to set up a trust fund. There's an operative word in trust fund, and it ain't trust. It's funds. You have to have the funds to fund a trust fund.
Right. You have to have okay, so here's the thing. Listen, a trust is like an empty box. You have to fund it with some kind of asset. Do you have some assets to fund into the trust?
You know what that is?
It could be a life insurance policy.
Oh, that's on the application. Like I said, I sell investment grade life. So on the application, it always asks, is this going into a trust? And then it would ask, well, if it's going into a trust, then they should have met with someone like you
Absolutely.
before they establish their trust. So we can put the trust number on the application as the beneficiary.
Absolutely.
So, you know, I'm just saying this is both angles of, you know, a problem that's in our community. So if you'll see here, they have a general and separate life account insurance, and life insurance assets. But if you'll notice here, like I said, in the equity investments, which is basically the stock market, they got 6.1 million. Well, their general life insurance, they have half of that. They have 2.9 million. But in their separate life insurance accounts, what does that number say, Adrian?
$19,427. No, wait. I can't see. That's 19 million.
19.4 million.
That's 19 million.
Yeah.
Separate account. It's the print is so small for me, Alonzo. I got visual issues. Separate account. Thank you. Now scroll up so I can see it, please. And scroll it to the left, maybe, so I can see it, please. Okay, I see the 19 million. I can't see the words though. Sorry.
That's all right.
I think that's account life insurance assets. Is that right? Oh no, wait. Separate account life insurance assets.
And
basically 19,500,000. Just round it up.
Yeah. And so basically 3 million and 19 million. So basically what's that? 21, 22 million?
It is.
Versus 6 million in the stock market. Versus 6 million in AMC and Dogecoin to the moon.
And so would you say that this is a I'm sorry, I have to flip my mental Rolodex around back to grad school. Would you say that this is a appropriately designated portfolio?
Well, this isn't a portfolio. This is what the bank's doing. This is
okay. Oh, well, you know, because I can't see all the words.
I'm sorry. This is
okay.
This is what Bank of America was doing at the end of.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah, this isn't somebody's port. This is what the banks are doing with your money. Hold on, there's not just that. Bank of America.
Okay, well, okay.
There's Citibank. This is Citibank. Okay. Yeah, this is public record. This is tax documents.
The banks are getting paid.
This is tax documents. So Citibank put $5.9 million in the stock market and about the same in life insurance. Right? Yeah, this is
so
the bank.
Can you
hold on, let me go one more for you.
Sorry, go on.
This is Morgan Chase.
Morgan Chase. Oh, he was grimy. Okay. I recall reading about him.
Well, you know his grandson is the owner of Morgan Stanley, Henry Sturgis Morgan.
I did not know that.
Leader of Morgan Stanley, yeah.
Okay.
So talk about nepotism and finance.
Oh, absolutely.
We don't do that in the black community either. So equity investment or the stock market, 6.1 million, right? General account, 6.1 million. This is $70,000 difference. So basically, they put the exact same amount into the stock market. Oh, I'm sorry, into life insurance that they did into the stock market. But how many people will spit in my face? I ain't putting that much in life insurance, but I'm about to go put this $50 a week in the Dogecoin. It went from 43 cents to 17 cents. Speculatively. Wait, did they put another $5.4 million into life insurance against that 6.1 that's all they put in the stock market? When we already showed Bank of America that put $19 million more in the stock market. This is Wells Fargo.
Wells Fargo. Okay.
Equity investments, 5.3 million. General account, 5.3 million. Again, a $70,000 difference. Separate account, 12.9 million. Whoa.
Do you think it would be at all useful to your clients or in prospecting to show a client how the banks are acquiring their assets?
Absolutely, but most people won't sit to talk about it. Once you say, like,
Yeah.
I got it, I'm good. Now I want to talk about it.
Yeah.
It's none of your business. My job got it.
Right.
Your job does have it. It's called COLI, corporate-owned life insurance. Your
Right.
bank does have it. It's called bank-owned life insurance.
Right.
Corporate-owned life insurance is a janitor's policy. That policy your job has on you is so that when you die, your job gets a check, and then they can put an add-on on Indeed to hire somebody else.
Right.
Not so that your family can
That
get
part.
fuck all.
That part.
Yeah.
So how do you foresee any reasonable way to make a culture shift to bring our folks up from slavery on the money?
Absolutely. People like the Budgetnista, people like myself, people like the lead attorney, people like yourself, people like my advisor Talani. Right?
Okay.
The Budgetnista reaches a whole bunch of people. Now, she doesn't go in depth like this. She keeps it very fun and, accessible. But I'm sure if you book a consult with her, she'll go in depth. Personally, I like to go in depth. I don't have that type of following, but I'm not looking for that. If it morphs into that, cool.
Right.
It probably will, just because that's how life happens. But, these are the things that kind of matriculate and grow. And maybe I can help build myself, just like there's another person, a Selfie Taylor, who's a perennial MDRT qualifier.
Okay. I don't know that person.
Look into him. A Selfie. I think it's ESZYLFE.
Wait a minute. One more time. ESY.
It's Selfie Taylor. Let me see if I can.
FE. Okay. Taylor.
Yeah. Easy Life is what some people ESZYLFIE. Selfie Taylor.
You got that font, not Adrian friendly.
What did she say here? Women improving what? Hold on, I'm gonna show it to you really quick. Hold on. Let's do this. Let's do the share. All right. So if you go to Taylor INSIFFIN, you'll find his Financial Services Corporation, and he's actually based out of California. But
is this him in the gingham?
Yes.
Oh, look at him! He's all in his gingham.
Gingham, about styling too.
In his gingham.
Yes. And guess what? All his advisors are MDRT advisors, except for her and I think one of the other guys. I think this guy. But the other two are MDRT qualifiers. So I'm trying to be like him. I definitely want to. And you know what? While I'm at it, I'm going to do a shameless plug and see if my website comes up, right? Mine as well. Since we're showing off, folks. Right? We don't have the best, but this is our firm. Again, it's a Black-owned firm.
Oh, nice.
And for example, this is about us. It was started by my principal, Charles, who we met at Mutual of Omaha. This is Charles.
Hi, Charles.
And then we have his assistant Sharon.
Hi,
Sharon.
Sharon. Okay.
This is Thomas.
Hi, Thomas.
And there's myself.
There you are. That
Yeah.
look, that stare means business.
Exactly. So
That's so funny.
yeah.
Okay.
So, and these are a few, let's see, some of the states that most of these are mine. New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Georgia, West Virginia, Montana, Texas, Virginia, North Carolina, Florida, Ohio, and soon to be Illinois. Are just some of the states that we're in. So I'll remove this for now.
So I'm going to suggest again that you try to collab with the lead attorney on that divorce insurance. I think that probably if you did that, that would bring you some viewership.
Yeah, I definitely think so.
And look, and you can tell him that I sent you.
Okay.
So before I go, what is Snuggles talking about? Hi, Snuggles.
The reasons why the elders created something called arrangement, because when you're young, that is the way people think. And most of your costly mistakes are made when you're young. She says, the people in your neighborhood will call you a sellout because you have someone that does not look like me in that picture. Oh, she's talking about the Sharon. Well, yeah, I can understand that, how some people would say that. But at the end of the day, look, we're not just looking for black folks' money. We're looking for money from everyone because money's green.
Absolutely.
You know.
That money is green.
Yeah. Or shit, at this point, money is binary. So.
Okay. Look, I'm taking it way back, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Because, you know. But yeah, so with that being said, listen, y'all. There's so many more directions that we can go with this. Like I said, I'm gonna find you the information for the licensing. Put the link in the chat to your website. Oh, she was like, no, not to the chat. I'm sitting here putting the wrong link in the chat. Hold on. Let me actually put the link in there, and that'll bring you up to our about. Because that is actually a good idea. So that is the link to our website. Feel free to click on that, visit us. And if you want to contact me or book a consult, you can actually get me here. And that's this. Or it's best to actually go to my personal because that goes directly to my cell phone. And then pretty much Alonzo Hall, the all-star advisor across all social media platforms. Instagram, Twitter is a little different. Twitter is Hall, AKA, because Twitter you can't control. But other than that, it is what it is. So yeah, what is up, Snuggles? Snuggles is such a supporter. She's always in the building, like with everywhere around the place. But I definitely want to speak to that in the manosphere. We do talk about that trust funds. And one of the ways to have the funds for a trust fund is a life insurance policy. And for pennies on the dollar, you can create that. So Adrian, before we hop off, because it's almost 7 p.m., I've almost been going for 7 hours. I might as well go one more hour, right? Do a whole 8-hour shift out this.
Nah, bro, I got
go get me something to eat.
Today.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get me something to eat and probably watch From the Clouds, some other people, and go snuggle up with my wife.
I love that for y'all.
Yeah, well, you know, she did bust in here. That's why I told her she could have my ice cream, so I could.
You got to give wifey her time now. You better quit playing. Look, your wife is your best. I was gonna say asset, but that makes people seem like chattel, and that's not it. But yeah, she's your bestie.
Yeah,
give her due.
That's my ride or die. I put my wife on a pedestal. That's what you're supposed to do as a man. Like, you gotta be like, look,
I think that should be reciprocal, in my opinion.
Absolutely. For example, I've made the mistake of saying a term like happy happy wife, happy life in my home. And my wife will say, no, it's actually happy spouse, happy house.
I love that.
Yeah. Because it's like you said, it's a partnership, if you will, right? So like we riding together. And so if I'm unhappy, then it probably ain't gonna be trying to make you happy.
Right.
You know? So there's things like that. So that's why I gave up my ice cream.
Yes, indeed. Oh, wait, Snuggles, is it morning? Oh, Snuggles is in the UK, right?
Yeah.
He says, good morning, Adrian. I'm like, is it morning? I guess it would be if it's in the UK right now. Good morning, Miss Snuggles.
Morning, Governor.
Good morning.
Yeah.
So, okay, Alonzo. I got to go, sir. It has been a pleasure. Love to talk to you about this money game some more. See how we can flip that money 3 ways, or however, I don't know, do the arbitrage or whatever we need to do to make it do what it do.
Let's do what it do like it do it for TV. And so lastly, I'm going to shoot you an email because normally I would recommend going to Kaplan. That's why I go for all my financial services licensing.
Okay.
But I have a way to get you a discount. And as far as the insurance license goes, it's pretty easy to just get it, that part, because you don't need sponsorship for that, like a securities license, or like you're going to have to park your CFP. So you don't have to fill out things like the U4, the U5, et cetera, et cetera. Obviously, I work in the field, so I know what that junk is. It may be jargon for you right now, but during your studies, you'll understand it. So we can help you with that. I'm also going to look up what the cost of the California license is. I think it's $150. And you got to renew every 2 years, but we'll talk about that. That's neither here nor there, neither. But yeah, thanks.
Well, no, thank you.
Awesome.
Cheers to new and lucrative friendships, sir.
Cheers, madam. Let's go.
Let's get it. Snuggles, I will see you another time, my dear. Always glad to see you. Snuggling.
Awesome. Snuggles.
Right. Okay, well, have a good night, Alonzo. We'll holla.
Holla.
Okay, bye-bye.
And remember, wipe ass. Work in progress.
Wipe your ass.
Wipe your ass.
Have a good night.
Good night. So, Snuggles, before I get off of here, yeah, basically my wife is an accountant at a high level in New York City. She does not work for one of the big four, Ernst & Young, Robert Half, et cetera, et cetera. But she is an accountant for a high level. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is about 7 o'clock, and I've been going for 7 hours. And I guess 7 minutes and 7 hours and 7 minutes is going to be my severance at the moment, or something like that. At any rate, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call it an evening. But remember to hit that like, drop a comment, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you're made aware every time I release new content. We're going to have more open discussions like this. Make sure that you look out for my About That Life podcast with Talani. And make sure you also look out for my other podcast, which is going to be Trading War Stories, where you'll see professionals like myself and professionals like Adrian who work in insurance, financial services, trust, real estate, et cetera, et cetera. We've seen some horror stories of, terrible things. We won't divulge client names, but terrible things that have happened to our clients, oftentimes against our advice. So remember, ladies and gentlemen, wipe ass, work in progress every day and see success. Wipe ass, work in progress every day and see success. Wipe ass, work in progress every day and see success. And remember, when people challenge you, they don't challenge you to challenge you, but they challenge you to challenge you. Accept the challenge. Salute.